Warning, this fic contains many dark and adult themes. For the full list provided by the author, please check the description below and proceed with caution. Welcome back, this is Veritaserum by Severitus 812, JessalynMichele, Book 3 of Harry Potter and 7 Years of Chaos. Don't forget to like this video if you enjoy, and subscribe for future stories. Please check the description for a full list of tags, and the link to drop a kudos for the original author. With that out of the way, let's get started. Chapter 21, Owls and Odd Godfathers. Never leave me again, Ron declared dramatically as he threw himself across Harry's dorm bed. Was it terrible, Ron? Harry laughed at his theatrics. Hermione and Theo spent the rest of the break just making goo-goo eyes at each other, and I think Scabbers is gone forever this time. He's been gone since Christmas. He's never been missing this long, Ron said sadly. Harry's jaw dropped as he realized he hadn't told Ron about Pettigrew. The Daily Prophet wrote a whole series of articles about Black's name being cleared, and how Pettigrew had been captured thanks to Professor Snape, but they didn't say a word about the man being a rat sleeping in Ron's bed for the last 3 years. Which, now that he thought about it, was disgusting. He's pretty sure the rat had went in the loo with Ron before. Scabbers was, Harry hesitated, hoping that Ron wasn't going to freak out. Scabbers was Pettigrew, he was an animagus. Ron sat up and gaped at Harry uncertainly. He probably would have had a harder time believing the wild story if every one of Harry's friends weren't well aware by now how Harry felt about lying. Scabbers was an actual human man, a stinking Death Eater, that slept in my bed. Yeah, Harry said slowly, wincing at the gross connections Ron was probably drawing in his head now. Ron's face underwent a series of odd transformations. First he went pasty white, then he sucked in a sharp breath, and his face went nearly as red as Susan's hair, before he finally exhaled and looked green. That's disgusting, mate, he shuddered. Yeps, Harry agreed. Even though Scabbers turned out to be an actual person, Harry thought Ron still looked mopey over the next few days as they all readjusted to the return to classes and a Dementor-free Hogwarts. Ron kept glancing down at his shirt pocket, then sighing a little as he realized his rat was gone. Harry considered how he'd feel if Sevi turned out to be an animagus. He wasn't. Harry checked the second Mavis brought him to Spinner's End, and felt bad for his friend. When Owens posted the January Hogsmeade weekend next weekend, Harry had the perfect idea. Ron, when's your birthday? Harry eagerly asked during breakfast. 1st of March, why? Ron responded around a mouthful of sausages. You're going with me to Hogsmeade this weekend, Harry said firmly. It's a surprise. If you're looking for a handsome red-headed date to Hogsmeade, you're barking up the wrong Weasley. Ron nearly choked on his food, and Susan started giggling as Harry raised an interested brow at the arrival of one of the Weasley twins. Hiya, Harry, he grinned impishly. I came to see if you had plans this weekend. Harry blushed under the stares of his friends and the giggles of the 3 girls, though he wasn't sure why. Just said I did, you apparently heard me, yeah. You wound me, Harry, the older boy cried, dramatically clutching a hand to his chest. When will you see that our love shines eternally and accept my efforts to woo you? Harry glanced at Ron, who was still red-faced and sputtering, before turning back to the twin. I don't even know your name, he said coolly. Suppose that means I don't love you either. Draco and Blaise let out howls of laughter, and Neville started snickering quietly beside them. Fred, the twin said, offering his hand. Frederick Fabian Weasley, the third, he said pompously with his nose stuck up in the air. Pleasure to meet you. Harry looked disdainfully down at his proffered hand, then at Fred's face. Is that your real name? Theo asked curiously. How dare you, sir, Fred cried. You Slytherins wound me with your cold-hearted cynicism. It's not, Ron said. It's just Fred Fabian Weasley, the only one, thankfully. The rest of the kids laughed, except for Harry, who was still watching Fred carefully. Fred Weasley is still a distinguished name, he winked at Harry. Better than Ronald Bilious Weasley anyway. Harry glanced at Ron and saw his ears were turning red again, and figured Fred had insulted him in some way. Ron's a great name, Harry said, icicles practically dropping off his words. Better than Fred. Fred ignored his cold tone and leant against the table where Harry was seated. Is that why you're going to Hogsmeade with him? It's we aren't bloody hell, Fred, Ron sputtered. We're just mates who hang out together. Well, if it's not a date then, Fred gave Harry a lopsided grin. Want to go with me? No, Harry said, frustrated again. You and I ain't friends. Ron is my friend. Draco, Blaise, Neville, and Theo are my friends. Hermione, Susan, and Luna are my friends. If I wanted to hang out with someone in Hogsmeade, it would be them. Fred looked around the students around Harry, his eyes lingering on Susan and Blaise for a peculiar moment, before he stood up straight with an easy grin. I'll ask you again next month, he said cheerily. Later, snakes and honorary snakes. Fred sauntered off, and Harry saw George quickly running up to join him as he left the hall. What the fuck, he muttered. Ron, your brother is weird as hell, ain't he? Yep. How come you don't want to go out with Fred? Susan asked curiously. He's only 2 years older, he's funny, and Neville said he's nice to the younger kids in Gryffindor. He is, Neville confirmed quietly. So, Harry said curiously, I'd rather hang out with guys. Blaise was studying Harry intently, his golden eyes were narrowed in thought. But Harry... Blaise interrupted Hermione as he kept watching Harry. Harry, he said slowly, you know Fred was asking you outright, like a date, like how Hermione and Theo go out on dates in Hogsmeade. Oh, Harry blushed hotly, as he hadn't linked together Fred's insinuations with how Hermione and Theo were a couple. Stupid. Why, he doesn't even know me. Dates are how people get to know each other, Hermione said. Theo and I were friends first, so we already knew each other. Usually if someone thinks they like someone else, then they invite. Does Fred think he likes me then? Harry interrupted Hermione. Didn't I kick his ass in a duel? That's probably why he likes you, Draco said with a smirk. He thought, oh Harry, you're so powerful. He's probably right, you know, Luna said softly. I imagine you looked amazing when you fought him. Harry blushed hotter at Luna's praise, as everyone started snickering. Why would I want to go on a date with someone who just likes me because I'm powerful? He probably also thinks you're cute, Blaise smirked. Can't imagine why, of course. Harry threw a bit of toast at Blaise. Fuck off. That's the real reason, Ron said as he laughed at Blaise's look of indignation. He probably fancies how often you said fuck, thinks you're a rebel. Harry is a rebel, Susan said. First student in over 25 years to be expelled. Am I really? Harry asked interestedly. Yep, Dumbledore never expelled a student before, Susan said. I checked. Maybe he just likes you for you, Neville said to Harry as he brought the conversation back to Fred. You both like Quidditch, both are sort of troublemakers, and Fred seems to like a bit of danger. And Harry's very dangerous, Luna agreed serenely. That's very insightful, Neville. I wouldn't want to date someone who just likes me because I'm strong and dangerous, Harry said after thinking it over for a moment. I only want to date someone who thinks I'm dangerous, Susan grinned. Helps keep them in check. Draco shuddered dramatically. Everyone knows you're dangerous, Susan. Good. Fred being a guy doesn't bother you though, Theo asked hesitantly after everyone went quiet for a few seconds. What is it with Wixen and their weird judgmental bullshit? What's your blood like? What house are you in? Dark or light? Do ya shag boys or girls? It's madness. Harry threw his hands up in complete exasperation after his rant. I don't care, Theo said hastily after a quick nudge in his ribs from Hermione. But Hermione said muggles are weird about it, and you grew up muggle, so I was just curious. Muggles don't care, Harry laughed sharply. I saw blokes pick up other blokes off the street for a few hours, then go home to their wives later, did I? His friends peered curiously at him until Harry hissed, and they quickly jumped back. You have an odd life, Harry Potter, Luna said softly. Everyone else nodded their head in agreement, and then thankfully moved on to discussing something else. I do have a brill surprise though, Harry muttered to Ron, so go to Hogsmeade with me this weekend. Their week of classes seemed to drag on as teachers became more concerned with the upcoming exams, which weren't until the end of May. Harry wasn't sure why they'd be worried mid-January, but Snape gave him a death glare when he pointed that out in class, so he kept his opinions to himself over it. Their first defense class after break they started studying another new creature, a Hinkapunk. Hinkapunks were wispy smoke-like creatures that carried lanterns and tried to lure people into dangerous bogs. Harry thought that if someone was dim enough to follow a smoky creature carrying a lantern, then they probably deserved to die. Excellent job, Harry, Lupin said cheerfully after Harry answered an easy question on the weird little creature. Harry raised both his brows at Lupin's easygoing response, but decided not to comment on it. Apparently his friends had no such restraint. Why's he being so nice? Susan asked quietly. Lupin's always nice, Theo said. Doesn't usually talk to Harry anymore though, does he? Ron said. Probably because he's with Black, yeah, Harry whispered. Black's my godfather, so he probably told Lupin to get along with me or something. His friends nodded and went back to listening to Lupin's lecture, but Harry slumped down in his seat. He remembered vividly the night Lupin found him in the corridor, and hoped Lupin's newfound cheer towards Harry was based on Black and not pity. Care of Magical Creatures was a long hour of the students all huddled around a bonfire of salamanders, as Hagrid talked about the different ways they were useful. They make fire, Harry muttered to Ron. What other use could they have? SHH, Draco said impatiently, as he tried to listen to Hagrid, without showing he was listening to Hagrid. Divination was just as boring as always. Trelawney moved their class on to palmistry, and spent half of the class one day discussing how Harry's palm had the shortest lifeline she had ever seen. Maybe I'm already dead, Harry said seriously to her when she declared it. I could be a ghost. Trelawney gave them the most homework she'd ever assignment at the end of that class. Quit antagonizing her, Blaze grumbled on their way to their next class. Just pretend to be scared. This, Ron gestured to the ridiculously long essay she assigned, is entirely your fault, mate. Harry figured it was still worth it. Harry, Blaze, Draco, and Susan were all studying after their Thursday afternoon lessons in the library when Harry was approached by another odd person. An older boy, Hufflepuff, with curly golden hair and friendly blue eyes. Harry was pretty sure his name was Diggory. He'd played him his last match, but he didn't pay attention to names much. Hello, he smiled at them all. Harry, I wondered if I could talk to you for a moment. Sure, Harry said, looking up at him. What's up? Diggory cleared his throat and shoved his hands deep in his pockets. I wanted to apologize, he said, for the Quidditch game. It wasn't fair how it ended, and I should have apologized sooner. Harry grit his teeth at the reminder of the whole school, seeing him faint and fall off his broom. "'Kay," he said tightly, "that it?" Diggory frowned. I tried to tell Madame Hooch we should have a rematch, even set up a day with Flint, but she wouldn't let us. "'Kay. Are you?" Diggory looked uncertainly at the other students. "Are you mad? Because I truly am sorry." "I believe you," Harry said, "but it doesn't mean anything, does it?" Diggory hesitated as he considered what Harry said. "I suppose you're right. I don't think there is anything I can say to make up for it. Maybe I'll just cheer for you to win the upcoming Ravenclaw game then." "You do that," Harry snorted. "I'll be cheering for you to lose against Gryffindor next weekend, so we can beat them in the finals." Diggory laughed and gave Harry another smile. "We'll see," he said. "I should get back to my friends. I just wanted to apologize, but next time I'll come prepared, all right?" "'Kay." Harry turned his attention back to his essay. He was painstakingly writing for McGonagall as Diggory walked away. "He's very handsome, you know," Susan giggled. "Lots of girls in Hufflepuff are always trying to talk to him." "Including you?" Draco asked with a smirk. Susan crinkled her nose. "He's too nice for me. Almost seems fake, you know." "Let me get this straight." Blaze put down his quill in favor of joining Draco and Susan's hushed conversation. "You want to date someone who thinks you're dangerous, and who isn't too nice?" "Yep," Susan nodded her head. "Probably good-looking and smart as well." "I'll only date someone smart," Draco said. "Imagine trying to make a conversation with someone like Goyle for the rest of your life." He shuddered dramatically. "Pretty girl with a head full of air." Blaze winked at Susan, who rolled her eyes. "Sounds like the ticket to me. What about you, Harry?" "What about me what?" Harry said. "What's your ideal girlfriend or boyfriend?" Draco asked. "I dunno." Harry tried to consider someone he would like to spend time with alone, like how Theo and Hermione always did. "I suppose, just someone who likes me for me, yeah." "That's your only requirement," Draco said, "that they like you for you." "Well, it's fucking rare, innit?" Harry said defensively. "People usually either like me cause I'm famous or cause of some other daft reason like being the heir of Slytherin. So yeah, it'd be brill if they were good-looking and smart, but mostly I just want them to like me for me." Draco slumped back at the heat in Harry's voice and offered him an apologetic look. "You're right, I'm sorry. He gestured towards Blaze and Susan. "All like you for you, just so you know." "Thanks, Dre." Harry felt a faint heat trying to work its way up his neck at his words. "I suppose you aren't so bad yourself." Draco stuck his tongue out at him, and they all laughed at the juvenile gesture from the usually uptight Malfoy heir. Harry thought more about dates, and dating and boyfriends and girlfriends as he wrote his essay. He wasn't blind or stupid. He had seen how his classmates had started making softer eyes towards one another, and how there seemed to be more kids holding hands and girls giggling in the halls than there used to be. He figured it was to be expected as everyone was getting older and full of hormones, as Snape would say. Harry had never actually dated anyone or ever been on a date with anyone. He'd been with men before, back when he was on the streets and he was cold or sick or starving. It was horrible and usually hurt both physically or mentally, as he felt humiliated on his knees before. He knew that those times were just a means to an end, a way to offer something in exchange for food or shelter for a night. But dates, confessions of love, holding hands and kissing, it was an entirely different thing. And he didn't understand it at all. The next morning during breakfast, Harry was surprised to see a little brown owl fly straight to him during post and drop off a parchment. "Who's that from?" Neville asked curiously. "Dunno." Harry opened it and quickly read it. "Hey pup. Mooney said you have a Hogsmeade weekend coming up tomorrow, and I wanted to know if you'd want to grab a drink at the Three Broomsticks with me. You could bring your friends if you'd like. I'd say it's my treat, but apparently since we're sharing a vault, it's our treat. Hopefully I'll see you tomorrow, let's say at 2 o'clock. If you don't show then I'll cry, but no pressure." "Serious?" Harry unwillingly grinned at Black's stupid joke about crying if Harry didn't show up tomorrow. "It's Black," he said as he handed Susan's nosy self the letter. "Wants to know if we want to get a drink with him tomorrow at the Three Broomsticks, says it's his treat. If I go, anyone want to go with?" Everyone except Blaise and Neville eagerly agreed. "Can't," Blaise grinned. "I've got a hot date with a gorgeous twin." "You're going with Ron's brother?" Harry was surprised and oddly annoyed by this news. "What? No, Merlin Harry, there's more than just one set of twins in this castle." Everyone else laughed so hard that the other Slytherins and nearby Ravenclaws were peering curiously at them. "Oh," Harry shrugged, "I don't know any other twins. Who is it then?" "Padma Patil, she's in our year," Hermione said. "Honestly, Harry, sometimes I wonder if you even know our names or not." "Well, I see you guys every day, don't I?" Harry said before looking towards Neville, who also turned down his offer for tomorrow. "Do you have a date too?" "No," Neville stammered, turning blood red at the sudden interested attention of their group. "I'm not going to Hogsmeade. I told Luna I'd help her study for her herbology test next week." "Neville is a good friend," Luna said. "The plants just speak to him more than they do me." "I'd rather have the Nargles than plants," Ron assured her, "unless they have a plant that can tell the future." "No, they don't." Theo rolled his eyes at Ron's newly disappointed look. "What are you guys even learning in divination?" "Mostly that Harry's going to die young in a painfully tragic way," Ron said with a half-smile. "And that Trelawney is a sherry-loving fraud." Everyone was still snickering about that as the bell rang indicating the start of classes soon. Harry thought about Black's offer through his morning classes and decided that he'd check with Snape before making any decisions on it after their evening potions lesson. Snape seemed to be in a good mood during their lesson. He yelled at Finnegan a few times, awarded Harry and Draco 20 points for their perfect potion, and only assigned 2 feet of homework instead of his usual 3 or 4. Harry lingered by his desk after everyone else left at the end of class to ask about Black's letter. "What can I help you with?" Snape asked after the last student left the room. "Here," Harry handed him the letter and waited as Snape quickly read it. "I know you and I are considered to be friends, but I do not believe I was invited," Snape said dryly as he returned the parchment to Harry. Harry grinned at the look on Black's face if he brought Snape tomorrow and shook his head. "No, sir, I was just wondering if you thought I should go." Snape sat back in his chair and steepled his hands together on his desk. "Why would you ask me that?" he asked Harry curiously. Well, I know you guys don't hate each other so much anymore, but I didn't know if you'd be mad or something if I went." Between the mind healer and Snape, Harry was starting to realize that people and their feelings apparently mattered quite a bit more than he used to think, and he thought maybe Snape's would be hurt if he went to see Black tomorrow. "I will not be mad, upset, or any other negative emotion if you go see Black tomorrow," Snape said, reading through Harry's question easily. "He is your godfather, and you are welcome to spend as much time with him as you would like." Harry chewed on his bottom lip as he watched Snape carefully for any tells that would give away his real thoughts on the matter. After a few moments of Snape looking perfectly at ease, Harry nodded, figuring he wasn't lying. "Brill, Ron, Draco, Susan, Hermione and Theo said they'd go with me then." Do you not have any other friends you're accompanying tomorrow? Snape asked. No. Snape's eyes looked amused at Harry's answer. I was under the impression that a Mr. Fred Weasley was going to accompany you to Hogsmeade. I confiscated an interesting note between him and his brother as he debated on the best way to ask you. Son of a bitch, Harry hissed in Parseltongue. Not you too, he said to Snape. I swear everyone's obsessed with dates right now. Blaise has a date, Hermione and Theo are dating, Fred asked me on a date, I don't. Harry grimaced as he realized the real problem he had with it all. I don't understand it, he admitted quietly. Hermione said dates are to get to know someone, but how do you even know if you want to get to know them? Snape tapped his chin thoughtfully as he considered Harry's question. Perhaps you should ask Black that tomorrow. I am afraid that dating and romance are quite out of my area of expertise. You don't date? Harry asked. I have, Snape said slowly, though not as much as others, and not any in recent years. I believe Mr. Morris would say I have difficulty with commitment. You committed to me just fine, he pointed out. And look how that turned out. Harry grinned at Snape's sarcastic tone when he said that. Did you date anyone when you were a student? A couple of people, Snape said evasively, though I was rather pathetically in love with your mother, so the people I dated quickly ended it once they realized they were only poor substitutes. How do you? What does it mean to be in love with someone? Harry blushed hotly at the odd question, but figured that Snape was the best person to ask, since he didn't usually laugh when he knew Harry was being serious. Loving someone is quite different from being in love with someone, Snape said, politely ignoring Harry's red face. You can love someone and care about their well-being and appreciate them for their own unique traits. This could be a family member or friend. Being in love with someone is more of a romantic feeling. Does that make sense? No, Harry admitted, not really. Snape sighed. Ask Black if you must. He will likely have a much more clear response. I'll think about it, Harry said. He knew Snape wouldn't laugh or take the mickey out of him for the dumb question, but he didn't trust Black like that. I should get to the library, he said regretfully. Of course, Snape said. If you do decide to see Black tomorrow, I would enjoy hearing how it went, if you would like to come see me afterwards. All right, Harry agreed easily. He thought of something he forgot to ask before, sir. Yes. What do you do when you took the note from Fred and George? Snape smirked in a maliciously amused sort of way that reminded Harry that the man was the head of Slytherin for a reason. I took 30 points from Gryffindor and informed him you would prefer the huge spectacle that he was debating on. Pity he apparently had not believed me. I was hopping for another singing dwarf. Bastard, Harry hadn't forgotten the mortifying dwarf from Valentine's Day his second year. You're lucky he just asked me at breakfast, or I'd have to get revenge, sir. Pity, Snape repeated without looking sorry at all. Perhaps I will encourage him to try again. I'll remember this, Harry warned him. Next time I see Neville about to add the wrong ingredient, I'll just let him blow up the cauldron. Snape grimaced at Harry's threat. Truce, he said. Truce, Harry agreed. I'll come see you tomorrow, yeah. Bring me back sugar quills, Snape yelled after him. Harry laughed at Snape's cheerful mood clear to the library. It was unusual to see him acting so ridiculous, but maybe the lack of Dementors improved everyone's mood in the castle. The next morning after breakfast, Harry and his friends bundled up and prepared for their trip. I have to take Ron on an important errand, so we'll meet you guys at the Three Broomsticks at 2, Harry told their other friends as they split up at the village gates. Theo and Hermione were going on another date, and Draco and Susan were meeting up with Daphne Greengrass, Hannah Abbott, and a couple other students in their year to walk around the village. What's the errand? Ron asked as Harry pulled him alongside him towards their destination. Surprise, Harry said shortly with a small grin. Hope it's warm, Ron shivered dramatically at the frigid temps. I dunno how you guys are gonna play Ravenclaw next weekend. Harry rolled his eyes at Ron and pulled on his core lightly. Warm us up. Oh, duh. The tips of Ron's ears turned red, and he ruffled his hair self-consciously. Forgot about magic for a minute, did I? Prat, Harry said fondly. Come on, it's just up here. The Mage's Meow Pet Shop, Ron asked quizzically. Our errand is in a pet store. Yep, Harry pulled Ron inside and gestured towards the many different sections of the store. Happy early birthday. I don't get it. I'm getting you a new pet, Harry said. I know you miss Scabbers, even if he was a disgusting little rat man and thought maybe you'd want a new one. Harry had thought it was a brilliant idea, and the perfect way to cheer up his friend, but the longer Ron stared at him, the more he questioned his idea. "I'm sorry," he eventually mumbled as Ron still stared. "It was stupid, let's just go." "Wait," Ron stuck his arm out and stopped Harry without touching him. "Harry, I'm just surprised. Nobody else even cared that my rat was gone. Even Percy said it's just a pet Ronald when I told him about it." Harry shrugged. "Well, Percy's a git, isn't he? I'd be upset if Sevi turned out to be an animagus on the run." He was actually still disappointed to have lost Grim, but he tried not to think about that because it made him want to curse Black every time he remembered the dog he befriended. Ron gave Harry one of his lopsided grins and looked around at all the different sections of pets. "What do you think I should get?" "Not a rat," Harry said. "They're disgusting." Ron laughed and eyed the section of owls. "Simon, come help me find a pet that isn't a madman." Harry and Ron spent a happy couple of hours holding, petting, and arguing over the best pet. Harry tried to convince him to get a snake when he heard one of them complaining about the store. "It's cold," the little black snake hissed. "Sorry," Harry hissed back. "I'll tell the shopkeeper." Ron shook his head and backed away from the tank of snakes that were all now hissing their complaints to Harry. "I don't want a pet that only you can talk to," he said. "I'd be like a permanent third wheel." Harry shrugged as he stroked and admired the snakes that were all slithering on top of each other for his attention. Apparently Ron also didn't want a cat, they're boring. He said, or a spider. Ron actually turned pale at the tank of them. "I think an owl's your best bet," Harry said. They went back and forth for a while over different owls, when Ron finally picked a little one that looked like Sevi, but with grey feathers instead of black. "He's so cute," a nearby Gryffindor girl squealed. Ron rolled his eyes, but looked pleased as he pet the owl that perched on his shoulder. "He's perfect," Ron said. "Wait, reveal yourself," Harry ordered the owl with a harsh pull of magic. The owl hooted indignantly as the spell ruffled its feathers, but otherwise didn't change at all. "Not an animagus then," Harry declared. "So yep, he's perfect." Ron grinned happily as they grabbed owl supplies for the little grey owl that Ron dubbed Galvin. He tried naming it Chudley, after his favourite Quidditch team, but Harry said it sounded too much like Dudley, so he went with Galvin, the team's keeper's name, instead. When Harry paid for the supplies, he told the shopkeeper about the snake's complaints. "They said it's cold in here," he said, "and they don't like frozen mice, they want fresh ones." "I'll keep that in mind," the shopkeeper said with a terrified look on his face. Harry assumed that a person who worked with snakes every day wouldn't be so scared of Parseltongue. Clearly he was wrong. "You mind if I run Galvin up to the castle?" Ron said when they left the store. "I don't think Madame Rosmeter will be happy if I bring him with us." "Course not," Harry said. "I gotta go get stuff for Snape and Lou anyway." "Thanks again, mate," Ron said happily. "You're a good friend." Harry smiled to himself all the way to Honeydukes. Snape acted like Harry was so bad at other people's emotions, but look at what he did, cheered Ron right up. Hopefully he even changed Ron's boggart. How could someone be scared of their friend that helped them pick out a cute little owl? He made a mental note to tell Snape about it later today. He'd probably rub it in a bit. Harry wasted a little bit of time snagging sweets for Luna and a thing of sugar quills for Snape. He scowled at the pup treats he had gotten Grim last time he was there and tried to push the whole embarrassing incident out of his head. He checked the time after he paid and saw it was still rather early, only 1:15, but decided heading towards the 3 broomsticks was better than standing around in the snow. He entered the pub and shook the snow out of his hair. He made to sit at the counter, planning on ordering something to snack on while he waited, when someone yelled his name. "Harry, over here." He glanced around and saw Black and Lupin were seated in a booth off to the side. He felt his shoulders tense up and rolled them a few times as he slowly walked over to them. "Come sit," Black smiled as he moved so Harry could have the corner seat with the view of the door. "You're early," he said happily. "Cold out, ain't it?" Harry shrugged. "Where are your friends?" Lupin asked politely. "They'll be here in a bit," Harry said. Ron took his new owl up to the castle, and everyone else had plans till 2. "Ron got a new owl," Black said. "Good. I felt guilty when I realized Pettigrew going to Azkaban meant that Ron lost his pet." "I remembered," Harry said, preening slightly with how pleased with himself he was. "Told him I'd buy him any pet he wanted as an early birthday gift." "Good job, pup," Black smiled. Lupin smiled as well as he got to his feet. I'm gonna go, I've got lessons to plan and papers to grade. Harry politely turned his head as the two said goodbye, and raised his hand cordially when Lupin left. He doesn't really have anything to do, Sirius said. He's just being nice because he knew I wanted to spend time with you. Why? Black looked confused at his question and scrunched his brows down. Why was he being nice, or why did I want to spend time with you? Why do you want to spend time with me? Harry clarified. Because you're my godson, Black said, and I want to get to know you better. Harry grimaced as he thought of all the things about himself Black already knew. What do you want to know? Everything, Black laughed. What's your favorite color? What's yours? Harry shot back. Gold, he said. Mine's green. Favorite class? You first, Harry said with a small grin. Mine was Transfiguration, Black said, grinning as well. I was a right dab at it and Minnie loved me. Minnie? Professor McGonagall, she hated being called Minnie, so your dad, and I did it every day. Harry laughed as he imagined McGonagall's face if someone were to call her that. Mine's potions, he admitted. Because Snape teaches it, Black asked as he waved down Madame Rosmeter. Harry shook his head. Because I have to actually work, don't I? It's not easy like all my other classes. Hold that thought, pup, Black said as Rosmeter sauntered over to their table. Sirius Black, she smiled. What can I do for you now? Are you still pretending that you aren't madly in love with me? Black said with a charming sort of smile. Because if so, then I guess we just want to order something to eat and some drinks, but if not, then I'm ready to propose. Rosmeter laughed and drew a few jealous eyes their way as she batted at Black's arm. You're a rascal, she said. I think a certain professor would be jealous if we did. You're right, Black said solemnly. Minerva would never forgive me if I ran away with you. He's incorrigible, Rosmeter said to Harry. A terrible flirt, isn't he? Rosmeter's eyes were glittering in a way that made him think she liked the attention. Harry figured Black was good-looking enough to catch her eye. His long dark hair, leather jacket, and happy-go-lucky personality had a certain appeal to it probably. If you say so, Harry muttered as he slumped down in his seat and glanced around the room warily. He could feel the curious stares of the other patrons and hated it. Can we get a few orders of chips? Black said. And Harry, how many kids are coming? 5 others, Harry said. And 7 butterbeers, Black added. You can just add it all to my tab. Cheers, Rosmeter said with another wink as she swept off to fill their order. Black turned back to Harry with an easy smile that Harry was beginning to suspect was permanently attached to the man's face. Where were we? He said. Oh, yeah, okay, so potions is your favorite because your other classes are easy. How come they're so easy? Harry smirked as he suddenly had a chance to show off a bit. Because of this. He pointed his finger at Black's leather jacket and turned it red and sparkly before making it blue and silky, and finally turning it back to the black leather it started as. Merlin, Black said, thought maybe you only did wandless magic when you were trying to kill people. That too, Harry said easily as the drinks and snacks floated to their table. Potions doesn't use much magic though, does it? So I have to pay attention in that class. That's amazing. Black sounded genuinely impressed, which made Harry sit up straighter and grin just a bit. Your dad would have given anything for power like that. Hell, I still would. Harry's grin faded just a bit as he realized that was probably the first thing most people remembered about him. It's not that great, he said. Course it is, Black disagreed, but I'm sure it's not as interesting as, let's see, who's your favorite professor, and don't say Snape. But it is Snape, Harry said. Second favorite then, Black said. I already know he's your favorite. Flitwick, Harry said, gave me points once when I threatened a whole group of Ravenclaws, didn't he? Was McGonagall yours then? Her an old sluggy, Black said. He was the potions professor when I was a student. Right pushover. Let us do whatever we wanted if we batted our eyes just right. The man was obsessed with Lily, though. Harry laughed when Black batted his eyes at Harry coquettishly. He snagged a few chips off the tray while Black started again with more questions. Favorite food? Harry's was miniature treacle tarts, which Black said wasn't a food, and Harry argued that it absolutely counted, and Black was shepherd's pie. Favorite music? They both liked the Led Zeppelin album that Snape got for Harry. He had listened to 1,000,000 times on the charmed disc, player him, and Snape fixed up over the summer. Who's your best friend, best guy and best girlfriend? Harry's was Susan, and Blaze and Black was Harry's dad, and he admitted he didn't have many female friends. They were arguing over the best animal. Harry said owls while Black adamantly said it was dogs, when Harry's friends started trickling in. "Hello," Hermione said shyly as her and Theo were the first to arrive. Their cheeks were pink from the cold, and Harry thought their lips looked suspiciously chapped. "I'm Hermione Granger, and this is Theo Not." Black did a subtle double take at Theo's name, but smiled at both of them and offered them a seat. "I'm Sirius Black," he said. "It's nice to meet you." They repeated the process as Susan, Draco, and Ron all arrived. "You get Galvin set up?" Harry asked Ron. "Yep," Ron's smile stretched across his whole face. He flew right up to Sevi and they started hooting at each other. "Suppose our owls are gonna be mates too." "Who's Galvin?" Draco asked as he sat down and snagged a butterbeer. "An owl, stupid," Susan laughed as she sat next to Harry. "He's my owl," Ron said proudly. "Harry got him for me for my birthday." "Oh, Harry, that was sweet of you," Hermione said. "That's Harry, sweet as can be," Theo rolled his eyes. "You're Molly's son, right?" Black asked Ron. "You look just like her." "Yep," Ron confirmed as he sat down. "People usually call me Ron though. Molly's son is a bit of a mouthful, isn't it?" "Do we like Black?" Susan whispered directly in Harry's ear under the cover of Black and Draco's laughter. "For now," Harry muttered. Susan nodded in understanding, and Harry felt a new wave of appreciation for his friend. If he had said he didn't like Black, he had no doubt that she would have spent the rest of the time trying to catch the man on fire or some other mad scheme, which was one of the many reasons why Susan was his best friend. "And I've heard about you, of course," Black said to Susan as he slid her a drink. "Painted inconsiderate asshole on Remus' door, yeah." "How'd you know?" Susan asked. "Even Lupin didn't know." "You admitted it right in front of him," Black said. "You lot know he's got super hearing, right? There's no such thing as a quiet whisper around him. Trust me." Harry and Susan exchanged shocked looks, as they hadn't actually considered that during their many whispered conversations. Honestly, Hermione rolled her eyes in exasperation. "It's like neither of you even bothered to read the textbook." "We didn't," Harry and Susan said simultaneously, before the whole group cracked up in laughter. "All right, so how'd you all meet Harry?" Black asked everyone. "I met Harry first," Susan said. "He was at the library in Diagon Alley, just breaking the law in the middle of the legal section. I walked right up to him and said, 'You're going to be expelled for that, you know.' And I told her that magic that didn't use a wand wasn't illegal." Harry grinned as he remembered Susan's pompous tone. It felt like it was forever ago that they met. Black chuckled at that and gave Harry a look of approval. "How about you lot?" "I met him in Madame Malkin's," Draco said. "He was the rudest kid I've ever met in my life. Then he summoned his jacket from the doorway like it was nothing." "Ron and I met him on the train," Hermione said. "After he stuck his wand in our faces, and I thought I was about to be murdered," Ron grinned. "Then he threatened the trolley lady and she still won't sell him treats." All the kids laughed about that. It was absolutely true. The trolley lady holds a grudge worse than anyone Harry had ever met, including himself. "How about you, Theo?" Black asked. "We met on the first night. After Harry nearly killed a student during the opening duels, I figured I should either be his friend or ask for a resort," Theo said dryly with a small smirk towards Harry. Then the rest of us just sort of clicked. Black eyed Theo and Hermione's clasped hands. "Looks like it," he grinned. Theo and Hermione both turned a little pink, but the rest of them grinned. "What's an opening duel?" Black asked curiously when Draco was done teasing Hermione and Theo. "It's a Slytherin tradition," Draco said. He explained the duels and how they sorted out any problems students had with each other on the first night, while Black listened attentively. "And someone had a problem with Harry on his first ever night?" he asked skeptically. "Plenty of students used to have a problem with Harry," Draco said. "Boys who lived and all," Theo added. "And now they worship the ground he walks on," Ron said with a roll of his eyes. Black laughed again and they all fell into more casual conversation. Black asked Draco about his mom and shared a few stories about her when she was younger. Harry realized that Black was what Susan would call a social butterfly. He seemed to enjoy talking to all of them and acted like he wanted to get to know them all. Harry felt the tiniest smidge of guilt at thinking he nearly killed someone who probably didn't really deserve it, the whole grim problem notwithstanding. "There's the twins," Susan giggled suddenly, as Fred and George walked in the pub with a group of their own friends, and took up a table on the other side of the room. "Fred doesn't look too broken up over your rejection, does he?" Draco said as he glared across the room at them. "Shut up," Harry hissed, ducking down slightly to avoid being seen. He hadn't decided what he thought about Fred yet, and didn't want to attract his attention right now. "Who's Fred?" Black whispered. "My brother," Ron said, asked Harry out and Harry told him no. "Tall red-headed twin?" Black asked. "Yes," Hermione said. Black looked at Harry and quirked his lips up in an amused sort of look. "Mooney told me he thought you and Susan were a couple," he laughed. "He didn't tell me you had an older boy after you." Black waggled his brows in the same way Ron did when he was teasing Harry about something. "We are not a couple," Harry sputtered as Susan giggled. "She's my best friend." "Harry's my honorary brother," Susan said, as she threw her arm around his shoulder in the casual way Harry had started to enjoy. "My auntie said if Snape wasn't so clingy, she would have let him move in with us last year." Harry turned to Susan and stared at her slack-jawed for a moment. "She did?" he asked quietly. "Yep," Susan confirmed, "but then Snape gave you a damn house and we knew it was a lost cause." Harry felt a warmth wash over him at that. He knew Amelia had been kind to him and even wrote him a few times since the summer he stayed there, but he didn't know that she offered to be his guardian. "That was nice of her," he said quietly. "My mum applied to be your guardian too," Ron added. "Said we could dye your hair and you'd fit right in." Everyone laughed at that, since all of Ron's siblings had bright orange hair. "Nobody would even notice one extra Weasley," Draco pointed out, "but then Fred would have to find a new crush." Harry hissed quietly at Draco as he brought the subject back to Harry. "Tell me about your classes," Black cut in with a subtle wink towards Harry. "It's been years since I've even thought about them." Harry relaxed slightly as everyone started talking about the classes they liked and disliked for the rest of the conversation. He drank his butterbeer and cut in every so often until it started to get darker outside. "We should probably head back soon," Hermione said when she checked the time. "We don't want to get in trouble." "Wonder what that would be like," Susan grinned. Black jumped up and smiled at the students as they gathered their bags. "It was nice meeting you all," he said earnestly. "Until I find a job, I'm making myself at home here, so I'll probably see you next time you guys are in the village." "Are you rejoining the Auras?" Harry asked, unconsciously wrinkling his nose in distaste. "Fuck no," Black said as he walked with them through the exit. "Why would I want to work with the same gits that tossed me in prison without a trial?" Harry nodded his head in complete agreement. "Good," he said. He glanced towards his other friends and made a quick decision. "I'll catch up with you guys at dinner, yeah? I'm gonna talk for a minute, then I told Snape I'd stop by." His friends agreed easily and started racing each other towards the castle. "Snape making sure I didn't accidentally kill you," Black said casually as he stuck his hands in his pockets and strolled alongside Harry as he slowly walked towards the castle. Harry gave him an incredulous look. "Do ya think you could?" "Probably not," Black said with a small huff of laughter, "but he might still think it." "Maybe," Harry allowed. "I wanted to ask you something, though." "Sure, what's up, pup?" Did you tell Lupin all that stuff I said?" Harry asked quickly. It had been bothering him ever since they left the Mind Healer's office over break and Snape said that Lupin and Black were once again dating. Black stopped in the middle of the path and gave Harry an uncharacteristically serious look. "I didn't," he said. "I swear, I wish I hadn't have heard it. Not because I don't want to know all about you," he said hastily, "but because I wish I would have learned it once I earned your trust, not because you didn't know who you were talking to." Harry released his breath in a relieved sigh. It was bad enough that Lupin knew his boggart and caught him being stupid in the corridor one night. He didn't want to imagine the man knowing even more about him. "Good," he said as they started walking again. Thanks, I guess." "I'm pretty decent at keeping secrets," Black said. "I never told anyone that your dad wet the bed all through his first year." "He did," Harry said with a surprised laugh. "Fuck, that would be embarrassing." "Oh, it was," Black grinned. "Plus we didn't know then that Remus was a wolf, so Remus knew the whole time." "Oh my God," Harry started laughing harder at that. "Why, he wet the bed?" "He'd never been away from home. His parents, your grandparents, spoiled him rotten. He was an only child until I moved in, so moving out to Hogwarts was a big change for him. Harry listened as Black shared a couple other stories about James Potter. It wasn't so bad hearing about him like this. It was a lot like when Snape talked about his mom, just goofy stories about what his parents were like when they were younger. Harry thought it was unfair that everyone else seemed to know all these things about them, that he'd never get a chance to find out for himself, before he reminded himself that it didn't matter. They couldn't come back from the dead, and Harry didn't need them any. It was pointless to pine over something you couldn't have. When they arrived at the gates, Black stopped and smiled genuinely at Harry, in a way that made his grey eyes crinkle around the corners. "You play Ravenclaw next weekend, right?" he asked. "Yep." Black shuffled his feet a bit and looked almost nervous as he asked him, "Mind if I come?" "Come to the match?" Harry asked, bewildered. "Why?" Black shrugged. "I used to think about you being a famous Quidditch star one day. When you were a baby, course I thought you'd be a chaser like your dad and I were, and I just thought it might be nice to come cheer you on, like I always wanted to." Harry watched him carefully, as he felt another one of the odd waves of warmth crash into him. "Why yeah," he stammered as he kicked a pebble across the pathway. "That'd be all right." Black smiled and shook his hair back out of his face. "Perfect," he said. "Never thought I'd need a reason to buy a Slytherin scarf." Harry smirked as he remembered Snape saying how his dad and Black hated Slytherins when they were students. "You have to wear green or you can't come," he said mock solemnly. "The Seeker for Ravenclaw is a twit, so you don't want people to be confused about who you're cheering for." All right, Black put his hands up in surrender. "I'll be there and I'll wear green." "Brill," Harry said. "Guess I'll see you next weekend then." "Wouldn't miss it," Black said as Harry walked through the gates. "Send Minnie my lovey." Harry flipped him off even as he laughed on his way to the castle doors. He didn't trust Black, not yet, but he couldn't deny that the man's cheerful mood was a bit contagious. He figured if he had spent 12 years in prison and finally had his name cleared, he'd probably be pretty happy about it too, though. Harry still had a small smile on his face as he made his way to the dungeons. Black was a lot different from him, but he was an alright bloke so far. Harry was mostly relieved now that he hadn't killed him. Chapter 22, Ravenclaw vs. Slytherin. "I'm here," Potter called as he entered Severus' office. "You are," Severus agreed as he looked Potter over. His cheeks were flushed from the chill outside, but his eyes were bright and sparkling along with a grin on his face that made Severus believe his trip had gone well. "Got you something," Potter said as he dug in his pockets. He pulled out a blue bag with the Honeydukes logo on it and reversed the shrinking charm he had on it before handing it over to Severus. "It's sugar quills." Severus smiled as Harry threw himself in his chair. "Thank you," he said genuinely. "How was your day?" "Good," Potter said. "Guess what I did?" "Something illegal, no doubt," Severus scoffed. "No," Potter glared at him slightly for his comment. "I bought Ron an owl for his birthday." "Did you?" Severus watched as Potter puffed his chest out proudly and repressed the urge to smirk at the Draco-like gesture. "I was unaware it was Mr. Weasley's birthday." "It's not till March, but I thought he looked sad, cause of Scabbers being an actual fucking rat instead of just a pet one, so I bought him an owl." Severus was so taken aback by Potter's reasoning that he didn't even bother to correct his language. "That was considerate of you," he said. "I personally had not considered Ronald's loss when I kidnapped his rat." "I did," Potter preened. "Saw he looked sad and I fixed it, did I?" Severus was truly impressed with Potter's decision. It showed no small amount of empathy that he was able to. "And now I'm probably not his boggart." "God damn it. What were you thinking when you decided to purchase Ronald a new familiar?" Severus asked casually as he shuffled a stack of essays on his desk. "Specifically, if you wouldn't mind elaborating." Severus could practically sense Potter furrowing his brow as he thought it through. "Well, I thought Ron was sad and figured I could fix it, so I did." "And you believed that you could also eliminate his current fear by doing this?" "Yep," Potter grinned again. "Probably worked, didn't it?" "Probably," Severus agreed. It was impossible to determine if Potter had undertaken the task due to altruistic empathy or because he had seen an opportunity to fulfill a personal goal. Though if the end result was him being kind to a friend, Severus supposed the intent behind the act was unimportant. "How did your meeting with Black go?" he asked instead. Potter shuffled uneasily at the question, and Severus worried that Black had irritated the child in some way before he realized that Potter looked guilty, not unhappy. It was fine, Potter said hesitantly. He talks a lot, you know. Severus smiled to himself as he realized why Potter felt guilty. It was for the same reason that he spoke with him before agreeing to meet Black today. He was needlessly concerned that Severus would be unhappy if he were too comfortable with Black. I am pleased to hear it went well, Severus said, attempting to interject as much warmth as possible in his tone. Was Black cordial to your friends as well? Yeah, Potter relaxed as he correctly judged that Severus was not displeased with him. He's awfully social, ain't he? Rosmita said he's an incorrigible flirt, too. Severus nearly scowled as he remembered the way that the witches in their year used to trip over themselves for Black. Of course, once it was revealed that the man was not interested in women, then a decent portion of males became interested in him instead. He is, Severus agreed lightly. Did you speak with him about your date offer from the older Mr. Weasley? No, Potter rolled his eyes. What if he laughed, huh? Severus steeled himself as he prepared to do something he never imagined he would, defend Sirius Black. Harry, I do not believe that Black would have laughed at you, he said. I am entirely confident that he would have been incredibly pleased with an opportunity to discuss the matter with you. Potter watched him for a moment before shrugging. It's fine, he waved his hand negligibly. I'll figure it out myself. What specifically is causing you distress? Severus asked. He hadn't anticipated discussing dating when he took on Potter as his ward, which was rather short-sighted of him as Potter was destined to eventually become a hormonal teenager. More than that, Potter would be a popular target for the affection of others. He was famous, powerful, displayed a confident front to the other students, and now that he was growing normally, he was a rather handsome child. Thus, dating was inevitable, and if Potter refused to speak with someone else, then the task fell to Severus as his guardian to guide him through the daunting phase. I dunno, I just don't get what Fred wants, you know. What do ya do on a date? Would he want to hold hands like Hermione and Theo do? Have sex? Kiss? Severus choked on his own salvia at Potter's casual inclusion of intercourse, alongside the more innocent suggestions of holding hands and kissing. Not sex, Severus sputtered out. Fuck, you're 13, Harry. Severus himself had not become sexually active until his 6th year, though, as the potions master for a boarding school of co-ed students, Severus was not unaware that students began having sexual contact as young as 13. He just preferred his ward did not indulge in them. Potter gave him a curious look. So that is too young to be involved in a sexual relationship, Severus said firmly. Much, much too young. You know, Potter grimaced and looked beyond Severus towards the wall. You know I've done that before, he said in what he clearly thought was a casual tone yet was strained and quivered ever so slightly. So I'm not too young. Pitiful. Despite how horribly uncomfortable you are about to feel, I need you to listen to me closely, understood? Severus told Potter firmly. He waited until Potter nodded before he continued. Any sexual activity that you partook in up until now has not been consensual, safe, or pleasurable. Those experiences are vastly different from reciprocal intercourse with a partner of equal standing. Do you understand? Potter continued staring at the wall, and despite his bright red face, he appeared thoughtful. I see, consented to most of them, Potter admitted quietly. But can we talk about something else? Severus wanted to, dear God he wanted to, especially if the topic was causing Potter to revert back to his rarely heard stammer, but Potter needed to understand the differences. And since Severus impulsively obliviated the mind healer, he supposed it was now his role to explain it to the pitiful child. If you would allow me to say one more thing, then we can discuss something else, he said. You were a child, a hungry, cold, homeless child. Agreeing to an act in order to acquire food, money, or shelter does not make you an equal nor consenting participant. Does that make sense? Potter shrugged after a moment, and Severus saw as he slowly measured his breaths before his face resembled something aside from a heavily scarred tomato. Black said he's coming to the game this weekend, he said in what was perhaps the least subtle subject change in history. Severus relaxed back in his chair at the new topic. Is he aware he will either be cheering for Slytherin or working against his godson? Potter smirked slightly now that Severus allowed the much simpler conversation. Told him that, said he had to wear green cause Chang's a twit, did I? Severus hummed at Potter's insult to Miss Cho Chang, a 4th-year Ravenclaw student who was rather a twit of a girl. Not that Severus could agree aloud. Do you think you guys are gonna sit together? Potter asked curiously. Severus snorted and then immediately regretted, as Potter seemed to slump slightly at his obvious disdain. Possibly, he said as he quickly backpedaled. I imagine Black will sit with Lupin in the teacher's stand, which is where I typically sit. You could sit with my friends if you wanted, sir, Potter grinned. I'm sure they'd be less annoying. Severus grimaced fully as he considered what would undoubtedly be a much more annoying section to sit in. I'll take my chances with the mutt, he said grimly. Potter laughed and stretched his back as he got to his feet. I should get to dinner before Susan comes hunting me down. Severus pretended to shudder at the threat of Miss Bones, which accomplished his goal in making Potter chuckle again. As Potter was about to exit the office, Severus recalled the mind healer's notes outlining how Severus is unaffectionate with his ward, which was both unfair and untrue in Severus' opinion. Potter turned and gave him a curious look as Severus called his name. Yeah, you did a kind thing in purchasing Mr. Weasley an owl, Severus said, which was true regardless of Potter's reasoning. I am proud of you. Potter blinked at Severus and twisted his lips into a pursed position. Thanks, he said slowly, I'll see you later. Severus let his head strike the back of his chair as he leant back rather roughly. It was entirely tempting to inform Black that he would be required to show Potter affection and handle any relationship question. Then he considered actually requesting Black do a single thing for his ward and changed his mind. Despite how unbearably uncomfortable and unnatural it may be, Severus would handle it himself. Black would likely mess it up anyway. The man was a moron. Contessa Juliana Zabini. Greetings, Contessa. I trust that France is treating you well. My ward informed me that you enjoyed the holidays in France, and I hope that this is true. I am reaching out to you with a particular problem relating to my ward that I am hoping you may be able to assist me with. Potter Harry has been diagnosed with a mind illness and could be treated with Muggle medication. However, the United Kingdom does not offer this medication to minors as of yet. France, in their superior medical advances, does. My hope is that you may be able to acquire this medication for Harry. If you believe this will not be an infringement upon your time, please let me know, and I can send the precise medication needed. If not, I will take him over the summer. However, the sooner he is treated, the better. Kindly, Severus T. Snape. The day of the Ravenclaw and Slytherin match dawned brightly. Despite the sun shining, Severus did not envy the players as they planned to fly through the skis in the bitterly cold winter air. He gave the Slytherin team nods of approval as they all ate hearty breakfasts. Severus was pleased to see that Potter was uncharacteristically eating enthusiastically as he laughed and talked with his friends. He also kept shooting hopeful looks towards the hall doors before sending guilty ones towards Severus, which was rather easily interpreted. Severus could easily admit to himself that he worried about Potter's relationship with Black. Black was easygoing, social, affectionate, and kind, all the things Severus himself was not. Lupin had diminished his opportunity to bond with Potter the moment he witnessed Potter in two vulnerable moments. It may be unfair of the child to hold that against Lupin, but Severus had not complained because he found the situation perfectly tolerable. But now, especially after pursuing the notes from the mind healer, Severus was in a position where he should encourage Potter and Black's relationship for the benefit of his ward, which he understood to be the reasonable route he should take. Yet he worried that Potter would find Black preferable to himself eventually, and where would that leave him? Pinning after a position in the child's life that he hardly deserved. It would be pathetic. But Potter's guilty glances were causing Severus to feel his own guilt. He finished his coffee as he mentally chided himself. Worrying over Potter's connection to Black would not cement his place in the child's life. He would have to instead show Potter that he could have both of them, and that Severus would not be displeased to share him. Even if it was a lie. Boys, Severus nodded to Potter and Draco, are you prepared for today? Of course, Draco said with a bright smile. Ravenclaw doesn't stand a chance. Thanks to the Seeker, of course, Potter scoffed. Slytherin chasers could use some work. Oi, Draco threw a napkin at Potter, as the rest of their merry band of misfits laughed. Severus saw Potter subtly glance towards the door again, and internally sighed. What time is Black arriving? He asked casually. Potter turned his head back down to his plate, and looked up at Severus through his lashes. Dunno, Potter said shortly. My assistance is required to supervise the students as they head to the pitch soon. If you would like, I could point Black to the team locker room when he arrives. Severus offered in as neutral of a tone as he could. Potter looked up properly at him and narrowed his eyes in suspicion, which Severus thought was rather unfair. That's okay, he said. If he wants to find me then, I'm sure he can do it by himself, can't he? Severus inclined his head in silent acknowledgement. If you insist, he said, I must go ensure that no children accidentally find themselves in the forest instead of the pitch. It would be a shame if Hogwarts lost half the Gryffindors. Potter's friends snickered, and with a last wish of luck, Severus left the hall to go supervise the students. He entertained himself by docking points from the other houses as students shoved and fought their way to the pitch. It was frigidly cold, and Severus sincerely hoped that the teams flying today were intelligent enough to utilize warming charms, which, judging from the casual way Potter and Draco strolled to the locker rooms, it seemed as if his team was. Severus didn't miss the way Potter glanced around as he walked. While his vigilant glances were not unusual, the hopeful look in his eyes was. Finally, about 10 minutes before the game was set to start, and the last of the students had entered the stands, Severus saw the wild mane of hair that could only belong to Black coming through the gates. He grit his teeth and rolled his shoulders as he prepared himself. This is for Potter, he reminded himself sternly. Black, he called, catching the man's attention. Snape, Black said cordially as he jogged up to him. Have you seen Harry? Severus was begrudgingly impressed to see a Slytherin scarf wrapped around the man's neck. He was sure Potter would appreciate the gesture. He is in the Slytherin locker room. Severus pointed towards the lockers. I believe he has been waiting on you to arrive. Great, Black gave Severus an attempt at a smile that looked much more like a grimace. Ah, thanks then. Severus nodded silently, as he felt as though he had exhausted his ability to remain cordial. He watched as Black ran to the locker rooms, an excited smile making him appear much younger. His duty now done, Severus made his way to the teacher's box. He bit back a scathing retort when he arrived, and Lupin immediately asked him if he had seen Black. I believe he was wishing Potter luck, he said stiffly, as he wedged himself between Minerva and Filius. Rough day, Severus, Filius asked sympathetically. And about to get worse, Severus muttered as Black bound up the stairs to the box. Minnie, he cried, it's been so long. Not long enough, Minerva responded, her tone warm despite her words. I heard you've made a nuisance of yourself in Rosmeta's pub. You know me, Black smiled. Rosie complains, but she loves me. Lupin sighed in a faux put upon way, as Black pulled a Slytherin scarf from his pocket and draped it around his neck. We are supporting Harry, he said firmly. No pretending to be impartial today. Severus clenched his jaw and decided to watch as the teams entered the pitch. To avoid the lovesick eyes, the two grown men seated in the row in front of him were making. There's Harry, Black said. Merlin, he looks sharp, doesn't he? Yes, Lupin agreed. He's an excellent flyer. Lupin has seen one game, Severus thought harshly. He's hardly a judge of Potter's talents. How do you feel about your chances, Severus? Filius asked loudly. Think Flint'll win the cup for his last year here? Of course, Severus said. Lord knows he'll need something to put on his resumes. Filius chuckled, as did Minerva, and Severus felt a rather unprecedented feel of camaraderie amongst his fellow staff. They would still have to beat my Lions, Minerva said, and Wood is maniacally practicing day in and day out. The teams took to the air, and Severus watched as Potter drifted higher than the rest of the players, and began lazily making laps around the field. Sorry, Minnie, but my bet's on Slytherin this year, Black said cheerfully. Harry nearly caught the snitch last game, even after the Dementors took to the field. He caught it the year before after Fred Weasley shattered his arm as well, Severus automatically added. Fred broke Harry's arm, Black asked as he tracked Harry with his eyes, thought he was sweet on him. Minerva looked towards Severus, who grimaced and lifted a shoulder. Fred is 15, she said stiffly, and a hooligan to boot. Sounds like oh shit, Black gasped as Harry dove towards the ground quickly, causing the Chang girl to follow behind. Only 10 minutes in the game. It looks as if Slytherin seeker Harry Potter has spotted the snitch. The announcer, Lee Jordan, a fifth-year Gryffindor, yelled to boos from 3/4 of the students. Don't boo my godson, you prats, Black cried indignantly. Severus nearly bit his tongue in half to prevent himself from commenting that Black used to have no difficulty booing Slytherin when he was a student. This is for Potter, he chanted in his head as he watched his ward. Potter, less than 2 feet from the ground, suddenly pulled back on his broom and shot back towards the sky. Chang was not as lucky and nosedived into the ground. It was a feint, Jordan shouted, now excited at Potter's tactic. Potter pulled off a feint, Chang crashes and the score is 0-10 for Ravenclaw. Black jumped to his feet as he cheered loudly. "Did you see that Mooney?" he yelled. "Harry's like a pro out there." "I told you he was good," Lupin said as he cheered alongside him. Severus lifted his hand lightly as Potter looked towards the box. Black, of course, waved obnoxiously. "I hate this sport," Severus muttered to Filius as Potter flipped his way across the field. "What's Harry's statistics on not getting injured during a match?" Filius asked. Severus thought of Potter's one game he was able to play in his second year where he shattered his arm. Then he was expelled for what should have been his second match. The third Slytherin game was cancelled due to Granger's petrification. And the only match Potter has played in this school year ended in a dead faint and an outrageous number of severe injuries. "Not good," Severus responded to Filius. "Then he's bound to be due for an injury-free game," Minerva said kindly as she patted Severus' knee. After clapping for Draco as he scored his second goal for Slytherin, Minerva's words were proven faulty. "Foul," Black screamed as Daniel Ingleby, the seventh-year beater on the Ravenclaw team, cracked Potter in the knee with his bat harshly enough that the noise reverberated through the stands. "God damn it," Severus hissed. "He'll fix it right," Black turned around and asked him nervously as Potter howled once, but continued to fly. "I doubt it," Severus said tightly, as he saw his ward's left leg hanging limply off the broom. "But he's good at controlling his magic," Black insisted. "Why wouldn't he fix it?" Severus glanced down and saw that Black did appear genuinely concerned. "Harry's magic responds best when he is neither in pain nor in emotional turmoil," he said, "and I believe a broken kneecap will count as considerable pain." "There he goes," Lupin said as he pulled on Black's jacket. Potter sped towards the Ravenclaw posts. He was bent across his broom in a needless effort to move quicker towards his goal. Potter stretched his arm out and... "Potter CATCHES the snitch," Jordan yelled. SLYTHEINWNS, 170-20. Severus applauded as he made his way to his feet, eager to get to Potter before the foolish child landed and attempted to walk on his leg. "Mooney, I'll catch you later, okay?" Black said as he hurried after Severus. "Snape, wait up." Severus barely slowed his walk to allow Black to catch up with him, curious as to what he wanted. "Hey," he said, "I thought maybe we could talk after the game, about Harry." "What about him?" Severus asked as they both quickly walked towards the pitch where, of fucking course, Potter was limping towards them. "We'll talk later," Black murmured as he ran towards Potter. "Harry, you did amazing." "Thanks," Potter grinned before taking another step and wincing slightly. It was an odd moment to appreciate it, but Severus was mildly impressed by the child's pain threshold, though of course the understanding of how he acquired it was a sobering thought. Professor," Potter glanced down at his knee and back up at Severus. "Think it's broken?" "Of course it is, sit you dunderhead," Severus growled without any real heat in his words. Potter flopped down on the ground and held out the snitch in his hand. "I won," he said brightly. "I am aware," Severus said. "That feint was amazing," Black crowed as Severus cast a quick diagnostic charm. "Where'd you learn that at?" "Over the summer. Snape thought I'd never get it, but I did." Severus snorted as he read the results of the charm, and relaxed slightly. "I believe my concern was that you would not succeed in learning it at 3 a.m, in the dark, as you attempted human transfiguration." Potter grinned up at him, the high from winning the match clearly beating out any pain he may be feeling. "You've shattered your knee. Would you like me to mend it or send you to Poppy?" "You," Potter said simply. "Take that mutt," Severus thought smugly, as Black continued to dissect the game with Potter. "Brachia memendo," he said with a gentle tap on Potter's knee. "Brill," Potter stretched his leg out gingerly before hopping to his feet and waving at his approaching teammates. "One more game," Draco yelled as he ran up to Potter. "We just have to beat Gryffindor." "As if that's hard," Flint snorted before clapping Potter on the shoulder. "Good catch, Potter." Potter's hand twitched at the contact, and he easily stepped away from Flint, closer to Severus, as he shrugged. "Told you Chang's a twit," he scoffed. Draco laughed and fell in step beside Potter in front of Black and Severus. "Susan's grabbing everyone else to go to the kitchen before they meet us in the common room," he explained, as Potter looked around them on their way back towards the castle. "My only better not be bullying Mavis again," Potter warned him darkly. Mavis is your house elf, right? Black asked curiously. Why would Hermione be bullying him? She keeps telling him he should be free and making him come cling on to me, Potter scowled. Every time he sees Hermione, suddenly he's hugging on my legs and saying, Mavis will be being a better elf. It's gross, Draco added helpfully. You don't think elves should be freed? Severus sighed as Black's question set Potter off on a tangent that he himself had heard many times. Not only did Potter adamantly believe house elves should be free, but he also discussed the possibility of purchasing an extra wand and loaning it to Mavis. Potter's rant was interrupted by a loud whistle as the four of them approached the castle. Good game, little snake, one of the Weasley twins, likely Fred, called to him through a crowd of Gryffindor students. Thanks, Potter mumbled, his face turning as red as Weasley's robes. Your leg okay? Weasley called. Yeah. Wicked, so you can go to Hogsmeade with me on Valentine's Day. Potter managed to turn 2 shades redder as Draco and Black both chuckled. 10 points from Gryffindor for obscene remarks, Severus called as he saw Potter looked rather embarrassed. Weasley shrugged and winked at Potter, who quickly dragged Draco inside the castle with him. Why didn't you say yes? Draco laughed. Am not gonna fucking answer in front of a whole crowd, am I? Potter said indignantly. Should have told him to piss off, Black suggested as he leaned against the wall. Make him think you're not interested. Why? Potter asked curiously. Severus was only mildly insulted to see that Draco appeared to be hanging on Black's every word. Potter will be unhappy if you fight with Black, Severus chanted to himself repeatedly. Makes you seem more attractive, Black said. Moony made me chase him around for years, and it drove me mad in a good way. Severus privately thought that perhaps Lupin was unwilling to commit to a man who seemed to have a different date every month, though it was none of his business. Potter glanced at Severus before shrugging at Black. Maybe, he allowed. Draco lightly tugged on Potter's sleeve, consciously not making contact with his actual arm. Come on, we can't have a party until we get there. We're the only ones who scored any points today. Potter laughed and his face instantly brightened at the reminder of their win. Thanks for coming, he said to Black with a hint of uncertainty. Suppose I'll probably see you in Hogsmeade next in a couple weeks. Bring Fred, Black smiled. Any kid who cracked the map's code has to be worth one date. We'll see, Potter said. Thanks for fixing my leg, Professor, he said to Severus. Severus waved his hand, used to Potter's unnecessary gratitudes for simple tasks. Do try and be in your dorm by curfew, he said sternly, and inform Miss Lovegood she should return to her own bed as well. Potter gave Severus a half-hearted salute as he ran towards the staircase with Draco, intentionally ignoring his instructions. Miss Lovegood, you mean Luna, why's she in Harry's bed? Severus silently groaned as he realized Black still requested an audience with him. He gestured towards the dungeons in an invitation to follow along to his office. I believe her reasoning is that Potter's bed is warmer than hers, and Potter states that she is not there as he hides her beneath his cloak most mornings, Severus said dryly. That's weird, right? Not to Potter, Severus said as they entered his office, though I doubt you wish to speak with me about Potter's sleep habits. I didn't. Black pulled himself up straight and looked evenly at Severus. I wanted to say that I appreciate you looking out for Harry these past couple years, but now. No, Severus interrupted him. Absolutely not. You didn't let me finish, Black said. I'm his godfather. I'm his guardian, Severus interrupted again. No. You don't even like kids, Black accused. Severus lifted a brow at Black in an attempt to be as passively irritating as possible. Potter is hardly a child, and I happen to be rather fond of him. He's not a toy Snape, Black snapped. He's just a kid who needs someone that's more than rather fond of him. I am extremely fond of him, Severus drawled, and I have no intention of rescinding my guardianship to you. What if Harry wants you to? Severus faltered for a second as he considered it. Do you even have a job, a way to support him, proper living arrangements for a teenager? Severus asked. I've had a couple job offers, Black said rather evasively. I'm not in a rush though. Severus snorted as he recalled the vast wealth that Black inherited. The man likely had no need to work a day in his life. And I'm thinking about buying a house in the South End of London. Went and checked it out yesterday. It's a nice place. There's 4 bedrooms, so there's plenty of room for Harry. And the wolf? Black crossed his arms across his chest and glared at Severus. Won't be there if Harry doesn't want him there at first, he said stubbornly. I already talked to Moony about it, he understands. Touching, Severus sneered, though the logical part of his mind, the part that was not worried he was about to lose his ward, could admit that it was considerate of Black to choose Potter's comfort over shacking up with his lover. Potter hardly knows you, he pointed out instead. How well does he know you? Black challenged him. There are no secrets between us, Severus said proudly. Potter knows all there is to know about me. Black seemed momentarily surprised by his confident answer, before he slumped into a more relaxed pose. Listen, I know you've been good for him, he said, and I know Harry trusts you more than anyone, but it was supposed to be me, and I want to fix that. I want to be in his life Snape. Severus cursed at Black's tone. Was this show of genuine emotions not proof that Black would be helpful to Potter? No, he scolded himself. Black is drawn in by the idea of Potter. He has no idea what raising him entails. I am not preventing you from being in his life, Severus said. I believe there is nothing stopping you from being his godfather. Black leaned closer to Severus, as if judging his worth as a guardian visually. Severus held himself still as he was being intently stared at. I know Harry likes you, but I thought you'd be happy at a chance to pass him off, Black said slowly. He talked about you a lot. You care about him, don't you? Of course I care about him, Severus scoffed. Did you mistakenly believe I was forced into accepting guardianship? Potter requested me and I accepted. I could be good for Harry, Black said as he straightened himself back up, though dropping the defensive stance he had previously held. I think we're a lot alike. The Black madness, it is rather hereditary. I am certain you are, Severus agreed, though Potter trusts me, and it was trust hard-earned and easily lost. I will not throw it away by making him believe I am willing to sign him over like a used broomstick. What if he wants to live with me? Black asked again. What then? Then I will respect his wishes, Severus said as casually as he could, despite the cold sliver of fear that became lodged in his chest. Potter is 13, and more mature than most adults. He gave a pointed look at Black, and if he no longer wishes to reside with me, then I shall respect it. Yeah, Black said, you wouldn't be an arse to him about it, because I think no matter what Harry would still want you in his life. I have no need for coddling, Severus said coolly. I am aware of the relationship I have with Potter. All right, Black nodded his head slowly. Don't say anything about it to him just yet, please. I want to talk to him about it myself. Severus jerked his chin in a semblance of a nod. Thanks, Snape, Black said cordially, and I meant what I said. I think you've done a good job with Harry. Merlin knows the kid isn't easy, is he? You said what you came to say, go, Severus said. Black bobbed his head in Severus' direction and quickly left, probably to go find the wolf. Severus hardly made it to his quarters before the exhaustion sunk into his body and he slumped down on his sofa. Severus summoned himself a drink and stared into the fireplace as he contemplated the likelihood of Potter choosing to reside with Black over himself. The more he drank, the more likely it became, and the more likely it became, the more he drank. It was a vicious cycle that ended with Severus passing out on his sofa and waking up with a hollow ache in his chest and a crick in his neck. Dearest Severus, I would be delighted to help you in any way for my dearest Meraviglia. Let me know rapidement the medication you will be needing for my beloved, and I will send my assistant out to acquire it. Much love, my dearest. Juliana Sabini. Potter, are you even paying attention? Severus' call in potions class caused Potter to snap his head up from the notepad he had been frantically scribbling in and gave him a wide-eyed look. Course I am, sir, he said, writing down what you said, aren't I? Severus huffed as Potter's tone bordered the line of disrespect in front of his class and returned to his lecture. He reminded himself that Potter was hardly the only student behaving distractedly. It happened every February. As the 14th approached and the students got older, they got more and more distracted from their studies in favor of insipidly giggling in the halls and blushing at their classmates. They were a week away from the busiest Hogsmeade weekend of the year, and Potter, along with all of his classmates, had become increasingly more excitable as of late. After he dismissed his class, he watched as Potter sprang up and bounced out into the hall, talking animatedly with Ronald and Theodore. Severus made an honest attempt at ignoring the fact that he likely only had 1 week left until Black approached Potter about the guardianship, and he lost his ward altogether. As a suitable distraction, Severus threw himself into his research project. They had discovered a way to combine the transfigurational potion's base with the medicinal one, making it adaptive to the venom without compromising a muggle's ability to consume it, and were now working on a spell to instruct the venom to target only the cancerous cells within a body. The difficult part of this stage in the research was discovering ways to test the charms. Under no circumstances would Severus attempt to test it on a human, which left him to scavenge the castle for mice. He thought he had gotten it right one evening, after spelling the disease sample Ramsay sent him into the mouse, then injecting the potion, and was dismayed to see the mouse had passed quietly that night. God damn it, he swore upon seeing the mouse's still body. He was too tired, and swamped with papers that needed gradding, to attempt another mixture tonight, but as the students were all in bed, it would be the ideal time to go find another couple of mice to test his next free afternoon. Severus quietly left the to-go search near the kitchen for stray mice, as they seemed to favor the warm corridor in the colder months. He had nearly caught one when he was interrupted by Argus Filch jumping out at him. "Aha!" he cried, shoving a lantern in Severus' face. "What is this meaning of this?" Severus hissed in frustration, both by the mouse he had painstakingly stalked scurrying away, and from having a lantern shoved unceremoniously in his face. "Oh, Professor Snape, sorry," the man said quickly. "Thought you were a student out of bed." "And why would you think that?" Severus asked as he kept a close eye on the corridor in case any additional mice stuck a single whisker out of the cracks they enjoyed hiding in. "Mrs. Norris heard someone up in the owlery," Filch said in his oily voice. "I guess that was you then." "It was not," Severus said. The owlery would in fact be the last place he would search for mice, as the owls typically snatched them as meals once they roamed too closely to their home. He sighed as he acknowledged his own duty, though I will go investigate. "Very good, sir," Filch gave him some sort of twitchy half-bow. Severus truly had no idea how the man had decided they were on friendly terms, especially as he had threatened Severus' ward last year, but the respect was appreciated nonetheless. Severus quietly made his way to the owlery, cursing himself for even leaving his quarters this evening. As he walked swiftly, he decided that whichever students had the misfortune to find themselves out of bed at this hour would simply have to bear the brunt of his displeasure. He could hear the ridiculous student talking clear from the bottom of the staircase. They were hardly even attempting to keep their presence a secret. He threw the door open, and "What do you think you are, Potter?" Potter stood beside the open window and jumped at his entrance. "What are you doing here?" Potter said as he hid something behind his back quickly. "Harry, it is nearly midnight. What are you doing out of your dorm this late?" Potter didn't appear to be in distress. He was rather bright-eyed and relaxed despite his flickering eyes, and the way he continued to angle his body away from Severus as he stepped closer to the child. "Couldn't sleep, so thought I'd come check on Sevy," Potter said evasively. "And what is behind your back?" "Nothin'," Potter lied as he shifted himself further away from Severus. "Were you trying to find more mice? 'Cause I can help you tomorrow if you want." Severus ignored Potter's blatant attempt at changing the subject and stared down at him instead. "What is behind your back?" he said slowly. "I swear I don't have anything," Potter insisted. "Can we just forget it? Let's go find some mice, yeah." Severus hated to do this, truly he did, but he made a quick motion towards Potter. Potter, predictably, tripped backwards as he flinched away from Severus and stuck his arms out to catch himself. "What the fuck have you done?" Severus said, horrified as he saw the arm Potter had attempted to hide from him. His entire right arm looked to be covered in feathers. Not covered, but as if the feathers were growing out of his skin in some form of a grotesque transfiguration. "You're gonna be mad," Potter said as he rightened himself and had the audacity to smile up at him. "Inform me at once what has happened here." "I'm trying to be an owl," Potter said baldly. Severus blinked at him until the words registered in his mind. "You are trying to be an owl," he said. "Yep," Potter grinned again. "It's a brilliant idea I had last night." Severus looked down again at Potter's arm and shuddered at the amount of work it would likely take to undo that amount of botched transfiguration. "Explain it to me as I escort you to my office," Severus said. "Okay, listen." Potter bounced alongside Severus as he talked, and Severus listened. "I want to be an animagus, but I don't want to take any chances on what my form is. So I was laying in bed last night thinking about it, and I figured that transfiguring myself into an owl is a much better idea than gambling on being an owl through my animagus form, right? So I was trying to imagine Sevy's feathers, and I couldn't get it right, so I went up to the owlery and hey, what's wrong? Severus had stopped mid-stride in the corridor once he realized what was happening. This was the I'm transfiguring my eyes 50 feet in the air, with no supervision, manic episode all over again. Son of a bitch. When is the last time you slept? He asked Potter as he attempted to casually walk alongside him again. Few days, Potter waved his feathered hand, but I thought you wanted to hear about becoming an owl. You understand, of course, that you would never be able to transform yourself into an actual owl, yes? No, Potter said, drawling the word out slowly, because I had a plan, and it's a good plan if you just listen. Continue. So anyway, I needed to go to the owlery and find Sevy, and I kept thinking be an owl, but nothing worked, you know, so I thought maybe it would be easier if I did it a part at a time. So I was working on the wings, which is what this is. Potter waved his arm around again and laughed, but it just made feathers and didn't change the shape of my arm yet. Severus listened half-heartedly as Potter rapidly spoke about his incredibly dangerous attempts at human transfiguration while they walked. Did you have no concern for being caught out of bed after hours? Severus cut in at one point as the child was horrifyingly describing his attempt at creating claws from his feet. I had my cloak, Potter said with a careless shrug, and I was real quiet when Filch came up, so no, guess I wasn't real concerned. Severus wanted to either bash Potter's head in the wall or his own. Come in and let me attempt to fix this mess, Severus said as they approached his office. Fix it, Potter cried as he followed him in. Do you know how long it took me to do this? You can't take it back now. Did you even hear my plan? I did, Severus said evenly as he pulled out the required potions and prayed that they were enough. And I cannot allow you to have a partially transfigured arm. Harry, you are a person, not an owl. But I could be. Potter's eyes were disturbingly bright as he carried on. We're magic, sir. We can do anything we want. You're curing cancer. Broomsticks can fly. Black turns into a dog. Why shouldn't I turn into an owl? Because it is not possible, Severus said harshly as he slammed the potions onto his desk. It is not possible, and it is insanity to even try. It's not insanity, Potter laughed. You're just jealous. You're jealous because I'm gonna figure it out and you didn't even think about it. Catch! Severus threw an empty vial towards Potter, who reached for it instinctively with his right hand and stared, as the vial slipped through his feather-covered hand. That won't matter because once I'm an owl it'll be easy to turn back human, and then I can switch whenever I want, Potter said confidently. And if you are unable to figure it out before your next Quidditch match? Severus asked. Potter hesitated and held his hand out in front of him. I don't think I can catch the snitch like this, he chuckled nervously. Maybe I should have started with the left arm, do you think? I do not. Severus offered him the first of 3 potions, and felt no small amount of relief as Potter toasted it to him before downing it quickly. That's disgusting, Potter said cheerfully. What was it? A transfiguration reversal potion of my own creation, Severus murmured as he watched Potter's arm. Thankfully, the feathers began falling out almost immediately. Fuck, that hurts, don't it? Good, Severus muttered as he handed Potter the next potion. Perhaps you will think twice before attempting this again. Don't be mad, okay, but after our last match I'm definitely trying again, Potter said before downing the anti-inflammatory. I know I'm right, Snape, I can feel it. I did a ton of research, well I tried anyway, but there's really no research on it, so I'm keeping notes so I can create research for other people to follow. Brilliant, right? Potter smiled broadly at him, and Severus prayed to Merlin that his next maneuver would be successful. What research notes are you making? He asked casually as he handed Potter the 3rd potion he had pulled from his cabinet. Potter threw the potion back and began rambling again. Well, first I wrote down why I had the idea and where it came from, so people know, you know. Then I started writing down my ideas for how it would. Severus moved swiftly to catch Potter before he struck his head on the stone floor as the child fell over in a dead sleep. He cast a feather-light charm on the child, the irony not being lost on him, and carried him to his quarters after pocketing the extra-strength dreamless sleep vial that Potter dropped as he passed out. He deposited Potter on the sofa and summoned a blanket. He plucked his glasses off his face and stood there watching him sleep for a few moments. Foolish brat, Severus said softly as he smoothed Potter's tangled locks of hair off his face. He pulled his recliner closer to the sofa and said a word to alert him when Potter awoke, before summoning his parchment and quill. La folie circulaire. Circular madness. It seemed as if Potter had worked himself back around to a manic cycle in his madness. Severus could only hope it ended quicker than his most recent depressive episode did. Contessa Giuliana Zabini. I have dove quite deep into the research available on the medication for Harry's illness, and I believe the most effective treatment the French have found at this time is called lithium. If you were able to procure a supply of this, preferably in 500 milligram dosages, I would be eternally grateful and can of course repay you any cost it may incur. Kindly, Severus T. Snape. Chapter 23, Valentine's Day PT. Harry reached blearily around for Luna as he stretched in his bed, before bolting upright as he realized the scratchy fabric beneath him wasn't his bed. Jesus fuck, he yelped as he saw Snape seated beside him. What's going on? Harry looked around quickly and saw that the two of them were alone in Snape's sitting room in his personal quarters. How'd I get here? You fell asleep and I moved you to my sofa, as it was undeniably closer than your dorm, Snape said calmly, ignoring Harry's language. What do you recall of last night? Harry trailed off while he tried to remember. I'm not sure, think I went for a walk, yeah. Of a sort, Snape said. You injured your arm when you attempted to transfigure yourself into an owl. Oh yeah, Harry grabbed his glasses that Snape held out to him and grinned as he put them on. Did I tell you my ideas already? You did. What you think? Harry asked excitedly. Did I show you my research? He looked around and frowned when he realized he didn't have his bag with him. Where's my stuff? In the classroom where you left them before falling over unconscious, Snape said. What? Harry screwed his face up as he tried to remember what happened last night. That doesn't make any sense. You said you had not slept in a few days, so I gave you an extra strength dreamless sleep. What? Harry scooted a little further away from Snape as he looked around again. Why would you do that? You can't just drug people if they don't want to be drugged. I'm sure it's against the law or something in it. It would be, Snape agreed as he casually crossed his legs and tapped one finger on the armrest of his chair. Except you did not ask me what I gave you, and instead impulsively just swallowed it. Excuse me for trusting you, Harry scowled. Thought it was something for the feathers, did I? I apologize if you feel I deceived you. However, Snape cleared his throat and fixed Harry with a piercing look. I would like to discuss something of a rather high importance with you, if you would like to stay for breakfast. All right then, Harry agreed as he jumped to his feet. We move in to the table. If you would like, Snape said as he slowly followed behind Harry. Are you not angry? Harry stopped as he went to sit down. Angry, he repeated. Why? Snape sat down gracefully, as compared to how Harry threw himself in his chair, and gave Harry a peculiar look. You do not feel as if you were trekked. Nah, Harry waved his hand. It's fine, I should have asked right. Perhaps, Snape agreed without really agreeing. What would you like to eat? Just coffee, Harry said as he looked around Snape's dining room. Lots of sugar. Well, you know how I like my coffee, he laughed. Probably better than anyone, yeah, except maybe me, and probably not Mavis either. And to eat? Nothing, I'm not hungry, am I? You should eat, Harry. You will get sick if you attempt to live off only coffee. Harry looked over at Snape at his soft tone, and gave him a curious look. I feel fine, great actually. Which was true, Harry hadn't felt this good in ages. It was like the first night when he was dueling all over again. He just felt excited and alive and energetic. Euphoric and hyperactive, Snape asked after requesting one of the Hogwarts elves bring them coffee, toast and fruit. Harry was pretty sure that euphoric meant the same thing as happy. Yes, he agreed eagerly, exactly. That is because you are having a manic episode, Snape said grimly. No, Harry shook his head. I'm not a maniac. Manic, not maniac, Snape corrected him gently as breakfast popped up on his table. We discussed it over the summer. That mind illness again, Harry asked. I told you I don't have that. Why can't I just be in a good mood, huh? Is this because of feathers? Cause you can't even pretend that wasn't a great idea? Or is... This, Snape said sharply. All of this is mania, Harry. You are not sleeping or eating. You are rambling and distracted. You are behaving erratically, impulsively. Though it is not your fault, it is the illness. Can you not identify that you feel differently than you usually do? I'm happy, Harry defended himself. That a crime now. "Em not impulsive or ramblin', em just happy." "Your speech is also markedly worse." "Fuck off," Harry pronounced very slowly. "My speech is fine." "Harry," Snape sighed instead of scolding him, "I do not wish to fight with you. I need you to recognize that you have a legitimate illness so that we can treat it." "Snape, please." Harry caught Snape's gaze with his own and tried to push his thoughts as hard as he could in his direction. "Em happy, I feel fine. Em really not sick. I know that Muggle told you I was, but honestly, em not." Snape didn't answer as he poured 2 cups of coffee, but Harry knew him too well to think that meant that he agreed with him. He slid Harry a cup of coffee, which Harry immediately dumped a bunch of sugar in, and sat back and watched Harry thoughtfully. "Do you recall your energetic excitement over the summer as you attempted to transfigure your eyes into ones that can see in the dark?" "Yup, I didn't give up on that either. Em just gonna try and get the owl parts first, then I can add the eyes and I figure." "Harry," Snape interrupted him firmly, "did you not recognize that it was a foolish idea to attempt such a task?" Harry slammed his mug down on the table and got to his feet huffily. "I don't have to sit here and listen to you insult me," Harry said. "Em gonna go, got classes soon, don't I?" Snape stayed silent as Harry stomped out of his quarters, steaming over the stuff Snape accused him of. Why didn't he see what Harry saw? He didn't get it. Snape was the one who was always after him, that he wants him to be happy, have an easy life, blah blah blah. And now he's accusing Harry of being sick because he is happy. Snape was the one who was mad, not Harry. Maybe Snape had a mind sickness. "Manic episode," Harry scoffed as he snatched his bag from the floor of the potions classroom. Snape was a maniac. Harry was happy. For the first time in forever, he thought Snape of all people would be happy for him, but apparently not. Which was fine, he didn't really need him anyway. Snape would see he was wrong and would beg Harry for forgiveness. And Harry would probably forgive him, but he'd have to prove he was really sorry first. Midway through the week, Harry watched interestedly as Sevi flew in the hall one morning and swooped down to his table, a small parchment attached to his leg. "Hey buddy," Harry stroked Sevi's back as the owl hooted and tried to peck the bacon out of Susan's hand. "Whatcha got here?" "Harry, control your owl," Susan scowled as Sevi successfully snatched the food right off her plate. "Good job, Sevi," Harry laughed as he unrolled the parchment, which looked to be an excerpt from a textbook of some sort. Manic depressive illness is an illness classified by alternating periods of extreme emotional highs, mania, and emotional lows, depression. Manic episodes are experienced by intense feelings of euphoria, high energy, decreased need for sleep, increased impulsive behavior, a sense of invincibility, and nonsensical thought patterns. Depressive episodes can be identified by intense feelings of sadness or hopelessness. Clients suffering from a depressive episode may feel a lack of interest in life and may even experience suicidal thoughts. Manic depressive illness can be treated through daily medication to balance the chemicals in the patient's brain, and symptoms can be mitigated through professional therapy. At the end of the page, there was a scrawl added. "Please eat, brat, SS." Harry looked up at the head table and scowled at Snape's look of concern he was aiming at him. "What's that?" Ron asked. "Nothing," Harry murmured as he instructed his magic to burn the page up while glaring at Snape. Snape being an idiot. "I don't think so," Luna hummed softly. "Why Snape being an idiot?" Susan asked. "Or how I guess?" Harry shrugged, unwilling to tell his friends what Snape said. "Just is," he said evasively. "Did you guys finish your assignment for Flitwick?" Neville asked. Harry gave him a grateful nod and jumped into the topic of the musical charms Flitwick had them researching. Harry also made a point of turning his back to Snape throughout the rest of breakfast. Friday morning, it was the same routine. Sevi flew in with a scroll he dropped in front of Harry before landing on Luna's head. "Traitor," Harry gasped, "you've left me for Lou." "Don't yell at Sevi just because he has good taste," Luna said in a posh tone as she reached up and stroked Sevi's feathers. "Blondes are better than brunettes, aren't they, baby?" Sevi pecked her and took off, apparently offended as he himself had black feathers. "He'll figure it out," she said confidently with a small grin. "Another note from Snape?" Draco asked as Harry unrolled the scroll. "Yep," Harry sighed as he read through what seemed to be research about people with manic depressive illness and the rarity of it, and how it was treated with medication. The bottom had another note telling him to eat. "Trash," he laughed as he burnt this one up as well. He figured Snape would see for himself that he was wrong eventually, and until then Harry would just continue to ignore his weird notes. He'd also been ignoring him in class and dodging him in the corridors when he tried to stop him for a chat. "He's not going to be happy if you keep burning up his letters," Theo said with a glance towards the head table. "He looks sad," Hermione said quietly. "He'll get over it," Harry said. "Hey Draco, what are you doing Sunday?" "Sleeping," Draco said shortly. "You aren't waking me up in the middle of the night for another crazy idea ever again." "It was not a crazy idea," Harry laughed. "Next time I'll just take Lou." "What crazy plan?" Blaise asked. Draco cut Harry off before he could explain for himself. "Harry woke me up at 3 in the morning last night to go see if we could transfigure gills on ourselves to swim underwater." Hermione and Theo turned identically wide brown eyes towards him. "What? It didn't work, but I think I'm close," Harry said eagerly. "Think about how cool it would be if we could swim down to the bottom of the lake and see the mermaids." "Tell me you didn't try it, Harry," Hermione said slowly. "Course I did, just said I think I'm close, didn't I?" "You went to the Black Lake in the middle of the night by yourself and tried to give yourself gills to swim underwater," Susan hissed. "Yup. You could have drowned," Neville said. "Not to mention freezing to death in the water. It's February, Harry. There's snow on the ground." Harry laughed at the looks on his friends' faces. Everyone except Luna looked shocked. "Did you guys forget we're literally magic?" Harry wiggled his fingers at them. "Used a heating charm, didn't I?" "Harry, you're mad," Ron said slowly. "When's the last time you even slept? Because night before last you were awake at 4 when I went to the loo." "Don't call him mad," Luna said sharply. "You just don't understand him." Harry was suddenly, and uncomfortably, reminded of something similar Sissa said about Black. "I hear a lot of people say that Sirius was mad. I don't remember him being mad. I remember him being terribly haunted, a horrible bully, and one of the most tragically misunderstood people I had ever met at that point in my life." Harry. Harry jerked himself upright and shook his head to clear the reminder of Sissa from his thoughts. He looked over at Ron, who was calling his name. "Yeah. Sorry, mate, I didn't mean you were mad. Just I think you should ask Snape for something to sleep. I don't think you've slept much lately," he said hesitantly. "A lack of sleep can impact your mental functions," Hermione said. "Harry's not stupid," Draco scowled at her. "She didn't say he was," Theo said with a scowl of his own. "She was just saying." "Shut you p," Harry yelled. His friends all jumped at Harry's shout and exchanged guilty looks. "Ron, fine, I sleep just fine," he lied. "Myoni, fine. Draco, what are you doing Sunday?" "What do you want?" Draco asked carefully. Harry sighed at his cynicism. Honestly, he thought Draco would have been excited for a chance to interact with the creatures in the lake. He knew he should have woke Luna up instead. "I was gonna see if you wanted to teach me how to be a chaser," Harry said. "Flint's leavin' this year, right? And so are Pusey, Bletchley, and Warrington, so gonna apply to be captain. Figured I should know more than one position, like how Flint can be a chaser or beater or keeper. So then the best pick." Harry smiled broadly at his own thought process. "Bloody hell," Ron said with an impressed look. "That's brilliant, Harry." "I know," he said smugly. "You should come too. We'll need a keeper, a chaser, and 2 beaters next year." "You think," Ron said, his eyes lighting up at the idea. "I play keeper for the twins in the summer sometimes. I'm not bad." "Yes," Harry bounced eagerly in his seat. "Perfect. So Draco, will you help me? Please, pretty please." Draco rolled his eyes, but Harry could tell he was going to agree. "If you promise to never wake me up at 3 am to go swimming in the middle of the winter, then I will. During the day," he tacked on sharply. "Deal." Harry wouldn't ask Draco to go to the lake again anyway. He was a prat when he woke him up last night. When Harry got to meet mermaids and other sea creatures, he'd be jealous though. "Hey, Harry." Harry and the other Slytherin boys slowed to a stop on their way to defense, as Fred Weasley waved Harry down in the crowded corridor. "Hey, Harry," Fred grinned at him and Harry fought down an overwhelming urge to blush. "Can I talk to you? In private?" "'Kay," Harry shrugged. "I'll catch up to you guys," he said to his friends. Fred walked off to a more private alcove in the corridor and Harry followed curiously. "What's up?" Harry asked. Fred shifted from side to side in what Harry thought was probably a nervous gesture. "I don't want to be a creep," he said. "I just wanted to ask one more time if you wanted to go to Hogsmeade with me tomorrow. If not, I'll leave you alone, but if so, I swear I'm. Sure. Fred cut himself off at Harry's interruption, and he looked down at him with surprised blue eyes. Really? He grinned. Yes, why not? Fred let out a loud whoop of laughter that drew more than a few curious sets of eyes pointed their way. Wicked, I can meet you in the hall tomorrow at noon. "'Kay," Harry agreed. "You won't regret this, Potter," Fred called as he ran off towards his next class. Harry grinned to himself as he jogged towards his next class. He hadn't planned on accepting Fred's offer, but he figured what could it hurt. He crept quietly to his seat once he got to Lupin's classroom, ignoring the disapproving frown Lupin aimed at his late arrival, and plopped down next to Susan. After a few minutes of Lupin's lecture on the new creature they were studying, Kappas, Susan slid him her notepad. "You say yes?" "Yep." Susan grinned and gave him a thumbs up. "Why'd you change your mind?" Harry shrugged. "Dunno, thought it might be fun." "Impulsive," she wrote with a giggle. Harry scowled at the notepad when he read it. "You are behaving erratically, impulsively. It isn't your fault, it is the illness." "Was not," he wrote firmly. Fred asked 3 times here. Susan raised her brows at the fierce way he scrawled across the page. "You're right, sorry, excited." Harry grinned and shrugged again. "Be different, I suppose." "I think I'm going with Draco." Harry sputtered loudly when he read that, drawing Lupin's attention. "I know Kappas are incredibly amusing, Harry, but I'd appreciate you and Susan paying attention." "Yes, sir," Harry said as he lowered his face back down to their note. "Date with Draco." Susan blushed and tucked her hair behind her ear. "Not a date, just friends, but neither of us had an actual date, so we're going together." "Oh, okay. Can I tell Ron you're going on a date with his brother?" Harry covered his mouth to stifle his laughter at Susan's new note. He nodded at her and watched as she grinned mischievously and scribbled a new note that she lobbed at Ron's head in front of her. Ron frowned at the two of them as he grabbed the note off the floor. "Bloody hell." Ron Weasley, Lupin walked quickly back to his table at Ron's shout, 5 points from Slytherin. But Ron spun around in his seat and gaped at Harry. "What?" Susan started cracking up with laughter, which triggered Harry's own repressed laughter. Lupin's lips twitched just a bit, but he mostly maintained his unimpressed frown as he snagged the note from Ron's hand. "Congratulations, Harry," Lupin said lightly as he read the note. "Can we return to Kappas, or should we discuss Fred Weasley instead?" The rest of the class spun around and looked at Harry. Harry just shrugged. "Either or is fine with me, sir," he said a bit cheekily. Lupin sighed, but walked back up to the front and drew most of the students' attention with him. "How could you?" Ron moaned quietly. "I trusted you." "Piss off," Draco whispered to him. "Harry can date who he wants." "But my brother." "There are plenty of them to choose from," Theo said with a teasing sparkle in his eyes. "Maybe he'll move on to Percy next." All 5 boys shuddered dramatically at the thought of going out with Ron's straight-laced, head boy, boring brother. "I think Percy's cute," Susan said. "Maybe I'll go out with him." Ron thunked his head on the table, and Harry ducked beneath his own table to hide his laughter from Lupin. "You are not wearing that on a date." Harry looked behind himself on Saturday afternoon at Draco, who was glaring at him with his hands on his hips. "You look like your mum right now," Harry snickered as he went back to trying to artfully style, as Blaise called it, his hair. "And she would kill us both if I allowed you to go out in that," Draco said. "What's wrong with my clothes?" Harry looked down at his newest dark green Weasley sweater with a big H on the front and his trousers. "This is what I always wear." "Precisely," Draco said as he started digging in his own trunk. "You always wear it." Harry glanced at Theo and Blaise, who were nodding along with Draco. "You can't wear that on a date," Theo said. "You have to dress up at least a little." "You aren't," Harry muttered. "Am too," Theo said. He stood up and held his arms out as he spun in a slow circle. "Why can't I wear that then?" Harry cried, gesturing to Theo's jeans and collared jumper. "That looks normal to me." Draco, who had an armful of what looked like silk, scowled at Theo and threw the clothes back in his trunk. "Fine," he dug around for another moment before pulling out a pair of nice jeans and a dark green jumper. Here, hold on. He pulled out a grey collared shirt and thrust it in Harry's hands as well. Put this on under the jumper. Cheers, Harry grinned and ran quickly to the restroom where he hopped around as he quickly changed. He shrunk Draco's clothes until they fit his thinner frame a bit better and went back out with his arms stretched out. Better. You'll do, Draco huffed as he pulled on a posh pair of dark blue robes. Dashing, my dearest, Blaise said as he laced up his boots. Have you got a date too then? Harry asked him as he caught his boots that Theo tossed to him. Sure do, Blaise smiled sharply. The darling Miss Bridget Lacey was feeling rather left out this holiday, and I graciously offered to join her. The fourth-year Hufflepuff girl, Ron asked as he flipped over to his back on his bed. That's the one. Ron snickered for some reason. What's so funny? Harry asked curiously. Well, it's no mystery why Blaise asked her. She's dead gorgeous, is she? Blaise stuck his nose in the air pompously. I like her personality. Of course, Theo said as he snickered alongside Ron. We believe you. At least I have a date, Blaise said with a pointed look towards Ron. In fact, I think you're the only one in the room without a date. I don't need a date, Ron scowled. Me and Neville are going with a group of other people who are protesting this stupid holiday. Neville and I, Blaise corrected him annoyingly. I'm leaving, Harry called, interrupting the bickering that was beginning to break out between Blaise and Ron. Good luck, Draco yelled. Tell Weasley I'll kill him if he's mean to you. Harry would kill him himself, Theo laughed. Harry pulled the dorm door shut behind him as the boys started a bet on how his date would go. He really truly believed that Ron and Blaise could make any event into a betting pool. As Harry skidded to a stop in the entrance hall, he finally realized just how many students must be taking Valentine's Day seriously. The hall was crowded with students third year and above, all dressed up more than usual, standing around waiting on their dates from other houses to arrive. Harry remained on the stairs, wishing he had thought to grab his map so he could look for Fred's dot, and figured that at least the stairs would give him a height advantage to look for the tall red-headed Gryffindor boy. Boo! Someone whispered in his ear. Jesus fuck! Harry screeched, jumping and turning around quickly, pocket knife already in hand and brandished in front of him. Whoa! Fred took a couple steps back and put his hands up with an easy smile. I forgot I probably shouldn't surprise the guy who carries a knife. Harry put his knife back in his pocket and smirked up at Fred. Probably a bad idea, he agreed. You're sure you want me to go with you? This isn't some weird prank. Neville had told him that Fred and George were huge pranksters, and even had dreams of opening their own joke shop after they graduated. Harry had been up all night last night worrying that maybe this was a joke, and he was going to look stupid if he fell for it. It wouldn't be a very funny prank to ask you to go with me if I didn't want you to, Fred said. Pranks are supposed to be either funny or payback of some sort. Payback? Harry asked eagerly. What kind of pranks do you use for payback? I'm glad you asked, Fred grinned. Come on, I'll tell you all about it while we walk. Harry followed closely behind Fred as he dodged between other students and ducked out the main doors. Bit chilly in it, Fred grinned as he shoved his hands in his pockets and set off slowly down the pathway. Harry rolled his eyes. Warm us up, he instructed his magic. Wicked, Fred cried when the spell hit him. How do you do that? Do what? You know, Fred waved his hands around. Wandless magic. It's supposed to be really hard. My brother Bill is a genius, and he still has to use his wand for almost everything. Practice, Harry smirked. Spent my whole life practicing, did I? You're a genius, Fred said happily. I know, Harry agreed. Let's hear about those pranks then. All right, Fred smiled and inched close to Harry as he told him stories about pranks him and his brother have played on people who irritated them. By the time they arrived in the village, Harry had laughed so hard at some of Fred's past pranks that he had tears in his eyes. You're brilliant, Harry said. I'd give anything to make a potion that turns someone into a bird. Mark my words, Harry, canary creams will be the next big hit, Fred said confidently. Where do you want to go first? Harry, who usually just ran around random places with his friends, shrugged. Where do you want to go? He asked instead. Did you know the Shrieking Shack is haunted? Fred said with a mischievous twinkle in his eyes. And there's a secret passageway that leads back to Hogwarts in it. It's not haunted, Harry laughed. There used to be a werewolf that spent the full moon in there. Can I see the passageway? I saw it on the map, but I haven't checked it out yet, have I? I'll show you the passageway if you tell me how you found out about a werewolf, Fred said as he slowly put a hand on Harry's shoulder and turned him towards the shack. So listen, hear what Snape said. Harry talked about Snape's story of Lupin, while keeping Lupin's name out of it, as they walked together towards the shack. Snape would be a wicked guardian, Fred said. I bet he has loads of cool stories. He does, Harry confirmed. How do we get in? Watch closely, Fred winked before climbing over the fence and walking right up to the building. That's cool, Harry said as he quickly climbed the fence and caught up, but my invisibility cloak's way cooler. You have an invisibility cloak, Fred cried as he quickly held the shack door open for Harry, and you aren't even using it for pranks. Harry, I have so much to teach you. Harry laughed as he ducked beneath Fred's arm into the shack. Let's see this secret passageway, he smirked over his shoulder at him. Yes, sir, Fred laughed. The two of them explored the abandoned shack for a while after Fred showed him the passageway. It's blocked by the Whomping Willow, though, he explained when Harry asked if they could go through it. After they were done looking for interesting things in the shack, they walked back towards the village where they spent a couple hours in Zonkos. Fred showed Harry all the different products he used, and they were each greeted multiple times by their own various friends as they browsed the shelves. In the end, they each bought a bag full of prank items, and Harry promised to use at least one of his items on Ron at some point. Fancy a drink? Fred asked after they left the store, and Harry shrunk their bags to pocket sizes. Yeah, all right. Fred lightly let the back of his hand brush against the back of Harry's as they walked. Harry initially pulled his hand away from the contact, but then slowly put it back. Fred looked over at him and smiled a bit shyly in a way that made Harry's cheeks warm up despite the cold wind. After you, Fred held the door open for Harry with a deep bow that made Harry laugh. Thank you, sir, he said with his best attempt at a deep posh tone. Where do you want to sit? Fred asked politely. Harry looked around and grinned as he saw Black sitting at the bar top. He hadn't noticed Harry walk in, as he looked to be deeply involved in a conversation with Madame Rosmeter that involved a lot of winks and wide hand gestures. Do you remember that map you gave me? Harry asked Fred quietly. You mean the map you definitely tricked us into giving you? Yes, Fred grinned in a way that made Harry think he was probably just joking, since Harry definitely hadn't tricked them. Wanna meet one of the guys who made it? What? Fred stared at Harry in shock before bobbing his head enthusiastically. You mean to tell me that you can do wandless magic, you have an invisibility cloak, and you know one of the Marauders? Yup, come on. Harry hesitantly grabbed Fred's hand and looked up at him to make sure it was okay. Fred smiled brightly down at him, and Harry returned it as he pulled him along towards Black. Harry, Black cried as the two boys approached him. How are you? Good. Harry glanced at Fred and laughed to see the older boy look torn between looking afraid of Sirius Black, recently exonerated murderer, or curious if he was the mystery Marauder. This is Fred. Fred, this is my godfather Sirius Black. His friends call him Padfoot though. Holy Mother of Merlin. Fred stuck the hand that wasn't still wrapped up in Harry's out to Black. I'm a huge fan of the map you made. You're the one Harry got the map from? Black asked as he shook Fred's hand quickly. No wonder Minnie said you were a hooligan. You guys wanna sit, have a drink? Fred turned hopeful blue eyes towards Harry, who rolled his eyes jokingly and claimed a seat 2 over from Black, allowing Fred to sit between them. Who's Minnie? Fred asked, which sent Black off on a story of Professor Minnie and her secret deep love for him that had Harry and Fred both laughing at his antics. Rosmeter brought them each a bottle of butter beer that Fred insisted on paying for. This is a date, he whispered to Harry with a quick wink. Harry shrugged and bought the second round as he said the same thing to Fred. The three of them sat for a long while and exchanged stories and jokes as they snacked on some different foods Rosmeter brought them. I have so much to learn, Fred laughed after Black told them a story involving Harry's dad and Black as they tried to befriend the giant squid. As long as you graduate and feel like you've given Minnie as many grey hairs as possible, then it's mischief managed, Black said. Harry looked around the pub during the lull in their conversation and was startled to see it was starting to get dark. I should probably get you back so we don't end up in detention, Fred said as he followed Harry's gaze to the darkening windows. Hey Harry, can I actually talk to you real quick before you go? Harry glanced at Fred, who shrugged at Black's question. I'll just meet you over there, all right, he offered. Harry watched Fred walk off before turning to Black. What's up? Black took a deep breath. I know Snape's your guardian, and I know you and him get along pretty well. Harry wrinkled his nose as he thought of Snape insisting Harry had some sort of disease. But I wanted to tell you that I bought a house, Black continued hesitantly, and if you wanted to live with me then you could. Harry blinked at him a few times as he processed his meaning. Live with you instead of Snape? He asked. Yeah, Black scratched at the back of his neck nervously as Harry kept blinking at him. You don't have to answer right now, but just think about it, okay? Harry nodded cautiously as he stood up and inched towards the doorway where Fred was waiting. All right, he agreed. I'll think about it, yeah. Thanks, Black smiled at him before looking towards Fred. Fred seems like a decent guy. Are you glad you came out with him? Yeah, Harry grinned at the change in topic. He felt uneasy about Black's offer to move in. It felt even worse when he considered moving out of his and Snape's home, even if Snape was being a git right now. Fred's brill, ain't he? Seems like it, Black agreed. You guys better hurry back though. I'll write to you and we can talk more about our place if you wanted to. I'll see you later, Harry said before quickly hurrying back over to Fred. Everything all right? Fred asked as they left the 3 broomsticks. Yup, Harry shook his head, determined to focus on his time right now and leave the idea Black shared for future Harry to worry about. This has been fun, he said as they walked up the path hand in hand. I've never been on a date before, he admitted softly. Thought I might bugger the whole thing up, did I? Fred laughed and squeezed Harry's hand lightly. Nah, unless you ran away screaming at some point, I don't think you could have, he said. Still time to do that, Harry joked. Fred smiled over at him and Harry thought Fred had a nice smile. He had great teeth, straight and white, but with one little crooked tooth that made his smile more interesting. Are you busy tonight? Fred asked him as they passed through the gates. Harry laughed as he thought of all the stuff he's been working on at night, while his dorm mates slept. I can't try and turn myself into an owl until after we beat you for the cup, Harry explained. So besides working on my gills, I'm mostly free. Why? Fred looked confused when Harry mentioned his projects, which, to be fair, probably sounded confusing if you didn't understand the details. Well, if your gills can wait, there's a party going on tonight. It's mostly just for older students, but I know a couple other 3rd years that are coming. Do you want to come? All right, Harry bounced on his toes eagerly at the idea. What should I wear, or bring, or do? Fred laughed at his enthusiasm. Wear what you have on, it's perfect. He grinned and Harry blushed. And bring your map, see if you can find me. The password's jelly slugs. Oh, I'll find you, Harry said confidently, as Fred held the castle doors open for him. That map's brilliant, innit? You're brilliant, Fred said softly. See you tonight. And with a last squeeze to Harry's hand they parted ways before entering the great hall to go sit at their respective tables. Harry smiled to himself, thought this might have been the best day of his life, and hopefully tonight would be just as great. Where are you going? Harry jumped and turned a guilty face towards the sofa in the common room where Blaise was seated. Hello there, he said casually. Nice night, innit? Blaise snorted and got up to lean against the couch closer to Harry. Where are you off to? He asked again. Harry glanced around the common room to make sure there weren't any other students lurking around before leaning close to Blaise. Party Fred invited me to, he whispered. Wanna come? Party with older students? Blaise asked. Yups, Harry confirmed. I'm in. Blaise brushed off some imaginary dirt from his robes. Are we using your cloak? And my map, Harry confirmed. Fred told me to come find him, so I'm gonna. Blaise chuckled quietly as Harry threw his cloak around them both and pulled his map out. I solemnly swear I'm up to no good, he murmured with a quick tap to the parchment. There he is, Blaise pointed at the dot labelled Fred Weasley that was stacked with a bunch of other dots on the 3rd floor. Let's go, Harry whispered as they quietly left the common room. Harry and Blaise carefully followed the map to an unused classroom on the 3rd floor. They'd had to take one detour to avoid the dot labelled Phileas Flitwick, but otherwise arrived with no issues. This is mad, Blaise muttered beneath the cloak. What were we thinking? We were thinking this was gonna be fun, Harry grinned. If you want to back out though, last chance. No way, Blaise said stubbornly. If you get to party with 5th years then so do I. Good man, Harry said with a cheery clap of Blaise's shoulder before yanking the cloak off them. Let's do it. Harry knocked on the door and whispered the password Fred told him. The door swung open and Harry's jaw dropped at the sheer amount of students and noise that were previously concealed behind the door. There were at least 30 students dancing, laughing, and singing along to a song Harry didn't recognize that had a loud bass beat. "I think it's more than just fifth years," Blaise murmured. Harry laughed in agreement and quickly shut the door behind them. "Harry, looking good," Fred called as he came running up to them. And I don't know your name," he said to Blaise. "Blaise Zabini," Blaise said as he looked around eagerly. "Not important though, enjoy your night, gentlemen." Harry laughed as Blaise sauntered off towards a group of giggling girls. "He's an incorrigible flirt," he said solemnly to Fred. "So are they," Fred jerked his thumb to the girls that Blaise was now chatting up. "Want a drink?" "All right then." Harry followed alongside Fred to a table set up with what looked like crates of butterbeer, snacks, a few bowls of punch, and a bunch of bottles that Harry recognized as similar ones to the bottles in Snape's liquor cabinet. "Butterbeer or fire whiskey?" Fred asked. "Fire whiskey," Harry said immediately. Fred poured Harry a full glass, with a ridiculously outlandish flourish of his arms. "Come on then, I'll go introduce you," he said when he passed Harry his cup. Harry took a gulp of the drink as he followed Fred, and sputtered at the strong taste. "Fuck," he gasped as heat enveloped his mouth and throat. "That's disgusting." "Gets better the more you have," Fred said as he threw the arm not holding his own drink around Harry's shoulders. Harry slowly flexed his hand while he debated on shrugging out from the other boy's arm. Fred kept his arm loose around Harry's shoulders, as if knowing that Harry wasn't entirely certain about it yet. "It's nice," he eventually decided as Fred guided him through the crowd. It wasn't as comfortable as Luna or Susan, but it wasn't as bad as when adults did it either. "Harry, you know George, of course." Fred pulled him from his debate as they approached his group of friends. "Feel free to call him the ugly twin, though." Harry laughed while George put on a fake pout. And Lee Jordan, a dark-skinned Gryffindor boy that does the Quidditch announcements, raised a glass in Harry's direction. Angelina, Katie, and Alicia, they're Gryffindor's chasers, of course. Harry nodded at the three girls, pretending he recognized them. "And Dean Thomas, he's in your year. Finnegan's here somewhere too, and Roger Davies from Ravenclaw." "Hey," Harry said uncertainly as they all stared at him. "He speaks," one of the girls, maybe Alicia, cried dramatically. "We were starting to think you only hissed or cursed." "I do that too," Harry smirked. "One of your many charms," Fred laughed. "Come on, come sit." He pulled Harry over to the sofa where George was seated and shoved his brother unceremoniously to the floor. "Shove up." "I knew Master Snake would drive us apart," George said dramatically as he moved from the floor to another nearby chair. "I'd challenge him to a duel for your honor." "But we all know you'd lose," Harry laughed. "I would have given anything to see you duel them," the Gryffindor girl with the long braids said with a grin. "They were so cocky about it too." "Did Snape teach you to duel then?" Davies asked. "Nah," Harry waved his free hand. "Quirrell did." "Quiet little Professor Quirrell?" Jordan asked. "No way." "Quiet little Quirrell with Voldemort on the back of his head. He absolutely did." Harry laughed as everyone around them twitched at the name and stared at him in shock. "Drink up," George said as he summoned a bottle of something. "I sense a good story here." Harry shared drinks with the group of the other students, as he told them all about Quirrell and dueling, and the trapdoor and shooting lightning at his turban. "You told you know who to fuck off?" Fred asked when Harry finished his story. "Yup." "You're absolutely mad," George laughed. "Marry him, Freddie." Harry would have scowled at George's declaration of him being mad, but at this point, he'd finished off his drink and thought the whole thing was quite funny. "Potter's mad all right," someone snorted rudely. Harry glanced around and saw Finnegan had joined their group and was glaring at where Harry sat squished against Fred, who brought the Slytherin. "Careful, Finnegan," Fred said as he threw his arm around Harry's shoulder. "Don't make Harry here twitch at you." The rest of the older students howled with laughter at the reminder of Finnegan's boggart, though Thomas slid up beside his friend loyally. "I'm not scared of Potter, that boggart was a lark," Finnegan sneered as his face turned red. "You're sure," Harry said. "'Cause you look scared, do ya?" "Piss off, Seamus, we're having a good time," the girl with the braids said from where she was lounging across George's lap. "Hard to have a good time with someone like Potter around, isn't it?" "What's that supposed to mean?" Fred demanded as he got to his feet. George lightly shoved the girl off his lap and got up to stand by his twin as well. "Someone like Potter, huh? Dark evil, fucked up in the head, take your pick." Finnegan said right in Fred's face. Harry jumped to his feet at that, enjoying the odd little dizzy spell the liquor gave him. I dunno what your problem is, but we can sort it out if you want, Harry said with a small smile as he flicked his wand in his hand, less you're as scared as you look. Finnegan pulled his wand out of his pocket and jammed it in Harry's direction, only being blocked from making contact by Fred and George. I could kick your ass any day, Potter, he said. You think you're tough 'cause you know a bit of magic, but everyone knows you're just the next evil wizard waiting to happen. Harry grinned at Finnegan and promptly drew his fist back and hit him square in the nose. Don't suppose I need magic to fight you, he said as Finnegan howled and clutched his nose. Have a good one. Harry turned back around and plopped back down on the sofa to jeers and laughter from the other students. You're terrifying, Fred laughed as he sat back down beside him. Have a good one, George said. Bloody hell. Finnegan gave them all dirty looks but stalked off towards the other end of the room, Thomas following behind. You boys aren't fighting over here, are you? A boy walked up with a lazy smile. He had long blonde braids, a ball cap pulled over on top of them, and hazy blue eyes. I am, Harry smirked. Of course you are, the boy laughed as she sat in the middle of the group on the floor. Harry Potter'll fight anyone, and whoever you don't fight, Susan will. The boy laughed again in a lazy sort of way that reminded Harry of Blaze's laughter. You in Hufflepuff then? Harry asked, eyeing the yellow crest on his robe pocket. Harry, this is Johnny. Johnny meet Harry, Fred said. Johnny's a 6th year in Hufflepuff. My sister Hannah's in your year, Johnny said as he offered Harry his hand. Harry glanced down at his hand and nodded at him instead. Yeah, you look a bit alike, he lied. Johnny was tall and thin, with sharp cheekbones and dark blonde hair. Hannah was one of the shorter girls in their year and had light blonde hair and round cheeks. No, they don't, Jordan laughed as he slid to the floor next to Johnny. Johnny's adopted. Really? Harry asked curiously. Why? One of the Gryffindor girls sighed dramatically at Harry's question. You can't just ask people why they're adopted, she said. It's rude. I don't mind, Johnny pulled a small bag out of his pocket before leaning back and smirking up at Harry. My parents were on drugs. Hannah's dad's my uncle. My mom was a squib and she shacked up with a muggle junkie, and then they had little old magical me and started doing crank. They dropped me off at my uncle's house when I was a baby and never came back. Probably died in an alley somewhere. Son of a bitch, Harry breathed. That's what my aunt told me about my parents. Which apparently was the wrong thing to say, because the other kids all looked at him, with varying levels of curiosity on their faces. Your aunt said your parents, James and Lily Potter, the bloody war heroes, were druggies, Davies said with his bloodshot eyes wide. Yup, said they dropped me off and didn't want me. Fred wrapped his arm around Harry's shoulder again and squeezed him lightly. What else can you expect from muggles who hate magic? Angelina, Harry's 95% sure that's her name, snorted. Did they really hate magic? Davies asked. Whatcha got there? Fred asked Johnny loudly while shooting a dark look towards Davies. Pot, Johnny said with a crooked grin. Want some? Don't you dare, Fred Weasley. Angelina shook her finger in his direction. Wood will kill you. I'm not scared of Oliver, Fred laughed. All right then, how's it work? Harry watched as Johnny used his wand to light the little joint he rolled. Harry had seen loads of kids smoke before. Cigarettes and pot were as interchangeable in the youth shelters he'd hide in every once in a while as water and liquor. He'd never smoked it before, but he'd had a lot of offers before he came to Hogwarts. Fred reached for the joint after Johnny lit it, and raised it to his own lips. Cheers, he said before taking a deep inhale. Fuck, Fred coughed loudly as he exhaled the smoke and handed the joint back to Johnny. That's terrible. That's 'cause you didn't do it right. Harry laughed along with the other kids, except for Angelina, who looked disapproving. You're supposed to hold the smoke in longer, ain't you? You smoke? Johnny asked him. Not really, Harry shrugged. Just seen it a lot, haven't I? Want some? Johnny offered Harry the joint. Harry hesitated for a moment, and an image of Snape's disappointed face drifted through his already fuzzy mind. He thought about how mad he would be if he knew Harry was even at a party past curfew, let alone smoking and drinking. But then he remembered how Snape thought he was sick and stuck his chin out stubbornly. Sure, Harry accepted the joint and took a deep inhale. He held it in as he counted to 10, then gently blew it out. Like that, he grinned at Fred before passing it back to Johnny. Pass it here then, Jordan said. After that, Harry, Johnny, Fred, George, Jordan and Katie took turns passing it around until they'd burnt through 2 joints. Angelina, Alicia, and Davies all turned down the offer but watched, drank, and laughed as the rest of them slowly got high. "I think I'm floating," George laughed. "I'll hold you down," Angelina giggled, sounding a little drunk, as she threw herself on top of him. "That's our cue to move, Harry," Fred said, offering Harry his hand to get to his feet. "Come on, I don't want to watch my brother snog Angie." Harry laughed and let Fred pull him towards the group of dancing students, where he was surprised to see Blaze dancing rather closely to a bloke with dark black hair. "Wanna dance?" Fred yelled in Harry's ear, shouting to be heard over the music, which was much louder in this area. "I dunno how," Harry laughed. "Teach me." Fred smiled brightly as he grabbed Harry's hands and pulled him right up close to himself. "You were too far away," Fred said. "It's like this." Fred wrapped his arms around Harry's waist and quirked an eyebrow up after he did it. "This okay?" "Yeah," Harry said as he wrapped his own arms around Fred's waist. "Brill, innit?" Fred laughed and started moving his hips back and forth in a fast rhythm that Harry tried to mimic. "You said you don't know how to dance," Fred cried after a few songs passed as Harry continued copying his moves. "You've tricked me, Potter." Just doing what you are," Harry laughed. "Guess you're a good teacher." Fred leaned down until his mouth was next to Harry's ear. "I'm good at a lot of things," he whispered. Harry wasn't sure if it was the alcohol, or pot, or just the whole evening, but he felt rather light-headed as the blood in his brain rushed south at Fred's whisper. "Yeah," he said back just as softly. "Suppose you don't want to prove it, do ya?" Fred leaned back to look at Harry, and his blue eyes lit up. "Can I kiss you?" he asked hesitantly. Harry didn't even stop to think about it. He just surged forward and pressed his lips against Fred. "He's got nice lips," Harry decided, "soft and warm." Fred slid one of his hands up to the back of Harry's neck. Harry gasped lightly at the feeling, and Fred took the opportunity to deepen the kiss. "Wanna go somewhere more private?" he murmured after he moved his mouth from Harry's lips to his ear. "Yes, please," Harry breathed. Fred laced their fingers together and pulled Harry off to a dark corner of the room. "Nowhere to sit, but it's private," Fred whispered as he began kissing the side of Harry's neck. "I can fix that," Harry murmured with a quick snap of his fingers. The tiny red love seat he conjured wasn't quite what he'd pictured in his head, but he'd never attempted conjuring while drunk before either. "You're brilliant," Fred said as he lightly shoved Harry onto the sofa and semi-straddled his lap. "Handsome, brilliant, funny." Fred trailed off as he continued kissing Harry's neck. Harry felt his face heat up at the praise. Can I touch you?" Harry asked while his hands hovered over Fred's back. "Please," Fred said, "can I touch you?" "Yeah," Harry said quickly as he ran his hands beneath Fred's light t-shirt. "Fuck, you're fit," he said as he felt Fred's tight muscles. "I don't just break people's arms during matches, you know." Fred laughed as he moved his own hands up Harry's back on top of his shirt. Harry tensed up at the contact and suddenly felt like he couldn't breathe. Fred was going to suffocate him. He took a few deep breaths and focused on the freckles on Fred's arms as he blinked away the white dots that were threatening to overtake his vision. "Here, trade me." Harry scooted over and pulled Fred down to the sofa before he threw his legs over his lap and scooted on top of him. Fred put his hands above his own head and gave Harry a serious look. "You sure this is okay? I don't want to do anything you don't," he said. Harry nodded eagerly. "Yeah, fine. See Mia." Harry pulled Fred's face to his own and lost himself for a few minutes as Fred and Harry eagerly explored each other's mouths with their tongues. "You taste like whiskey," Harry laughed as he moved his mouth to the other boy's neck. "Can I kiss you here?" "Yes, please," Fred sighed. "Can I touch your back?" Harry hesitated for a moment before agreeing. "Don't be weird," he murmured between light kisses to the side of his throat. "Why would I be weird?" Fred asked as he slowly ran his hands up Harry's back. "Oh fuck." Harry froze as Fred's hands made contact with his bare back. "What happened?" Fred asked. Harry felt himself heat up with shame as Fred was feeling the scars on his back. "Do you want to talk or?" Harry trailed off and lightly bit Fred's ear, something he'd liked quite a bit when Fred did it to him before. "Talk later," Fred agreed as he continued to explore Harry's back with his hands. "Merlin, you're hot." "You too," Harry said as he tried to readjust himself on Fred's lap. He could feel undeniable proof of the effect of, well, everything. "Like this." Fred slowly put his hands on Harry's hips and repositioned him until each of Harry's legs were on either side of Fred. "You're killing me," Harry groaned. "Fuck. I don't think that's a first date kind of move," Fred said in a breathy whisper as he lightly thrust his hips up into Harry's. "Fuck," Harry repeated as he could feel Fred's hardness against his own at the move. The two boys spent what might have been minutes, or hours, or maybe even days, slowly and eagerly exploring each other from the waist up, until Harry thought he might explode from all the contact. Fred lifted Harry up and turned quickly to switch their positions. "Don't lay on me," Harry said quickly. I don't think I'll like that." "I won't," Fred said as he slid to his knees on the floor in front of Harry. "Can I?" He flicked his eyes down to Harry's jeans and back up to Harry's. He could see that Fred's eyes were nearly black instead of their usual blue, with as blown as his pupils were. Harry froze for a moment as Fred's question registered in his head. "You want me to do it to you?" Harry asked quietly. "Not if you don't want to," Fred said. "It's not a trade, Harry, it's an offer." He winked. "Yeah," Harry nodded at Fred before he leaned forward and kissed him. Nobody's ever done that to me before," he admitted softly. "Then prepare to be amazed," Fred said with a wide smile. "Are you sure it's okay? We can stop, I'm not in any rush here." Harry glanced around quickly and saw that nobody was anywhere near their private little corner of the room, and nodded down at Fred. "If you want to, I do," he said. Fred kissed him once more before he slowly, gently, and carefully unzipped Harry's jeans. Harry threw his head back on the sofa and closed his eyes at the contact. He bit his lip in an effort to hold in the embarrassing noises his mouth couldn't seem to stop making. Afterwards, while Harry was seeing an entirely new kind of white stars twinkling in his vision, Fred smiled at him from where he was still kneeling on the floor. "You liked it?" "I'm gonna die, it was so good," Harry murmured lazily as his body relaxed into a state of pure bliss. "Jesus." Fred propped his upper body up on the sofa and started trailing lazy kisses across Harry's exposed abdomen. "We should probably..." But whatever Fred was about to offer was cut off by a lit wand suddenly being thrust in their direction. Somehow, in their state of bliss, Harry and Fred hadn't noticed the rest of the students quickly rushing out of the classroom when a professor initially appeared. Harry yelped as he quickly covered himself up at the sight of the lit wand. "Party's over," Lupin said sternly. "Fred, 25 points from Gryffindor, get to your dorm. Harry, 25 points from Slytherin." "Worth it," Harry said as he tried to stand up and staggered against Fred, who was also stumbling a bit. "Definitely worth it," Fred agreed. "We'll see if it's worth it when I contact both your parents," Lupin said. Parents are dead, ain't they?" Harry laughed. Lupin gave him a grim look. "Severus is." And for about the 50th time that night, for an entirely different reason, Harry groaned. "Fook." Chapter 24, Valentine's Day Part II. "Severus, I believe I have something that belongs to you." Severus had been dozing in his preferred chair in his private quarters when Lupin knocked on his door, abruptly jerking him awake. "Cummings," he called curtly. Lupin had better have a marvelous excuse if he thought 2:30 in the morning was an appropriate time to bring him. "Harry," he sighed, opening the door and seeing his ward sullenly glaring at the floor beside Lupin. "What in Merlin's name are you doing out of your dorm at this time?" "Attending a party," Lupin supplied as Potter remained stubbornly silent, and apparently quite the private after-party. Potter scowled at Lupin, his cheeks pinking up. "Piss off," he muttered. "Language," Severus said sharply. "What kind of party?" he asked Lupin, eyeing Potter closely and attempting to identify the familiar smell coming from him. He groaned out loud before he answered his own question, the kind with alcohol. Potter reeked of whiskey. "Drugs and sex as well," Lupin added. "What?" Severus gave Potter a sharp look as the child glared fiercely at Lupin. "Potter, explain yourself, immediately." "Don't think I will," Potter slurred insolently. "Fucking slurred." Severus groaned again and pinched the bridge of his nose, a fruitless venture to hold back his newly emerging migraine. "Lupin, specifically, what happened?" "I was completing my rounds when I got whiff of a rather particular smell coming from an empty classroom on the 3rd floor." "Fucking wolf senses," Potter sneered at the floor. Lupin gave Potter an annoyed look, but otherwise ignored his interruption. I followed the smell and found roughly a dozen students still in the classroom. I confiscated 6 bottles of whiskey, what seems to be an outrageous amount of marijuana. And my damn maps, Potter mumbled. And interrupted 3 couples in the middle of lewd activities. One couple being Harry and Mr. Weasley, Lupin continued, now openly glaring at Potter in his annoyance at the interruptions. Snape, Potter slurred. Alcohol, drugs, and sex. Potter may as well be a walking advert for a manic episode. How Severus had ever once thought Potter did not have manic depressive illness was beyond him. Wishful thinking, perhaps. Mr. Fred Weasley, Severus asked with minimal hopes that it was the more age-appropriate, even if it was still inappropriate, Ronald Weasley. Severus had been present at dinner last night when the students returned from Hogsmeade and Potter had all but floated to his seat, where he then exchanged shy smiles with the unusually quiet Fred Weasley. Severus had been pleased to see his first date had gone well, and hoped that Potter would eventually stop pretending he didn't exist and would inform Severus himself how it went. Now he wished it had gone terribly, just so horribly wrong that his third-year ward would never have considered participating in lewd activities with a 5th year. I believe it was Fred, Lupin said, though I guess it could have been George. It was Fred, Potter slurred. Everyone thinks they're identical, yeah, but Fred got an extra freckle on his nose, plus his mouth's way. Shut up, Severus hissed. 15-year-old Fred Weasley. Severus was going to have to inform Molly Weasley that her underage son was sexually involved with his underaged ward. Delightful. Potter suddenly slumped over against the side of the doorway and smiled lazily at Severus. Am I coming in to get yelled at, or am I going to bed? 'Cause I think I can sleep now. Severus sighed heavily as he looked from Potter to Lupin. I am assuming you have doled out punishments to the students you found. 20 points each and 25 from Harry and Fred since they were rather. Lupin's scarred face blushed heavily for a moment in obvious discomfort. They were rather undressed when I found them. Fucking perfect. Then I shall take over from here. Severus grit his teeth as he thanked the wolf. Thank you for bringing Harry to me. Of course, Lupin said. He glanced down at Potter's slumped form before frowning again. Good luck. I want my fucking map back, Potter yelled at Lupin's retreating back. Thief, he muttered. Are you out of your mind? Severus hissed, pulling Potter into his quarters and slamming the door behind him. Don't touch me, Potter snarled, yanking his arm from Severus' grip and tripping like a drunkard at the motion. All touched out for the day, thanks. Disturbing. Drinking, Potter, really? You thought it was a good idea for a 13-year-old to get drunk on school grounds? What the fuck is wrong with you? Don't you mean are you out of your mind? Potter said, stumbling his way to the sofa. That's what you're thinking, right? Oh no, Potter did something crazy again. No, Severus said slowly, as he followed behind the insolent child. I am thinking, what possibly made you believe it was acceptable to attend a party with alcohol and drugs? And what kind of sexual activities did my underaged ward deem appropriate to participate in on school grounds? Don't think it's your business, Potter said as he sprawled across the sofa. Severus could see now that his eyes were hazy and unfocused. Think it's my business, innit? You think wrong, Severus growled, having no patience for this. I am both your head of house and your guardian. Your activities are very much my business, especially ones that could end with a disease. So if I want to kill a basilisk, no big deal, Potter sneered even as he tripped over the word. But if I want to have a drink, a smoke, and a shag, then suddenly you want to play dad, he laughed. Fuck off. Do not speak to me like that, Severus hissed, momentarily ignoring the implication that he was in any way approving of Potter killing a basilisk last year. I do not know what kind of game you think you are playing right now, but it is putting you dangerously close to being punished much harder than you already will be. Punish me then, Potter laughed again. He clumsily got to his feet and stumbled a couple of steps closer to where Severus stood. You can hit me if you want, yeah, or grab a belt. Maybe lock me in the closet for a few days. Come on, Snape, do it if it'll make you feel like you're in charge. God damn it. Potter, I am in charge, Severus said tersely. Sit down before you trip and break your fool neck. Ooh, am I Potter now? Potter laughed mockingly at Severus' slip-up. Come on, if you're going to punish me you might as well do it right, Potter said, his green eyes dull and unfocused. I probably won't even feel it. I think I'm high, he giggled breathlessly. Wonderful, fucking wonderful. You are a moron, Harry, Severus groaned. He was quite sure Potter was high. The closer the child got, the more pungent the earthy aroma clinging to him was. "Are you going to tell me why you were attending a party when you should be in bed?" "Couldn't sleep," Potter said. "Are you gonna punish me, or are we playing games all night? 'Cause if so, I've got better places to be." "You have detention until the end of the year," Severus decided, thinking quickly. "Sit down." "Worth it," Potter said with a drunken smile as he stumbled back to the sofa. "Did you know I might like blokes? Thought Daphne was dead gorgeous, did I? And Lou's beautiful, but Fred changed my mind. Or seen I like both? Probably not. It's weird, right?" Jesus Christ. Potter was manic and drunk and rambling. About his sexuality crisis, apparently. Which Severus was decidedly not equipped to handle at his current level of anger and frustration. "You obliviated the mind healer, and now you have to deal with the fallout," he reminded himself. He made finding or educating a Wixen mind healer, or at least a damn squib mind healer, his summer goal. Cancer research be damned. "I cannot imagine how your sexual preferences are in any way related to an explanation for your behavior tonight," Severus said tersely. "Needed to check, did I?" Potter said, still smiling. "Figured I'd give it a shot, see if things are better with a bloke when I'm drunk and older now. And guess what? You were right, it's way better," he laughed. "Jesus fucking Christ. You understand that you risked expulsion for any one of the many illegal activities you participated in tonight, correct?" Severus said, avoiding any sort of sex-related topic at the moment, especially as Potter framed his statement in a way that made Severus question himself for informing Potter that consensual sex was meant to be pleasurable for both parties. "Pell me then," Potter said. "It's not even a good threat." "It was." "You could have been hurt," Severus said instead. "You were smoking marijuana and drinking alcohol. Were you aware that either one of those could cause irreparable damage to your internal organs, not to say anything of the damaging effect of mixing the two?" "No, it can't," Potter laughed. "People do it all the time." "And they die all the time," Severus said. "You need help, Harry. You are behaving irresponsibly and impulsively." "I'm not," Potter mumbled as he turned his head into the sofa cushion. "Oh, what were you thinking then, before you began drinking alcohol and smoking with a group of older teenagers?" "Wasn't thinking nothin'," Potter said. "Just did it." Severus desperately wanted to shake the child and scream, "That is the definition of impulsivity," but he refrained. Instead, he glared down at Potter and watched as his hazy eyes blinked slowly. "We will speak more about this in the morning," Severus said sternly. He summoned a blanket from his cupboard and laid it on the brat and pulled his glasses off his face. "Sleep and prepare an argument in your defense for in the morning." "K," Potter sighed contentedly as he closed his eyes. Severus drug his recliner closer to the sofa, once again, and summoned the medication the Contessa sent him and watched Potter sleep for a while, thinking, considering, planning. By the time Potter opened his bloodshot eyes at 6 o'clock, Severus had slept not at all and prayed to Merlin that he could get through to the child. "Oh," Potter whined pathetically, "what's going on?" "You are in my quarters on the sofa, hopefully with a terrible hangover," Severus said coolly. "Get up, we need to have a discussion." "No," Potter mumbled as he turned and shifted on the sofa. "Wanna sleep." "Perhaps you should have slept last night," Severus said sharply. "Get up now." "No," Potter said stubbornly as he jammed his eyes closed. "Argumenti." "Son of a bitch," Potter yelped as Severus poured water on his head. "What you do that for?" He shook his wet hair out, momentarily looking like a green-eyed wet puppy, and glanced around himself quickly before snagging his glasses off the nearby table. "You and I need to have a discussion," Severus said. "You refused to get up and I resolved the issue." Potter blinked at him in shock before wincing. "Thought you wanted me to sleep," he grumbled, "not drown me." Severus felt a small stab of regret as he realized last night was likely the first time all week Potter slept more than an hour, though he consoled himself with the reminder that passing out from alcohol for a little less than 3 hours was scarcely better than maniacally staying awake. "Perhaps you should have considered your sleep before you went to a party," he said stoutly, shoving his regret deep down inside. This was the time to be firm, not bend to Potter's ironclad will. "Talk fast then," Potter said as he laid his head against the back of the sofa. "My head hurts." "Good." Potter opened one eye and narrowed them at Severus at his sharp tone. "What's your problem then?" "What's my problem?" Severus repeated incredulously. "Do you not recall the events of last night?" Potter scrubbed his face with his hands as he thought it over. Kinda, he admitted. I remember Lupin's a snitch. Lupin is a professor, Severus said, once again in a position where he was stuck defending one of the damn fools. He was obligated to inform me of your activities, just as I will be obligated to write to Mr. Weasley's mother of his activities last night. Potter shrugged and grimaced again at the movement. "'Kay," he said, "that it?" "No," Severus barked. "That is not it." Severus took a deep breath as he prepared himself to give his speech he rehearsed and perfected while Potter slept. "Harry, I understand that you are in denial about your mental health," he said firmly, ignoring Potter's dramatic groan of dismay at the topic. "However, I am unable to wait for you to come to terms with it, as it is now impacting your education, safety, and overall health. If you refuse to treat the illness, then I will have no choice but to have you admitted in the hospital for treatment." Potter sat up properly and gave Severus a wide-eyed look of shock. "What? You can't do that." "You'll find that I can," Severus said. "You are a danger to yourself. I cannot spend every waking moment worrying that you will either cut your wrists open, or jump from the owlery believing you are capable of winged flight, or dying in some other scheme because you are ill and your mind is unreliably guiding you to situations where your life is in danger." Potter blanched at Severus' blunt recounting of his previous deeds, and these were only the ones Severus knew of. He was quite sure that Miss Granger's subtle question of how a lack of sleep impacts mental processing at the end of her class last Thursday had not been for academic research. "Headache potion," Potter murmured as he broke away from Severus' impassive gaze. Severus grit his back teeth harshly as Potter summoned the potion and downed it quickly, likely before Severus had an opportunity to take it from him. "Were you even going to ask?" Severus said between his clenched teeth at the blatant act of disrespect. "Would have, but you aren't asking me anything, are you?" Potter sneered. "If you can just make fucking stupid demands, then I can too." "Watch your language, you are the child," Severus said loudly as he slammed his hand harshly on the armrest. "I am the adult, Potter. I can make any demands that I damn well please. You would do well to remember that." Potter jumped to his feet at Severus' thoughtless slam and backed several steps away from him. "Leave me alone," he cried in a trembling voice as he vigilantly watched Severus' hands. "Doesn't it matter what I want? You've lost the plot." Severus inhaled very slowly, in an effort to not begin a screaming match with his twitchy and traumatized ward. "Harry, please sit. I am not going to hurt you," he said much more calmly than he felt. "I do care what you want, but in this instance I must insist. This," he pulled the medication bottle from his pocket and rattled it lightly, "is meant to help you, and you desperately need help." "No, I don't," Potter yelled. "I don't want fucking crazy medicine." "Watch your language," Severus yelled back, quickly forgetting his previous determination not to shout at the child. "You will take this or you will go somewhere they will force you to." "No," Potter shook his head and looked around the room quickly. "No, I won't. You can't make me." "I am your guardian and I can make you," Severus said. "You need help before you end up dead because of it." Potter backed away a few more steps, and his eyes flicked towards the door. "Then you're not my guardian anymore," he said softly. "I quit." "Neither of us are quitting, Harry," Severus said as gently as he felt he was currently able. "All I am asking you to do is take this medicine. If it does not work or hurts you in any way, then we will try something different, okay?" "No," Potter repeated. "I've seen people on pills like that before. They just laid there on their cots, just drooling and fucked up and stupid looking. I don't need it." "You do," Severus said as he very slowly, and with exaggerated movements, rose to his feet. "I will not allow it to cause you to become incapacitated in any way, I swear, child, but you will take it." Potter stepped closer to the door as Severus took a small step towards him. "Black said I can move in with him," he said abruptly. "He wouldn't make me go to a hospital or take pills." How could Severus have forgotten that Black had planned on asking Potter to move in with him yesterday? "Probably because you've been focused on the chaos that a manic Harry Potter has been sowing," he reassured himself. It was an empty reassurance. He hadn't factored Sirius God-damned Black and his own impulsive offers to Potter into the equation when he had came up with this last-ditch effort of a plan last night. Severus closed his eyes briefly and counted to 10 before he responded. "Black does not understand your mental health as I do," he said calmly. "I will not concede my guardianship of you to him because you are refusing to accept treatment." "I'll just leave then," Potter said. "I don't need you." Severus pretended that the bluntly spoken remark did not cut him more sharply than any blade could have. Potter is ill, he reminded himself firmly. He doesn't mean the things he is saying. Unless he does, the more insecure part of his heart whispered. You don't mean that, Severus said. You are scared, confused, and likely coming down from a terrible manic episode, he hoped. You would leave our home instead of improving your health. I am not manic, Potter shouted. Quit saying that. You are, Severus said simply. It is not a weakness, Harry. It is only an illness like any other that requires treatment. I won't go to the hospital. You will not have to if you will take this medicine, Severus said quickly. It is used as a treatment for your illness. Potter glanced down at the pill bottle in Severus' hand before looking back up at his face. Severus saw a brief flash of hesitation in his green eyes before he blinked, and it was replaced with a look of stubborn determination. I won't, I don't need it, I don't need you. Potter hesitated, and Severus thought he could see a slight tremble in the child's lower lip before he continued. I'm moving out. You can have your house back. I don't want it and I don't want you. As Potter went to step towards the door, Severus, in his hurt and his shock, made an absolute foolish mistake. He reached out to grasp Potter's arm in an attempt to stop him from leaving. Harry, listen. Don't touch me, Potter hissed sharply before Severus, hand on his arm, erupted in a terribly burning pain. Severus quickly pulled his hand back and clenched his jaw in an effort to not show the pain that was burning through the veins in his hand. Potter faltered as he had one foot out the door. He looked helplessly at Severus and mouthed something that Severus thought may have been an apology before resolutely turning on his heel and leaving Severus' quarters. Severus cradled his hand to his chest and stared at his door as the burn faded away. His plan on strong-arming Potter into accepting treatment had entirely backfired. I don't want it and I don't want you, replayed on a loop in his mind as he struggled to process what exactly just happened. He hadn't forced Potter to treat his illness. All he'd succeeded in doing was driving him straight to Black's arms. And away from Severus himself. Chapter 25, The Black Madness. Harry didn't storm out of Snape's private living area, he fled. He fled down the corridor to the Slytherin dorms and hoped like hell that Blaise had thought to grab his cloak last night. He wasn't sure what he'd do if he lost that too. He burst in their dorm, glanced around at his friends, sleeping forms, and summoned his invisibility cloak. Oh, thank God, he whispered, as the silken cloth flew from behind Blaise's bed curtains straight to Harry's hands. Harry threw the cloak on over his head and shoulders and set off to the defense corridor. If Lupin could steal his stuff, then he'd just steal it back. He got the map fair and square, and Lupin had no right to take it from him. Harry hesitated outside Lupin's office and hoped he'd get lucky twice today, and Lupin would be in bed still. Or after Harry checked the time and saw it was 7:30, maybe breakfast. He took a deep breath and opened the door. If Lupin was in there, he'd hear it open no matter how slowly, quietly, or invisibly. Harry opened it. No sound. He poked his head in and was relieved to see Lupin wasn't in his office. Harry took a couple steps inside and focused on his magic as hard as he could. I want the Marauders map. Bring me the Marauders map. When nothing immediately happened, Harry snarled and pulled harder on his core than he ever had before. Now bring me my map now. And why Dad made it, I got it fair and square, Lupin stole it. Now. Harry almost fell over as a rolled-up parchment flew in the room behind him and smacked him in the head. Lupin must have had it with him, he thought with a private smirk as he snagged the map off the floor and darted quickly out of the room. He turned the map on and studied it until he found the path Fred and George must have used to get into Hogsmeade, and it was right beside the defense corridor staircase, which made it Harry's lucky break number 3 of the morning. Harry went over to the weird humpbacked one-eyed witch statue and watched the map as a tiny Harry Potter dot put out a speech bubble that said Descendium. He hoped that was the password and not another weird insult. Descendium, he murmured with his hand on the statue. The humpback slid open and Harry peered inside and saw it was a short drop to what was probably a tunnel. He swung his legs in and dropped right before the opening slid shut. Give me a light, please, he ordered his magic gently. He didn't want to burn his eyes out if it responded as strongly as it did earlier when he yelled at it. He smiled when a normal-sized ball of light sprung to life. It looked like there was only one path through, so he turned the map off and tucked it securely back in Draco's jeans he still had on. Which was kind of gross considering all the things he did yesterday. He thought he probably needed a shower and then scoffed at himself. You got weak, Potter. 24 hours without a shower and you're cringing. 10-year-old Harry would laugh at how posh he's gotten since starting at Hogwarts. Course, 10-year-old Harry would also never believe how much everything else changed. 13-year-old Harry hardly believed it himself sometimes. Harry walked up to the end of the tunnel and gripped his pocket knife tightly in one hand as he climbed up a short ladder through another trapdoor. "Fuck," he whispered as the opening of the door immediately set off an alarm in Honeydukes. Harry ran out the front door quickly, thankful for the cloak that kept him hidden since the owners stormed down the shop stairs just as Harry was running out the door. That was close, he thought as he headed to Rosmerta's pub. Apparently Honeydukes set an alarm of some sort during their off hours. Which, yeah, maybe he should have considered. Most Muggle stores did as well. He'd learned that the hard way when he was younger and trying to steal food and clothes from closed stores. Harry pulled his cloak off before he went in the 3 broomsticks and immediately looked around for Black. "Can I help you?" Rosmerta called from behind the bar with a bemused look. "Are you supposed to be here, Harry?" Harry debated for a second before deciding poor orphan Harry would be his best play right now. "I'm trying to find Black," he sniffled a little for show as he evaded her question. "We were supposed to talk about me living with him this summer, since he's my only real family left, and," Harry glanced up at the witch through his lashes, "and he said he'd tell me about my dad. They were best friends, you know." Harry looked back down at his boots and slumped his shoulders. Come on. "Oh, of course, dear," Rosmerta cooed. "He's not here, but I can point you towards the place he's staying. He told me he bought a house, guess I know why now, don't I? But he's still staying in his flat until the school year ends." She gave Harry a bright smile which he tried to shyly return. She looked around at the nearly empty pub and gestures towards the door. "I can show you real fast." "Thank you," Harry said earnestly. "I know you're probably really busy." "Of course, sweetheart," she said in an overly sweet voice. "Sirius is a dear, and he's been talking about you non-stop." "Really?" Harry asked as he politely held the door open for her. "What's he saying?" If Black told her anything, Harry said to Grim, then he'd kill him and take his chances back in London by himself. "Oh, he just brags on and on about you," Rosmerta said as she led Harry towards a cluster of houses in the village. "Talks about how great of a flyer you are, how good at magic you are. Honestly, I don't think there's ever been a prouder godparent in my pub." That's nice of him," Harry said, and it was nice of him, even if it didn't make any sense. Harry hadn't really given Black much reason to like him. "Sirius is a good man," Rosmerta carried on. "He made some mistakes, but overall he's a good man." Harry hummed non-committally and let her prattle on as they walked up to a wide brick house. "He's the door on the left," she said. "He was out late, so he might still be asleep. I'd wager you could just go in." "'Kay, thanks for showing me," Harry said. "No problem," Rosmerta said cheerfully, "but if anyone comes looking for you, I'll have to tell them where you went." Harry watched as the witch winked at him and strolled away in her sparkling red heels. Apparently, she was a little sharper than he'd given her credit for. Harry shook his head and squared his shoulders before knocking resolutely on Black's door. Once, twice, no answer. Harry shrugged before opening the door and slipping inside quickly. If Black was angry about it, then he'd just tell him Rosmerta said he could. "Black," he called through an empty entrance room. "Maybe he's still asleep." Harry carefully walked towards the next door, keeping a tight grip on his knife. He opened the next door and glanced around to what seemed to be a one-room flat. There was a small kitchen off to the right side of the room, 2 doors in the middle where a sofa was situated, and a bed and wardrobe on the left side of the room. An empty bed. Fuck. He hadn't factored Black not being home when he came to see him. Harry grimaced at the sink full of dirty plates that were causing a gross smell in the small flat, and sat down on the edge of the sofa while he tried to plan his next move. He wasn't going back to Hogwarts until he knew Snape couldn't force him to go to a hospital or take any pills. His throat burned when he thought about giving up his house and summers with Snape, but it was better than becoming some kind of drooling zombie. Those people he'd seen on crazy pills weren't special, they weren't strong, they were just pathetic. And if Snape thought Harry was going to live like that, then he wasn't as great as Harry thought he was. Which was disappointing, but Harry didn't need him. He'd done just fine on his own before Snape, and he'd do fine now. Rosmerta said Black was a good guy, and he liked Harry, and if he put a single finger on him, then Harry would hurt him. He didn't need Snape. Unless maybe Snape apologized, and swore to never bring it up again. Maybe. Harry laid back on Black's sofa and closed his eyes as he tried to think through his options. God, he was tired. Harry hadn't meant to fall asleep, and was shocked when he was awoken by a sharp crack of apparition. Harry, Black cried happily, ignoring the way Harry had leapt to his feet with his knife drawn. What are you doing here, pup? Harry willed his heart rate to slow back down at his rude awakening. Looking for you, aren't I? Harry rolled the tension out of his shoulders and grit his teeth. Can I still come stay with you this summer? Yes, Black cheered and did an odd little jump of joy, and Harry let out a relieved sigh. This'll be great. Do you want to see the house now or let it be a surprise? Probably a surprise, Black continued before Harry could even answer. That would be better. Can my friend Theo stay too? Harry asked hesitantly. I told him he could stay with me. Theodore not? Black scrunched his nose for a moment before shaking his head. Pup, his dad was a Death Eater. Not just any either, he was close mates to Voldemort himself when they were in school. So that kid was probably raised up in his eyeballs in dark magic, Black said. He could be dangerous. Theo's not dangerous, Harry scowled. And he tried to remember what Susan called her and Harry before. A package deal, we're a package deal. If Theo can't stay, then I won't either. Harry hoped that Black wanted him badly enough to let Theo stay too. Harry had made a promise, and he wouldn't let him stay at his dad's house a single night longer. Fine, Black waved one hand and then immediately started bouncing around the flat. He can come too. Oh, this will be great. Listen, I know you don't like Moony, but I'm hoping you guys can get along because we can all spend all summer together, and I've already got so many plans. Harry watched curiously as Black moved around the flat, seemingly purposelessly. He talked quickly about Quidditch matches, the World Cup and camping. Then he'd pick up a plate and start talking about a motorcycle before putting the plate in a new spot it didn't belong. Are you okay? Harry asked hesitantly. He didn't want Black to agree to let Harry and Theo stay if he was drunk and then change his mind later. I'm perfect now, Black said with a bright smile. Have you ever been to the States? No, of course you haven't, Black scowled. Damned muggles didn't take you anywhere interesting, did they? They're lucky I'm trying to stay out of Azkaban or I'd go talk with them. Black tapped his wand on the kitchen counter, then yelped when the dirty dishes started shaking. Whoops, he laughed. Happens sometimes. Anyway, what was I saying? Harry didn't even get a chance to answer before Black was off on a new topic. This time about vacations maybe. Black was talking too fast for Harry to really follow. Are you hungry? What? Harry hadn't noticed Black had apparently changed topics again. Oh, sure. He was starving actually. He hadn't really ate much the last couple of days. I don't have anything here that's edible, but we could go to Rosmerta's and order you lunch. Black peered in his empty cabinets and spoke so quickly Harry barely understood what he had said. Are you sure you're okay? Harry asked, starting to worry that Black was actually drunk or something. Right as rain, Black waved his hand as he kept digging through the cabinets. Hey, listen, do you want to become an animagus? Because I had a great idea. Harry was beginning to regret coming here. There was something wrong with Black. He hadn't acted like this the last few times Harry had been around him. He'd been normal then, and now he was acting. Acting completely mad. I should get back to school, Harry said nervously as he carefully moved towards the door. We can write about this summer, yeah. Don't go, Black spun around and gave Harry a wide-eyed look of surprise. You can skip classes today. It's Sunday, Harry said slowly, and he checked the time, it's 1. Even better, Black laughed. Hey, what if you played hooky for a few days and we went on a trip? What kind of trip? Harry asked, curious despite himself. Any kind we want, Black laughed again. We could take my bike out and go anywhere. We're both free, Harry. Free pup, we can go anywhere. Hey, Russia is beautiful in the winters. We could go there. Harry grimaced at the impulsive offer. He couldn't go to Russia or anywhere really. I'd get expelled, he said. Dumbledore would kick me right out. No, the fuck he wouldn't, Black snarled, his sudden anger startling compared to his previous excitement. Dumbledore owes me too really, and that's what I'll tell him if he says one word. I really can't go, I'm sorry, Harry said, more anxious to leave as Black looked mad enough to hex him. I've got classes. Don't go, Black cried as Harry reached out for the door handle. We need to make plans. Hold on, let me grab something to write this all down or I'll forget. Black laughed and turned back to the kitchen drawers to dig for something. Probably a parchment, but considering his current state, Harry wouldn't bet on it. The moment Black's back was turned, Harry grabbed the door handle and sprinted out both sets of doors to the yard as quickly as he could. He threw his cloak back on and just started running. Black was mad. He was just bouncing around his flat talking and not making any sense. And he thought he was having great ideas, but they were mad. Harry couldn't skip school and go to Russia, and they couldn't take a flying motorcycle to the States. They'd be caught and arrested. He's just excited, Harry reassured himself, that's all. He slowed down to a walk once he reached the familiar pathway back to Hogwarts and tried to sort his thoughts out. He's a bit impulsive, but he's not always like this, he thought. Maybe he's just having a weird day. An episode, a quiet part of his brain whispered. But Harry was impulsive sometimes. He had days where he had impulsive ideas. He hadn't really thought about playing Quidditch when he transfigured those feathers on his arm, did he? But Black was just rambling. Thought he had some grand plans, but they were crazy. He didn't make any sense at all. He wasn't even talking properly. Your speech is also markedly worse. Harry, you sound mad. Harry stopped in the middle of the abandoned path beneath his cloak and felt his breath coming quickly as his heart started to race. You do remind me quite a bit of Sirius. He'd get these grand ideas for pranks and plans for the future. Nobody seemed to understand that these weren't just crazy ideas. They were plans, and they were amazing, and Sirius was a genius for coming up with them. But Black wasn't a genius, he was mad. Let's play hooky and go to Russia. I'm trying to be an owl, it's a brilliant idea I had. Manic episodes are experienced by intense feelings of euphoria, high energy, decreased need for sleep, increased impulsive behavior, a sense of invincibility, and nonsensical thought patterns. Harry started sprinting towards the Hogwarts gates again, as his mind began assaulting him with everything Snape had said to him before that he'd brushed off. You need help. You sound mad. It's not your fault, it's an illness. You are behaving erratically and impulsively. It's called manic depressive illness. When he made it back to Hogwarts grounds, Harry made it as far as the edge of the Black Lake before he sunk to the ground and yanked his cloak off so he could breathe properly again. Black was really mad, just like Snape said. Because Snape wasn't a liar. He was a bastard, a bully sometimes, stubborn, rude. But not a liar. He said Black was mad, and he is. He said Harry was mad, ill he said, and he probably is. Sissa tried to tell him too when he was sick, depressed his mind whispered over the summer, didn't she? And Hermione said his mental functioning was messed up because he wasn't sleeping. And he wasn't eating. And he was acting just as crazy as Black was. Because he was crazy. Like Black. Harry pulled his knees to his chest and laid his head down on them. He was just as bad as Black, and the only person who offered to help him, who didn't treat him badly over it, was Snape. Snape, who he screamed at, and tried to hurt with his words, and did hurt with his magic. Snape, who was his first friend and helped him when he was new to Hogwarts. Helped him before Hogwarts, in fact, when he took him shopping and made sure he didn't look pathetic when he first came to the school. Snape, who kept his secrets and taught him occlumency to protect his mind from others. Snape, who healed his broken bones and never made him stay in the hospital wing. Snape, whose little fox Patronus was because he cared about Harry, cared about him as much as his own mum had apparently. Who searched for him when he was expelled and gave him his own house and became his guardian so Harry never had to go back to Surrey. Snape, who knew he was sick this summer and didn't just get rid of him. He stuck around anyway and kept trying to get Harry to accept his help. Harry threw it all away. And he couldn't fix it now. Snape surely hated him. He'd never forgive Harry for picking Black this morning. Harry certainly wouldn't forgive one of his friends if they went and became friends with Finnegan or Parkinson instead of him. Which meant Harry was alone and had a sickness that he had no idea how to fix. He didn't want to be like Black, he wanted to be like Snape. Strong, powerful, free, smart. Someone people listened to and respected, someone that couldn't be hurt. Except Harry did hurt him. And now he was right back where he started alone. Harry kept his head down as he held back the pathetic tears that were trying to escape. He'd messed up so badly, and he had no idea how to fix it. He doubted if it could even be fixed. Harry James Potter. Harry's head snapped up from his knees at the sound of someone screaming at him. He turned slightly and saw Susan, along with all of his other friends, jogging towards him. "We have been looking for you," Susan shouted again with her hands on her hips. "Where have you been?" "Hogsmeade," Harry said hoarsely as they all stopped and stood beside him. "Why were you in Hogsmeade?" Hermione asked. "Because I'm an idiot," Harry admitted as he put his head back down to his knees. "Hey," Harry sensed as Susan knelt down beside him and put her hand on his back. "Are you okay?" "If Fred fucking Weasley hurt you, I swear to Merlin I will kill him," Blaise swore. "No," Harry said with his face buried. "I'm not hurt, I'm just stupid." "No you aren't," Susan said softly. "What's going on?" Harry turned his head again and saw all his friends were watching him with curious and pitying looks. "I don't want to talk about it," he mumbled. "Just leave me alone for a while, yeah." "Ruung," Susan sang out. "Here, what we're going to do, Hermione and Theo are going to go study because they're swats." "Hey," Hermione and Theo cried out indignantly. "Draco and Ron are going to go back to flying," Susan continued. "Blaise is going to go back to bed because he's got a hangover and is being a prat today." "Am not," Blaise grumbled. "Neville is going to go with me to go play cards, and Luna is going to stay here with you. Okay." Harry shook his head, but apparently her question was actually a demand because everyone else immediately began complying. Luna plopped down beside him, on the opposite side from Susan, and everyone else murmured goodbye, as they split up just like Susan ordered them. "I'll see you tonight when you're done thinking that you're anything less than the strongest and most brilliant wizard ever," Susan said as she made her way over towards where Neville was waiting. "And when you remember how amazing you are, then you'll remember I'm the best friend in the world, and you'll come tell me all about why you were in Hogsmeade, and why you went to a party with Blaise and not me." Harry nodded his head and gave her what he hoped was a grateful smile. As soon as everyone else was gone, Luna began stroking his hair in the comforting way he'd gotten used to. "Is Sirius Black disappointing?" she asked softly, somehow guessing at part of his thoughts. "He's crazy, Lou," Harry said. He could tell Luna anything. She stayed right by his side when he was dealing with the Dementors, depressed his mind said again. She stroked his hair and wiped his tears and didn't tell anyone about the nightmares he had or the things he screamed in his sleep. If there was a better person in the world than Luna Lovegood, Harry hadn't met them. "He's crazy," he said again, "and, Lou, I think so am I." "Why do you think that?" "Because," Harry trailed off as he tried to think of all the reasons Snape gave before, "because people can't turn themselves into owls, can they? And they probably can't add gills to themselves without that plant Neville mentioned. And it's not normal to not sleep for more than a week, is it?" "No, Harry," Luna said gently, "it's not." "So then I'm crazy, Lou," Harry admitted in a hoarse whisper. "I don't know what to do." "You aren't crazy, Harry," Luna reassured him softly. "You're sick." Oh. Harry turned his head to look at Luna, and saw that she was watching him with her big silver eyes, and her lips were pulled back in a gentle smile. "Sick," he repeated, "that's what Snape said." "Did I ever tell you how my mom died?" Luna asked. Harry shook his head. He knew Luna's mom died, and that she saw it happen, and that's why she could see the Thestrals, but she never said what happened. "You would have liked her," Luna said with a fond smile. "She was a quite extraordinary witch. She went to Boatbattens when she was a student. She had a master's in potions, just like Professor Snape. But then she got sick and she started experimenting with her potions. She said she heard people in her head telling her to do it, telling her what to do. And she wasn't careful with her potions, not like I am. And one day, one of her experiments backfired and it killed her." "And you were with her, yeah?" "Yes," Luna kept stroking his hair while she talked. "I was with her and she died because she was sick and she wouldn't get help." "Snape offered to help me," Harry admitted, "and I told him I didn't need him, said I wanted to live with Black instead." "Professor Snape won't care about that," Luna said. "He'll want to help you, and I want you to let him. Please, Harry." "I can't," Harry said. "He won't help me, Lou, because I fucked up, and I don't know how to fix it because everything feels so horrible right now, and I don't think Snape ever going to talk to me again." I told him I didn't need him, but I think I do," he admitted with a weak sniffle. Luna grabbed his hand with her free one and held it firmly in her own. "There's nothing you can't fix, Harry," she said gently. "I don't know how, tell me how," he pleaded. "Ask the Nargles or something, please." "I don't need the Nargles to tell me what you should do," she said with a gentle squeeze to his hand. "All you have to do is go to him, he'll help you, no matter what you said. Professor Snape loves you." "He's gonna be so mad, Lou," Harry said. "I hurt him, burnt his hand, and I said the meanest stuff I could think of." And you think he's going to hurt you back, Luna said. Course he will, why wouldn't he? Luna grasped Harry's other hand and held them both tightly as she looked in his eyes. Professor Snape loves you, she said. Her voice was still as melodic as usual but firmer and more stern now. He would never hurt you, Harry, never ever. Harry shook his head. Luna didn't get it. If someone hurt you, you hurt them back. That's the way the world worked. Harry might not know how love worked, didn't know enough about it to even question Luna's claims that Snape loved him, but he knew how pain worked, and he knew how it felt better to hurt other people when they had hurt you. Come on, Harry, I'll go with you. Luna got to her feet and tugged gently on Harry's hands to pull him to his feet. Let's go find Professor Snape. "Kay," Harry said quietly, throwing his cloak over himself and Luna so they weren't stopped by anyone in the corridors. The cloak was made a little pointless by Luna's soft singing, but Harry liked to hear her sing, so he didn't say anything about it. He let Luna guide him towards Snape's office while he made some quick decisions in his head. He knew Snape was going to be angry, probably angrier than Harry had ever seen him before. Snape would think about how Harry hurt him and would hurt Harry back to get even. And Harry would let him, just this once, because he'd earned it. He'd take whatever punishment Snape gave him and would just grit his teeth and bear it. He'd done it before, at Surrey when he was being punished, and in London when he'd been earning something to eat. So Snape could do what he needed to do, and then they'd be even again. And then Harry would ask him to help him. He'd even break his own rule about asking for things, and he'd ask. He'd even fucking beg if it meant he didn't end up like Black ever again. Whatever it took, if it meant at the end of it, Harry wouldn't be sick anymore. It will be worth it, he told himself firmly. You can go now, Lou, he said quietly as he squared his shoulders and prepared himself to knock on Snape's door. He didn't want Luna to get hurt, or have Snape be mad at her when he went in. He didn't want her to see him beg either. It'll be okay, Luna said with a tight hug. You'll see. Harry pulled his cloak off and stared at the door. Whatever it takes, he told himself firmly as he pictured Black's crazy behavior from earlier. Whatever it takes. Harry took a last deep breath and knocked firmly on Snape's door. Chapter 26, Misfits and Medication. Knock, knock, knock. Come in, Severus growled from behind his desk. He was in no mood to deal with the petty problems of his students or complaints about his Slytherins from any fellow professors. Or God forbid a social call from Minerva or Lupin. His head ached fiercely despite the 2 pain-relieving potions he consumed since his fight with Potter. He suspected it was likely emotionally driven, not physical, and thus potion-resistant. He looked up from the paperwork he was fruitlessly attempting to distract himself with to see Harry Potter slide in silently. Potter, he said tartly, what can I do for you? Potter stepped up to his desk and Severus saw as he pulled his shoulders back, a determined pose belied by his pale face and trembling arms. Potter looked at the wall behind Severus' head and clenched his jaw, apparently unwilling to speak. What do you want, Potter, now? Severus demanded. If Potter had came back to demand he sign over the legal forms to the mutt, or tell him some more about how Severus was no longer needed in his life, then he could just leave. Severus would never purposefully berate a sick teenager, but he certainly wouldn't allow one to take a couple more jabs at him freely either. Potter mumbled something so softly that Severus couldn't hope to decipher it. Speak up, I have no time to play 20 questions with you right now. Potter flinched backwards from Severus' sharp tone. I said I need your help, Potter stammered. I am uninterested in helping you, Severus said coolly, imagining any one of many possible schemes Potter would be requesting his assistance with. Whatever difficulties you have found yourself dealing with, you can have Black assist you with resolving. Potter ducked his head for a moment before giving Severus a pleading look. I apologize, the child said softly. For what precisely? Severus asked at Potter's entirely unprecedented apology. For all that stuff I said, and for burning you. Severus curled his lip up at the reminder of his own foolish mistake he had made that morning at grabbing Potter. And you see, can do whatever why you need to, so we're even, yeah. Severus looked curiously at Potter's trembling tone and his, I am terrified, and trying to hide it, posture. What do you believe I need to do to make us even for your behavior this morning? He asked him. Potter curled his shaking hands into fists at his sides and squeezed his eyes shut. Whatever you think you should, he said through a tightly clenched jaw. Just I need your help, so do it. Merlin. Potter was expecting physical violence to somehow even an imagined score, so that Severus would help him with whatever problem he was having. The child was pitiful. "I will not strike you, Potter," Severus said, biting down on his previously scathing tone to a more neutral tone of indifference. "Inform me of the problem you need my assistance with." Potter opened his eyes slowly, and Severus could practically see his heart racing through the pulse point in his neck. "You were right." Severus raised his brows at Potter's softly spoken admission, though he had no idea what he was referring to. "What was I right about?" Severus asked him. Potter's eyes were rather wet as he made eye contact with Severus. "Black is mad," he said, and I am too, aren't I, and I dunno how to fix it. But you do, sir, so I need you to just hurt me so we can be even and help me. Please, Snape, please, I don't want to be like him." Potter sounded young and desperate. Severus saw one small tear trail out behind his silver glasses, which squeezed his heart painfully to see, but more importantly Severus heard him. "Quit punishing the child with a cold shoulder," he scolded himself. "A sick child is a sick child, regardless of who he chose to be his guardian." "Sit," Severus said. "I am incredibly pleased to hear that you would like assistance with your illness, and would like to hear how you came to accept it." Potter took a step towards the chair before he hesitated. "See, can you please, Jay, just get even first? I don't want her S stand back up." "Jesus Christ." Severus adopted Potter's own move and closed his eyes tightly for a moment while he tried to think. Potter lived off a bartering system. He traded secrets for secrets. He shared information in exchange for information. Potter, rightfully, believed he dealt Severus pain this morning and would anxiously await a reckoning until he believes that Severus has sufficiently hurt him back. Which Severus would not willingly do. Potter had suffered enough pain to last 3 lifetimes in Severus' opinion. "Tell me how you gained the scar that decorates your collarbone." Severus pointed on his own collarbone to indicate the scar he referred to. Potter stopped fidgeting and looked incredulously at Severus. "Why? Because I believe it will hurt you to tell me," Severus said evenly. "I will not lay a finger on you. You may recall I even vowed to never do such a thing, and thus we will be even. And it will be another part of Potter's past that Severus will be informed of." Potter's eyes widened, and he raised his brows above the curtain of hair his fringe makes on his forehead. "I got beat up by these street kids," Potter said quietly with his eyes averted to his feet and his face bright red. Severus felt a warmth spread in his chest as he was once again able to recognize Potter's stance. He believed this one would be called needlessly embarrassed. "One of 'em had a knife and I ducked when he jabbed it at my throat, and he caught my neck, I guess." Potter pulled on the collar of his jumper and showed Severus the scar he'd only seen flashes of before. It was thick and white and looked as if it had hurt incredibly badly. "I'd only been on my own a few months, it was just starting to get cold out, but after they beat the hell out of me I saw a cop and asked him for help. He called me a street rat and then pretended he didn't even see me. So I went to a shelter and a lady stitched it up for me, even gave me a candy while she did it. But then she tried to put me in a foster home, so I took off." It was no wonder Potter was terrified and disgusted by law enforcement. Severus himself was disgusted by what passed as Muggle law enforcement as he imagined an adult, in any capacity, purposefully ignoring a small child bleeding from a neck wound. "Why were you adverse to residing in a foster home?" Severus asked. He had never heard of a homeless child actively avoiding a residence that could offer a warm bed, food, and continuous shelter. Though Potter was the only homeless child he had a relationship with, but still, the thought made no logical sense. Potter lifted his head to look up at him and sighed. "My uncle used to threaten me with them, didn't he? Said they were way worse than his house, so I should be grateful for what I had. Didn't want to take any chances, did I?" "I see." And Severus did see. He saw that Vernon Dursley had a reckoning coming. So are we even?" Potter took a shuffling step towards the chair in front of Severus' desk. "We are," Severus said calmly. He hoped that the mental sting of sharing past traumas would be enough for Potter to feel as if Severus had even the score. Otherwise, God knows Potter will never fully relax in his company again. Not that it matters as much now, seeing as Potter requested to reside with Black from now on. "Would you care to sit and inform me how you came to the understanding that you require treatment?" Severus asked. Potter sat down in his seat and let out a strangled sort of sigh. "Black, he's manic." Potter used his fingers to emphasize quotations around manic, which caused Severus' lips to nearly twitch into a smile. He repressed the urge, though, sure that Potter would take it as a mocking gesture and become embarrassed. How did you determine this? Severus asked him curiously. Just this morning Potter was unwilling to recognize a manic episode in himself, and yet now he believes he has diagnosed Black. Severus was certain Potter was correct in his diagnosis. Potter's manic behavior was startlingly similar to Black when they were classmates, yet he was curious how Potter reached the same conclusion. I went to see him, Potter said, and he was talking like a crazy person and jumping around and didn't make no sense at all. And he said, let's go to Russia, and I realized that people can't transfigure gills onto themselves, can they? They cannot, Severus said slowly. He had not been aware that Potter had ever believed it to be possible. That is a question for another day. He stopped himself from latching on to that odd remark. How were you able to go see Black this morning? He asked instead. If Minerva gave Potter permission to run off to Black, then she would be dealing with Severus. Potter twisted his fingers around in his lap and fidgeted as he looked around the room. Ran fast under my cloak, did I? If Potter's cloak was not one of very few items that physically connects him to his deceased father, then Severus would happily confiscate it until the child graduates. I see, and so you risked further punishment to go ask Black to take over your guardianship in an effort to avoid treating your illness. You rightfully recognized that his manic speech and disjointed thoughts were similar to your own, and you then came to me for assistance in treating your illness. Have I summarized your day accurately? Kinda, but I didn't ask him, Potter said softly. I know you probably don't want to have me stay with you anymore, but I don't want to stay with Black either. Thank God, Severus thought with no small amount of relief. He had spent the day in a miserable state, believing that the child he has grown ridiculously fond of had been lost to him forever. Harry, you are operating under a false belief, Severus said gently. I enjoy being your guardian. Further, you own our home. It is your house, Harry. You need never reside in a place you do not want to because you always have a home to return to. Will you still be there? Potter looked up at him, and Severus found himself caught in his gaze. Might be lonely if it's just me. Severus smirked at Potter's carefully worded plea. I will be there, he told the ridiculous child. As I have told you before, I have no desire to rescind my guardianship of you. You and I will likely have many more arguments in the next 4 years, and they are to be expected. They will not cause me to change my mind. Understand? Severus allowed Potter to study him for authenticity behind his words until the child nodded in satisfaction. Whether Potter truly understood that Severus could not be easily drove away or not was a matter of its own, but for now it was enough to move on from. Severus opened his desk drawer and retrieved the bottle of medication he had stored there. He delicately placed it on the desk between himself and Potter. Potter, the fearless child who completed the 7 trials to reach Flamels, stone at 11 years old, and drove a sword through the mouth of a basilisk at 12, paled and twitched at the sight of the harmless pill bottle. I would like for you to tell me your aversion to this medication. Potter grimaced and hunched his shoulders up. I'll take it, he said. I don't want to be like Black again. That is not what I asked, Severus said gently. I would like to understand your aversion so that I may alleviate any worries you are carrying. Potter chewed on his lower lip for a long minute, while Severus patiently waited for him to organize his thoughts. You ever checked into a shelter? I have not, Severus said. So people always think you can just show up and get a bed, you know, but it's not like that. You gotta wait in line to see if they even have a bed open for you, and when you get in they ask all sorts of questions, and one of them is if you have any medicine you need. Potter glanced down again at the bottle of medication on the desk and stared at it as he spoke. And if you say yes, then they try and get it for you, and I'd see the people who said yes. And they just laid on their cots, and they were worse off than the people on drugs, you know. 'Cause at least the drugs made the other people move and talk. The pills people just laid there, sir, just drooling and stupid looking, didn't even notice when they got ripped off. And I don't want to be like the pill people. Severus could scarcely imagine a more miserable type of environment for a child to be exposed to. You will have an incredibly useful resource to prevent side effects such as those, Severus said. What's that? Potter's fearful gaze was still on the medication. Me, and I will never allow any ward of mine to be drooling nor stupid looking. Potter looked up and saw Severus, smirk and a hint of a smile, reach the child's eyes before he tentatively reached for the medication. So do I just take one every day, and I'll be fixed? You are not a thing that is broken, Severus stressed. However, if you take the medication every day it will counteract the imbalanced chemicals in your system, and we will hopefully see the end of the illness-driven depressive and manic episodes. Severus waited silently as Potter considered the medication. What do ya mean by illness-driven? Severus chose his words very carefully. You are a teenager, which means that you will experience an increase in hormones and emotional fluctuation. You will undoubtedly still have periods of strong feelings of joy and sadness. The medication will lessen the likelihood that you will have out-of-control thoughts, behaviors, and emotions. Potter nodded and opened the bottle with the look of a much older man being led to the gallows. Wait, Severus quickly grabbed the bottle from the ridiculous child. When is the last time you ate today? Potter trailed off and shrugged. Severus sighed and checked the time. Do you mean to tell me that it is now 6 o'clock, and you have not had a meal all day? Potter bit his lip and nodded. Foolish, Severus admonished him gently. You need to eat, Harry. You cannot take this medication on an empty stomach. It can cause you to become sick if you do. You will take one during breakfast where you will eat, and one during dinner which you will also eat. Every day, Harry. You cannot miss a dose, which means you cannot miss a meal. Do you understand? I have to take it 2 times. 2 times a day, yes, though we may have to adjust it at some point. There is no prior research on Wixen consuming Muggle medications of this type, not because it has been unneeded, Severus hastily added lest Potter find another reason to not take the medicine, but because Wixen are ignorant of this particular branch of Muggle advances. I have researched appropriate dosages for your age and size, but your metabolism is much higher than that of a Muggle. Metabolism is why I'm skinny, right? Precisely, Severus smiled fondly as Potter apparently had been listening to Severus' many rants on the interactions of potions on Muggles and medication on Wixen over the summer. And because you seem to have a larger magical core than most, and thus are able to control your magic much more easily than most, your metabolism burns faster, which is why you require a higher dose of medication for it to be effective. So twice a day, Potter said. Twice a day. But I don't want everyone to know, Potter mumbled in a plaintive tone that squeezed Severus' heart. Severus stepped his hands beneath his chin as he considered Potter's insecurity. It was not unfounded. Severus himself would feel the same way. Sir, Potter called quietly. Just a moment, please. I am attempting to think of a solution, Severus told him. Potter remained unnaturally still, though not tense, as Severus thought. The medication could not be charmed. It would impact the properties of the chemicals, and could potentially poison Potter. It would also be impractical for Potter to duck beneath his invisibility cloak every meal. Severus picked up the bottle of medication and frowned thoughtfully as he studied it. The medication could not be altered, but the bottle itself could. I believe I have a solution, Severus said, quite pleased with himself. I will add a rune of subterfuge to the bottle itself. What's that mean, then? Severus looked at Harry and frowned again, as he had forgotten how poor the child's prior education had truly been. It operates closely to the notice me not charm, Severus explained. The rune will make it to where anyone aside from those keyed into the rune, in this case only us, will be unable to notice the bottle. The rune will divert their attention off of it. You could shake the bottle in their face and they would only hear a rattling noise. Brill, Potter sighed, thank you. Severus pulled his wand out and very carefully drew the rune to the bottom of the bottle, and after a split second of hesitation, Severus also added a ward to alert him every time a pill was removed from the bottle. It would do Potter no good if the child forgot to take the medication, or more likely, intentionally stopped taking it. Place your thumb here, please. Severus showed him how, and once he was done, Severus handed Potter the bottle. He was hesitant to trust him with the medication, but Potter needed to be treated as an adult until he gave Severus a reason not to. If it is not a terrible imposition, I would like for you to remain here tonight. Neither of us know of your allergies, and it would be remiss of me to allow you to introduce a new substance to your body without supervision. Here, Potter looked around the classroom with raised brows. I dunno. No brat, Severus chuckled at the understandable confusion. Apologies, I meant in my quarters. As you have recently become acquainted with my sofa, it would be safest for you to sleep there again tonight where I am close by in case you have an adverse reaction. So I wouldn't sleep in my dorm, or eat in the Great Hall, Potter asked slowly. Just for tonight, Severus assured him. I truly am concerned with allowing you to stray too far from me when there is no prior research on this medication being taken by a wizard. Susan's gonna kill me though, Potter frowned. I told her I'd talk to her tonight, and she was good about it when she found me earlier. Severus was undeniably curious in what sort of condition Miss Bones found Potter in after his confrontation with Black. And Potter flushed and looked upwards towards the ceiling for a moment, and Luna might be upset. Severus snorted as he realized what Potter was alluding to. Miss Lovegood absolutely cannot sleep in my quarters, he said. You as my legal ward are welcome to. However, I would be fired if another child, especially a female child, slept in my private living space. Fine, Potter huffed and shrugged. Worth a shot. Can I go see them before we eat and take the medicine then? Severus considered the reasonable request and decided to attempt a compromise. What if your friends joined you here in the classroom for dinner? I am sure Mavis would not be opposed to bringing you food, and then you can eat with your friends while remaining close by. Is that acceptable? Acceptable, Potter mimicked with the first smirk of amusement Severus had seen on his face in quite some time. Can I go get them? May I send a patroness instead? Severus countered with. Don't trust me. Potter didn't sound upset, only curious, so Severus decided to answer honestly. I would prefer you to remain here until you have taken the first dose, lest we spend another 8 months arguing over the medication, he said. Potter shrugged and slumped down to a more relaxed pose in his chair. But you didn't see Black today. If that's how I am, then I'll do whatever I have to fix it. And I am incredibly pleased and proud of you for that decision. Severus smiled at Potter in what he hoped was an affectionate manner. You have shown an incredible amount of maturity this afternoon. Cause I said I'd take the pills. Potter sounded curious, but his cheeks turned a faint shade of pink that led Severus to believe he was pleased with his praise. Which probably meant he should do it more often. Potter had probably never been praised for a thing in his life before he entered Hogwarts, and even now he is praised for the most for his magical strength, and hardly for the things other children receive from their parents. You also apologized for this morning, Severus said. You rarely apologize for your actions and decisions. We are quite similar in that way, so it was a much appreciated apology. You apologize to me all the time, Potter correctly pointed out. I wrong you more often than I do most others, Severus said bluntly, and thus I apologize more often to you. Severus cleared his throat and slowly brandished his wand. I am going to send a message to Miss Bones now. Potter nodded and watched eagerly as Severus summoned his patroness. I would like to see you in my office, Severus said. Bring your misfits if you would. Potter scowled as the silver fox disappeared. My friends are not misfits. Severus raised a teasing brow at the child, and the relief he felt that he was able to still have a teasing relationship with Potter was no small amount. I was under the impression that you made a habit of adopting friends with unique qualities. Unique means special, yeah, that's not odd, Potter said stoutly, and you better not be calling Lou a misfit. I was referring to the odd combination of qualities you have accumulated in your friendships, not the individuals themselves, Severus said. Merlin forbid if the child believed Severus was insulting Miss Lovegood. What odd qualities? Potter asked curiously. Where to begin? Severus smirked. Miss Bones, the Hufflepuff with a penchant for disturbingly vulgar language. Mr. Longbottom who cannot complete a potion without adding his own fear-induced sweat, yet who fist-fought over your honor last year. Draco and Ronald, whose fathers have harbored a grudge their entire lives towards one another, and spend their afternoons playing chess and flying together. And of course Mr. Knott and Miss Granger, the pure-blooded son of a bigot who shares a relationship with the muggle-born walking encyclopedia, each of whom have memorized the Hogwarts Charter. Potter laughed brightly at Severus' summary of his friends. What about me, Blaise and Lou? He asked eagerly. You mean the son of the most terrifying woman I have ever met, the child who gives me constant headaches, and my favorite student. Thought I was your favorite, Potter grinned. Your potions could never compare to Miss Lovegood, Severus said pompously. I will make a potions master of that witch yet. The grin on Potter's face slid right off, and he frowned unhappily. Did you know Lou's mom was a potion master like you are? I did not. Severus was also unaware that Lovegood's mother was deceased, as was indicated by Potter's use of the past tense. Perhaps that is where Miss Lovegood developed her superior skill in the subject, he added kindly. Maybe. Potter turned in his seat slightly to watch the classroom door. Lou told me to come here, said you wouldn't hate me. Severus owed Miss Lovegood quite a bit apparently. She was correct, he said. It would take much more than one disagreement for me to hate you. Potter glanced over his shoulder at Severus and scrunched his brows together. What would it take? Are you looking for future tips? Severus asked in a dry attempt at bringing back Potter's previously good humor. No, Potter did huff out a small laugh. But I don't want you to hate me, do I? So I gotta know. Severus was interrupted from attempting to find a response to such an absurd question. Potter truly had no understanding of what it meant to be cared for by the sudden arrival of half a dozen children. He quickly slid the bottle of medication to Potter, who pocketed it with a subtle nod. Harry, Bones squealed happily. I was hoping you'd be here. Draco, Granger, Theodore, Lovegood, and Blaise all trailed in behind Miss Bones with their own smiles aimed towards Potter. Severus could sense an overall feeling of relief, and once again wondered what sort of condition Potter had been in when he had to be convinced to come find Severus. I told you he was here, Lovegood said airily as she sat down at the desk closest to Potter. You weren't listening. Oh, I heard you, Bones rolled her eyes as she threw herself in the chair beside Lovegood. But I told you to stay with him, not drop him off like Owl Post. Professor, Granger nodded politely at Severus. Good evening, Severus said. How are you? Fine, thank you. Granger tugged Theodore towards the other table, beside Bones, and Draco and Blaise followed suit on the opposite side. Where's Ron and Nev? Potter asked. They were already at dinner, Draco said with a roll of his eyes. If you all are amenable, I can rearrange the furniture, and you could make a terrible mess of my classroom for dinner tonight, Severus offered. Ooh, yes please, Bones grinned over at him, and Severus felt his usual fond exasperation at the wild girl. It was luck on Severus' part that Potter had driven Bones to become an ally of his. Severus would undoubtedly go through cases of pain relief if any one of Potter's friends had been against him, especially Bones, who still commands the poltergeist to torment Lupin and Albus. Stand please, Severus said. He flicked his wand at the desk tables after the students all stood, and rearranged them into a square grouping more suitable for their current needs. I will return momentarily if you would like to order dinner, Severus said. Kay, Potter murmured distractedly as he eyed the table seating carefully. Brat, Severus sighed with another flick of his wand. Potter gave him a self-conscious grin as Severus moved a chair to the corner of the table that would give Potter a view of both the doorway and Severus' desk. That's mine, Draco joked as he moved as if to take Potter's chair. Only if you want to fight over it, Potter drawled as Severus strode off towards his quarters. Severus left to give the children a moment of privacy, while also rereading his notes on the research for lithium one last time before Potter took it. He had done extensive research on the medication before requesting it from the Contessa. Currently, lithium was the only tested and approved medication for the newly discovered manic depressive illness. The United Kingdom itself had yet to approve the medication. Severus would never have acquired it for Potter had France not had sufficient research into its interactions with the illness. They had even completed trials with adolescents who had the same illness and symptoms as Potter, though the youngest in the trial was 15 as compared to Potter's mere 13 years of age. Reassured that the research he compiled backed his recommended twice-daily dosage of 500 mg, Severus returned to his classroom and stopped and stared. He had been gone for a mere 5 minutes. Perhaps I should not have given you permission to trash my classroom, Severus said curly as he moved back to his desk. It's not trashed, Draco grinned, just a bit messy. Severus eyed the overt amount of plates, glasses, and serving platters scattered across the tables he had joined together, then sent a pointed glance at the discarded bags and cloaks strewn across the floor, and a final curious look at the coveted plate on his own desk. We'll clean it, sir, Granger said. We'll see, Bones laughed. All right, Harry, spill, let's hear it. Severus removed the covering on his plate and was touched to see that Potter had requested fish and chips for him. The child was an unpredictable menace, but his vigilant notice of the smallest details was not unappreciated. Severus listened quietly as the students chatted amongst themselves. Tell me about yours first, Potter said. Severus was relieved to see that the end of the manic episode brought back Potter's lost appetite. Potter was scooping up bites of potatoes as Bones began describing what seemed to be an outing she took yesterday with Draco. Draco wanted to go to Madame Puddifoot's. She laughed as Draco's pale skin blushed darkly. It was horrible, wasn't it, Draco? It really was, Draco agreed with a dramatic shiver. Severus smirked as he recalled the one time he had entered the disgusting tea shop and had left covered in confetti. And then we just walked around Hogsmeade and hung out with Ron and Neville and everyone else. Then someone started a snowball fight that lasted forever. And they hit Hermione with a snowball, Theodore interrupted Bones with a pointed look of irritation. Which was an accident, Bones smiled sweetly, but Severus saw her wink at Potter. A witch with the fierce loyalty of a Hufflepuff and the cunning of a Slytherin was a terrifying thing. Severus was grateful she was about as subtle as a raging hippogriff, or he would likely have had to deal with her in the Slytherin house as well. Now tell us about your day, Blaise said. I'm sure it was much more interesting. Dunno, Potter shrugged. Potter glanced at Severus, who pretended to be incredibly interested in his own meal. We just walked around a bit and then went to Zonko's and then got a drink and came back. Potter's first date. Severus wouldn't have chosen Fred Weasley as a match for the child, but perhaps Potter's cynical and brooding nature was drawn in by Weasley's optimistic cheer. Bones glanced towards Severus as well, who finally sighed in defeat. I have gone deaf, he said dryly. I am entirely deaf and unable to hear you all speak. Any admissions of wrongdoing will be ignored due to my current temporary deafness. Severus raised a brow slightly at Potter as the other children chuckled at his allowance of free conversation, and he watched as Potter ducked his head, raised his hand to his mouth, then took a long drink. Severus, wand heated up in a 3-beat pattern in his pocket, informing him that the ward worked, and Potter took the medication. Thank Merlin. Okay, if Snape's deaf, then tell me, did you guys kiss? Bones grinned at Potter, who blushed and scowled. Severus was incredibly uncomfortable with the new topic of conversation, and yet unable to leave since he had just foolishly instructed the child to take the medication in the middle of the meal. Severus was torn between his options: actually muffle the students' conversation and leave himself unable to hear if Potter went into anaphylactic shock, or suffer through what he was sure would be a discomforting conversation. He knew he had to remain in the room and remain alert, but swore that he needed to stop bending to Potter's will in the future. The brat had just looked so childlike when he discussed wanting to eat with his friends. Not at Hogsmeade, Potter mumbled, but yeah. Ooh, Granger and Bones both squealed, much to the irritation of Severus' eardrums. Was it magical? Lovegood asked wistfully. Severus subtly looked up and saw Potter was grinning in a way he has not seen in a while. It was neither a mania-driven smile, nor a cold smile he gives right before injuring someone in some way. It was a carefree smile of a 13-year-old talking about a kiss. It was normal. Painfully, blessedly normal. It was nice, Potter said. Harry was pissed, Blaise drawled quietly. I'm surprised he even remembers it. Speaking of drunk, who was that bloke you were dancing on? Potter's friends laughed as Blaise seemed to be struck silent for a moment. I may not remember his name, Blaise finally said over the continued laughter of the students. He was an excellent kisser, though. Draco laughed so hard, he had clutched the table, and Severus felt himself unwittingly smile as memories of himself, as a teenager discussing dates, kissing, and other foolish things in the Slytherin common room was drawn up. I'm still mad you went to a party without me, Bones muttered. Me too, Draco added with a pout. I'm not mad, Lovegood hummed. I bet it was rather loud. It was, Potter smiled at Lovegood, real loud. I can't believe you guys lost Slytherin 45 points in one go. Theodore gave Potter and Blaise both a disappointed look. Better than us, Bones said. We lost 100 points even. Severus was pleased to hear that Lupin apparently was not biased with his punishments. Slytherin should have lost more, Potter said thoughtfully. Kinda fucked that we were the only 2 Slytherins there. Severus could not hold back his snort of derision at Potter's thoughtful, vulgar, and accurate statement. I thought you were deaf, Draco said. He was only pretending, Lovegood said matter-of-factly, which caused Theodore and Granger to laugh briefly before Potter glared at them. Apologies, I am of course entirely deaf, Severus drawled. As an unrelated side note, I would simply like to interject that Slytherins are rarely invited to intermixed events hosted by other houses, as we are seen poorly by the general students. PFT, that's stupid, Potter scowled. Finnegan was the only one who said anything "'bout me Bane there, and I hit him right in the face, did I? Harry, why? Granger sounded like an exasperated parent, and Severus felt a pang of shared empathy with the witch. Called me fucking evil, didn't he? Right in front of Fred's friends. Severus went back to pretending to not listen to the students' conversation as Potter and Blaise discussed their illicit evening last night. He kept a close eye on Potter, and felt confident that it had been long enough that the child would not have an immediate adverse reaction to the medication. His breaths were still even, his skin was a normal shade, and his eyes were bright and clear. "Are you gonna tell us about that thing you did today now or later?" Draco asked Potter, catching Severus' attention. "He already knows," Potter murmured quietly. "Just went to talk to Black and came back." "What'd he do?" Bones asked sharply. "What do ya mean?" "She means, why did you look like Black ate Sevi for lunch when you were sitting by the lake?" Blaze clarified with a quirk to his lips. "I think that's Harry's business, isn't it?" Lovegood hummed, raising Severus' respect for the witch ever so slightly higher. Potter leant towards Bones and whispered something that caused her to nod. "You can't promise to tell Susan later right in front of us," Draco cried. "Who said that's what he said?" Bones challenged him. "Because Harry never refuses to tell you anything," Granger said logically. "Fine," Potter scowled at his friends, but Severus saw a pleased look playing around his eyes. "I went to see Black, but he trailed off and flicked his eyes towards Lovegood. "Disappointing," she supplied. "Black was disappointing," Potter nodded. "I'm sorry, Harry," Granger said softly. "I thought you two were getting along." "We were, I dunno. He was just having a bad day today, I guess, and I didn't like it much, did I?" Potter crossed his arms and looked as if he were defiantly daring one of his friends to contradict him. Theodore leaned across the table towards Potter and breathed something directly in his ear. Severus couldn't hear Theodore's question, but he saw Potter shake his head in response. Interesting, Severus hadn't thought Potter and Theodore were very close, and yet Theodore knew Potter well enough to ask a private question that the other students had not considered. Severus wouldn't bother lying to himself and denying that witnessing Potter's group dynamic was incredibly interesting. The children all seemed to revolve around Potter, and yet they each interacted with him in a different manner. It was unlike anything Severus had seen before. The students began chatting about their classes, the Quidditch training for the final game in April, and their upcoming finals in May. Severus waited until their plates emptied before clearing his throat to draw their attention. "I'm afraid that I must keep Mr. Potter for the evening," he said, "though the rest of you," he looked sharply at Lovegood and Bones, "should return to your own dormitories." Draco chuckled and gave his own pointed look of amusement to Granger of all people, who turned a horrifying shade of red. "I hate teenagers." "You're not staying in the dorm tonight?" Blaze asked Potter. "Nope, Snape thinks I'm gonna sneak out to a party again," Potter lied easily. "Don't reckon he trusts me much, does he?" "You were caught in a room full of drugs and alcohol just last night," Severus said curtly, playing along with Potter's well-chosen cover story. "Forgive me for any lingering concerns over your adherence to the rules." Granger looked skeptical at Potter's explanation, but thankfully held her tongue. "All right, well, we'll see you in the morning then," Draco asked. Potter glanced at Severus, who nodded once. "Course," Potter said. "I'll be at breakfast. Tell Ron he better not have bent a single twig on my broom." Bones and Lovegood both gave Potter quick hugs, which he easily accepted, before the group departed. "Clean up," Potter murmured as he lazily waved his hand, and Severus' classroom was quickly put to rights. "I have said it before and I will say it again. You would make an excellent house elf if your ministry aspirations ever fail you." Severus smirked at his ward. "His ward? Thank Merlin." "Doubt that'll happen, sir. Do ya know how the minister is chosen?" "The minister is chosen through a general election of the Wixen population in the United Kingdom," Severus recited, as he held the door to his quarters open for Potter. "Exactly," Potter smirked up at him and batted his eyelashes a few times. "And who won't vote for the boy who lived, especially if I vanquish Voldemort before I'm 30. Severus blinked down at Potter, caught entirely off guard. That is terrifying," he said truthfully. "Merlin Harry." Potter was not wrong. The prophesied vanquisher of the darkest wizard to rip apart the United Kingdom, who had already once survived him, would win any popular election in a landslide. And if Potter did somehow kill the Dark Lord between now and then, the most beloved child in their world would become the most powerfully revered figure, eclipsing even Albus in his prime. Minister of Magic Potter. It would be chaos, glorious chaos. "Think it's what Ron calls a sure bet," Potter said confidently before he flopped down on Severus' sofa and pulled a pair of sleepwear out of the bag Draco brought him. Potter shifted uneasily and gave Severus a close look. "Can I take a shower maybe?" Of course, Severus pointed him towards the shower and settled himself into his recliner once he heard Potter turn the water on. He thought back to Potter's first day, when he refused to change in the boys' restroom with the other students present, and felt a sense of pride in how much trust he has earned for Potter to willingly go utilize Severus' private accommodations. It was trust hard-earned, but Severus had done it, succeeded where many others failed. Particularly succeeded where Black and Lupin both failed, which he was certainly not internally gloating over. And he was not still gloating when Potter returned from the shower. "Do you require a potion to help you to sleep?" Severus asked. "No," Potter yawned as if to prove his point. "Think that pill made me tired." "It is one possible side effect, though it should only last a couple of weeks," Severus assured him. "We could couple it with a pep-up potion in the mornings if you find yourself too tired for your classes in the meantime." Potter tossed his bag carelessly on the floor beside the sofa and stretched out with a small sigh. "Thanks for not telling my friends I lied about why I'm here." Of course, Severus summoned a book and a blanket, and was pleased again to see that Potter did not so much as twitch at the abrupt motion. "I will be here if you need me," he said as he tossed the blanket to Potter. Potter shifted around on the sofa and buried himself beneath the blanket. "Night." "Good night, brat," Severus called back. He waited nearly an hour before Potter's breaths had evened out, and his face relaxed into something much more vulnerable and open in his sleep. Severus looked fondly at the child, as he cast a ward to alert him if Potter woke during the night. So far he seemed to be dealing with the medication easily enough. A side effect of lethargy was commonly described in the research, and could be lessened easily with the addition of a potion, until it ceased once Potter's body was better acquainted with the medication. Severus summoned his own quilt and relaxed back in his chair as he cleared his mind. "In 2, 3, 4. Out 2, 3, 4, 5. In 2, 3, 4. Out 2, 3. Beep beeps beep. Severus jerked awake as the alarm he keyed to his wand alerted him that Potter was awake. "Potter," he called towards the opened restroom door. "Are you all right?" "I'm sick," Potter moaned. Severus went to the doorway and saw that Potter was curled over the toilet, his hair stuck to his sweating forehead. "Have you gotten sick, or do you feel as if you will be?" Severus cast a diagnostic charm and was relieved to see there were no current ailments plaguing the child, which meant this must be a side effect. "Feel like I'm gonna be," Potter moaned again with his head on the porcelain toilet seat. "It is nausea, and it is a common side effect of first-time users of lithium," Severus said calmly. Here, he summoned an anti-nausea potion and offered it to Potter. "This should ease the nausea." "Ta," Potter said weakly before he threw back the potion. Severus counted as he waited for the potion to go into effect. As he reached 12, Potter took a deep breath. "Better." "Loads." Potter got to his feet and held onto the sink for a moment. "Can I?" Potter's eyes rolled into the back of his head as he fell, too abruptly and rapidly for Severus to stop him, striking his head on the stone floor. "Potter," Severus reached down for the child when every muscle in Potter's body began shaking. "Son of a bitch," Severus swore as he quickly scooped the child up and held him tightly. "Goddamned son of a bitch." Severus carefully maneuvered Potter and himself towards the flue, as quickly and carefully as he could. "St. Mungo's emergency care," he cried with a tight grip on the seizing child in his arms. Chapter 27, a series of surprising events. Beep and beep and beep. Why is he still unconscious? Our best guess is that the combination of the Muggle medication and the properties of the potion have created a poison in his brain that has caused swelling. Beep and beep and beep. "Wake up, Harry, come on, wake up, please, I love you, pup." Beep and beep and beep. "We miss you, Harry, you gotta wake up soon." "Tell him I'm taking care of Sevi." "Blaze says he's taking care of Sevi, but I bet he'd rather have you." "Tell him I'm gonna take his broom if he doesn't wake up." "It's Ronald." "What? It might wake him up." "Wake up." Beep and beep and beep. "Harry, if you can hear me, I am so incredibly sorry." Beep and beep and beep. "The Nargles said you won't wake up yet, but I hoped they were wrong." Beep and beep and beep. "My poor Meraviglia, you must awaken soon or our dearest Severus may never recover." Beep and beep and beep. You cannot give him a swelling reduction potion, you brain dead, Merlin damned, moron. He is still receiving the muggle medication. Beep and beep and beep. Hey, I appreciate you getting me out of school for a few hours, but you didn't have to be so dramatic about it, eh? It's time to rise and shine, Harry. Come bless us all with your smirk of doom. Beep and beep and beep. Are you a fucking witch or not? Wake HIMUP. Miss, if you cannot control yourself, then I'll have to ask you both to leave. She can't, we'll just come back after shift change. Harry, you have to wake up before I kill this stupid healer. Please. Beep and beep and beep. I'm sorry, I am so sorry, I'm sorry. Beep and beep and beep. This is your fault, Snape. You poisoned him, you find a way to wake him up. Do you believe I am not trying? Hey guys, calm. No, I will not calm down. Snape poisoned my godson and now he won't wake up. He shouldn't even be here. Shut up, Harry moaned. Harry tried to open his eyes and panicked when he realized he couldn't see anything. Do not panic, the lights are off to make the room more comfortable. You are safe, someone said. Harry's head hurt horribly and he couldn't identify the voice, but he instinctively knew they could be trusted. Go get the healer, the voice snapped. What's going on, he slurred. You are in the hospital, St. Mungo's, it's all right. Who's screaming? Harry asked as he groped around and let out a groan as his muscles screamed in soreness. Black, but he'll behave now, right, mutt? Black, Sirius Black, which meant this was. Snape. Yes, hold on, I'll grab your glasses and turn the lights up. Harry groaned again as he was suddenly assaulted by a bright light. Fuck, he hissed. I know, I'm sorry. Harry turned his head to avoid the overhead lights and saw a hand holding out his glasses. Tar, he said as he grabbed them. He blinked as the room and its occupants came into focus. He was in what seemed to be a white hospital room of some sort. There was a machine directly beside the bed he was laying in, displaying a bunch of numbers on the wall and beeping softly. There was also a table covered in the most outrageous amount of sweets, flowers, and a stack of envelopes that Harry shuddered to even consider reading. He glanced down and saw that he was in a pair of flannel pajamas, no hospital gown, thank God, and was covered up with a thin white blanket. Snape was standing beside the beeping machine and looked horrible. His hair was lankier than Harry had ever seen it, and his robes were wrinkled and rumpled. He had dark circles beneath his eyes and looked exhausted. You look terrible, Harry croaked. You should see a mirror, Snape said. Someone scoffed and Harry turned his head a little more and saw Black standing by the foot of his bed. Hey pup, Black said softly, how you feeling? Horrible, Harry said bluntly. His head hurt and his body felt like it was aching and on fire. Why am I here? Black glared at Snape, and Harry struggled to remember what Black had been screaming when he woke up. You poisoned me, Harry asked Snape. He'd meant to sound accusatory, but his throat was too sore and he merely sounded dully curious. Harry, it was unintentional, Snape said quietly. I swear to you, what do you remember last? Harry screwed his face up as he tried to remember something. Did we eat dinner with my friends in your classroom? We did, Snape said. Do you recall what happened afterwards? No, Harry admitted with a newfound feeling of panic. Why can't I remember? Hey, it's okay, pup. Black went to put his hand on Harry's leg and pulled back at the last second. That's normal, you've been asleep for a while. How long? Harry looked towards Snape, but kept Black within his line of sight. Thankfully, Snape took a couple small steps closer to Black so that Harry didn't feel like he was straining his eyes to see them both. You and I went back to my sitting room where you fell asleep on the sofa, Snape said calmly. You woke up in the middle of the night with a stomach pain and nausea. Oh, Harry vaguely remembered waking up on a sofa and sprinting to the loo to throw up so Snape wouldn't be mad if he got sick on his floor. Thought I had to puke, but I didn't, he said. Correct, Snape hesitated, and Harry had never seen him look so nervous before. Which was making him nervous. What? He asked, then what happened? Then I gave you a potion, an anti-nausea potion, and it interacted poorly with your medication, Snape said quietly. And when did you poison me? Harry struggled to sit up, and was relieved when Snape waved his hand lightly, and Harry's bed automatically bent itself into a more upright position. That was the poison, Snape said. The potion mixed with the medication in your bloodstream and released a poisonous interaction in your brain which caused swelling. You moron, Harry scowled at Black. You said he poisoned me. Tuppy. I did, Snape interrupted whatever Black was about to say. I should have tested it first, Harry. I truly cannot tell you how much I regret not having done so, but I did poison you, as unintentional as it was. I was sick and he gave me a potion, Harry said to Black. He didn't fucking do it on purpose, did he? Harry. This time Black was interrupted again by the door to Harry's room opening. A woman in a white robe with a long black braid and warm tan skin came in, followed by Lupin. Harry shot a puzzled look towards Snape, whose eyes briefly flicked towards Black, which Harry was pretty sure meant Black brought him. Good afternoon, Mr. Potter, the woman smiled as she walked up to his bedside. How are we feeling? Dunno how you feel, but I feel terrible, Harry said. The woman chuckled and looked over towards the flashing numbers the beeping machine was putting out. Well, your vitals are strong, she said. You're probably feeling some discomfort from being in a bed so long. I'm sure a young man like yourself probably spends a lot of time outside playing right. Harry's eyes flew to Snape again, whose eyes were glittering with amusement even as he shook his head. Harry wasn't sure when he got so good at reading Snape's movements, but he was pretty positive that one meant, Potter, do not fight with this woman. Sure, he said to her, who are you? Oh dear, I'm sorry, she gave him another friendly smile. My name is Healer Nicole, and I've been one of the healers who's been taking care of you since you came in. Harry just realized nobody answered his question earlier. How long have I been here? He asked again. Today is March 3rd, and you came in during the wee hours of February 16th, Healer Nicole said, so a little over 2 weeks. 2 weeks, he yelped. Yes, unfortunately the medication you took mixed together with the potion you had and caused your brain to swell up. You've been unconscious for a while, but the seizures stopped about a week ago. The witch smiled in what Harry thought was probably meant to be a kind smile, but just looked fake to him. What are seizures? He asked, intentionally turning his whole head towards Snape, so nobody was confused about who he was talking to. Seizures are temporary fits your body has when your brain is malfunctioning. In your case, the poisonous mixture of the two treatments caused your muscles to tighten up and begin shaking uncontrollably, Snape said. You were having them multiple times a day for the first 6 days you were here. Exactly, the healer smiled at Snape like a proud parent, even though Harry was sure Snape was older than her. Are you hungry, Harry? Harry shrugged. He was hungry now that she mentioned it, but he didn't want to ask for anything either. Moony and I can go grab you something, Black offered. What sounds good? Anything, Harry said. I'll pay you back. Oh. Black laughed and pulled Lupin alongside him towards the door. Don't be daft, you just pull money out of our vault, then I put it right back in the vault. Lunch is on us, he grinned at Harry before giving Snape a more neutral look. Do you want anything? He asked politely. Harry reckoned that was as much of an apology for shouting at him that Black would give Snape. Which was fair really, because God knows Snape wouldn't apologize to Black if the roles had been reversed. If Snape didn't want to be accused of poisoning Harry, then he should stop saying he did it, unintentionally or not. You never confess to a mistake in front of people you don't trust. That was just common sense. No, Snape murmured back to Black, watching the healer as she tapped the machine with her wand a few times, and read the printed-out parchment it provided. We'll be back then, Black called. Good news, Harry, Healer Nicole said as soon as the door closed behind Black. The poison has worked its way out of your system. Your levels are normal for that, see? She turned the parchment and pointed at a small line that Harry didn't understand. He nodded and made a small hum though just in case it was one of those things he should already know. And the lithium level in your bloodstream looks like it's evened out. It hasn't changed in 2 days now. What the fuck? Harry hissed in Snape's direction, causing the healer to jump. English, Harry, Snape said severely. I had to inform her of your medication, so that their treatments did not cause you to become poisoned again. Harry rolled his eyes but figured there was some logic to his point. Don't you worry, Healer Nicole said kindly. My oath prevents me from sharing any details about your stay here, or any medications or diagnosis you have. Harry looked towards Snape, who nodded, and relaxed against the pillows. Theo told him before that a healer's oath was as sacred as an unbreakable vow, which meant he probably didn't have to kill this woman or try and obliviate her, as long as she quit talking to him like he was 5. So even though it poisoned me, I'm still taking the pills. You are, Snape said. It was not the medication that poisoned you, but the mixture of the potion with the medicine. Potions can be replaced with mildly inferior muggle medications, which your body tolerates if the dosages are adjusted. there is currently no potion substitution for your medication. Harry thought there was a Hermione and Theo-like glint in Snape's eye that made him wonder how much longer there wouldn't be a potion substitution for his medicine. So what, if I get hurt or sick I have to take Muggle medicine? What about if I break my arm again? Magic applied to your body itself hasn't seemed to hurt you any. We believe it's only potions, since they enter through your body and are absorbed through the same route as the medication. So broken arms, mendable, headache, Muggle medicines, the healer said in the most annoyingly perky voice Harry had ever heard. It'll be more difficult to heal like a Muggle for some sicknesses, but it's better than not getting necessary medication. Did people cast spells on me while I was asleep? Harry looked accusingly towards Snape when the healer was done talking. No, Snape said quickly. Well, yes in a sense, but only necessary ones. What spells are necessary to cast on me while I'm sleeping? Your bowels had to be emptied, Snape said. I presumed you would prefer they cast the appropriate spells, instead of allowing you to soil yourself. Oh, yeah, okay, never mind, Harry grimaced at the thought. Thanks then. Healer Nicole chuckled, and handed Snape the parchment printout. So everything looks good for right now, Harry, she said pleasantly. I'm going to let you get some rest and I'll be back in the morning to check on you. Try and eat if you can. Professor Snape here knows how to order more food if you need it. Sound good? Suppose so, Harry said. He waited until she left before speaking up again. I miss anything good. Snape pulled a soft-looking blue chair up beside Harry's bed. You have had so many visitors that St. Mungo's has had to change their visitor policies, he said. Really? Harry shifted in his bed and winced again at the soreness in his arms and legs. Every one of your friends, the Malfoys, Mr. Fred Weasley, Amelia Bones, the Contessa who took an international portkey to be here to threaten me in person, the Minister of Magic himself, Professor McGonagall, and a handful of students who Lupin informed me were present at the party you attended have all stopped by at least once. Also, Peter Pettigrew was sentenced to the Dementor's kiss and transformed into a rat at the end of his trial, and has yet to be apprehended, Snape tacked on quickly as if an afterthought. Harry blinked at Snape when he finished. All those people saw me passed out, he snarled, and you let them. Snape raised his brows at Harry. Did you comprehend the part where Pettigrew managed to escape from the ministry? I don't care about that, Harry waved his hand. Knew the ministry was a lark anyway, didn't I? Hopefully I'll find Pettigrew before they do, eh? You are the most frustrating child I have ever had the misfortune of dealing with, Snape groaned as he rubbed his forehead. You can rest assured that Albus has contracted out to add animagus wards to the Hogwarts grounds, though. So McGonagall and Black can't transform at Hogwarts? Harry asked. No, it will simply alert Albus as to the presence of any animagus on the grounds if they transform, Snape explained. Harry really didn't care. Pettigrew sounded like a snivelling coward who spent 12 years pretending to be a rat because he was too stupid to frame Black any other way. If he had wanted to kill Harry, he had 2.5 years' worth of sharing a dorm to do so. But if Harry found a four-toed rat, he'd kill him, and that would be that. Why'd you let all those people in here, huh? I wouldn't have done it to you, he said coolly, bringing back up his original complaint. It was embarrassing, and any one of them could have attacked him while he was just laying there weak and unconscious. If you are worried that you were perceived as weak, fear not, Snape said. I informed your visitors that I gave you Muggle medication for a headache coupled with a potion for nausea. They all are laboring under the impression that you had a hangover, and I am an incompetent guardian. Harry snorted at that and relaxed again. You're a genius, he said. It was as good of a story as any. I am not, Snape said quietly. I am incompetent, and deserved every bit of the tongue lashing I received from Miss Bones and the Contessa. It was irresponsible of me to give you a potion without first testing it. I do not believe I can apologize enough, Harry. You can owe me a no-questions-asked favor, and we can be even, Harry grinned. Usual rules are no murder and nothing that would get you expelled, or fired I suppose in your case, but other than that anything goes. Snape rolled his eyes, but relaxed in his chair as well. I do not make it a habit of owing favors to people. I don't make it a habit of bane, poisoned either, Harry said. Snape snorted, but Harry was pretty sure he owed him a favor now, which was good. Snape was smart, powerful, and strong. He was a brilliant person to be owed a favor by. Harry's hospital room door opened up, and Black stuck his head in. Oh good, I wanted to make sure you were still awake. He carried in a huge box and was followed by Lupin, who was carrying 2 pitchers. We have food. Harry sat upright again, and tried not to look too wistfully towards the box where the smell of food was coming from. "Here you go." Black pulled a covered dish out of the box and carefully set it on Harry's lap. "Steak and kidney pie, mash, and voila." Black pulled the top off the plate and Harry saw there was a whole stack of Mavis, miniature treacle tarts that were oddly shaped like lopsided hearts. "We popped into Hogwarts and got those from your elf. His name is Mavis." Harry and Snape looked at each other after they both said the same thing at the same time. Snape smirked and reclined his head back on the headrest of his chair. "You are predictable, Potter," he drawled with his eyes closed. "We'll see," Harry warned him. He grabbed the fork Black offered him and started eating. "Were you starving?" Black asked as he conjured 2 chairs for him and Lupin, who was apparently going to stay. "Yup." Lupin chuckled and pulled some glasses out of the box. "Water or pumpkin juice?" he asked Harry. "Is either one poisoned?" "Only the pumpkin juice," Lupin deadpanned. Harry quickly looked towards Snape, whose lips twitched in amusement. "Suppose the water then," Harry said warily. Lupin poured a glass, but Snape stopped him before he handed it to Harry. "Summon it, please." Snape sat up and watched closely as Harry summoned the water out of Lupin's hands straight to his own. "Excellent," he nodded and laid back again. "I did not think you would have any adverse reaction to casting magic, but I wanted to be sure before you returned to school." "Which is when?" Harry asked between bites. "Soon," Black cut in. "They said once you woke up, if everything looked good, you could go back to school soon." "Cheers then." Harry rolled his eyes and drank some of the water, relishing in the coldness that eased his sore throat. Harry, Black, and Lupin ate quietly for a few minutes, while Snape seemed to be nearly asleep in his chair. "I wanted to ask you about this summer," Black said quietly after Harry sat down his fork. "I know we talked a bit about it before." Harry frowned as Black trailed off hesitantly. "I'm staying with Snape," he said quickly. Black looked upset, but he gave Harry a weak, lopsided smile. "I figured so when he sent me a message, saying he was with you in the hospital." Harry shrugged, feeling uncomfortable now. "You could come stay with us sometime during the summer, though," Black went on. "Maybe a couple weekends or something. Your friend could come too, we've got plenty of space." "Maybe," Harry said evasively, with a nervous glance towards Snape, who didn't know yet that Theo was going to be with him this summer. "Even if you don't want to come stay, you should be careful, Harry," Lupin said quietly. "Pettigrew escaped from the ministry." Harry and Black both curled their lips angrily at the mention of Pettigrew escaping, "and he may come searching for you." "Brill," Harry shrugged. "Suppose it wouldn't be summer if there wasn't an escaped prisoner looking to kill me, yeah." Black chuckled, but Harry saw Snape's one hand twitch at his nonchalant tone. "If Pettigrew finds you, just have Snape send me a message, all right," Black said with an angry glint to his grey eyes. "It'd be a shame if he was able to escape punishment a 3rd time." "Great plan," Harry drawled. "You kill him and go right back to Azkaban." "As opposed to what will happen if you do," Snape murmured with his eyes still closed. "Me, Harry Potter, the boy who lived, who couldn't control his accidental magic when he was faced with the man who made him an orphan. I'm sure I don't know what you mean." Harry bared his teeth in a sharp smile. Snape sighed, and the 4 of them sat in an uncomfortable silence for a few moments, before Lupin cleared his throat. "I should return to Hogwarts," he said. "I have my 6th years in about 20 minutes. "Oh, okay." Black jumped to his feet and smiled at Harry, his previously fierce demeanor now gone. "Mind if I come back in the morning, pup? These chairs just aren't the same as a real bed." Sure," Harry shrugged. Black reached out very slowly and ruffled Harry's hair. Harry clenched his fingers tightly until he stopped and gave Harry one last smile before him and Lupin left again. "Thank Merlin," Snape murmured. "I was beginning to fear I would be stuck sharing a room with Black until I snapped and killed him." "Have you both been sleeping here then?" Harry asked, surprised. "We have. What about your classes?" "Albus has been attempting to teach them in my absence," Snape snorted. "I imagine it will be utter chaos when we return." Harry snorted as well and tried to will his bed to lay back down like Snape had earlier. "Are you tired?" Snape asked. Harry looked over and saw he was still reclining back but was watching Harry curiously now. "A bit," Harry shrugged. "Think we can leave tomorrow. Bet I have a load of homework to do." "I believe Miss Granger has already considered that," Snape said with a small grin. "I overheard a conversation where she was discussing a charm to mimic your handwriting." "Mione's helping me cheat." Harry asked, paying no mind that Snape would be one of the professors he would be turning in fake assignments to. Her exact words were, "If the professors in this school keep nearly killing Harry, then they don't deserve his effort." Harry laughed at that as he laid back on his pillows. "She's great," he said fondly. "Your friends are menaces, and I will celebrate the day you all leave the castle," Snape said. It would have sounded more hateful if he hadn't been smirking. "Sleep, brat. Miss Bones will undoubtedly be here to scream at me again the moment classes end." "I'll tell her to stop," Harry mumbled as he shifted around on the bed. Harry thought he would have a hard time falling asleep because of the beeping machine, but mere moments after closing his eyes, he was sound asleep. Harry bolted upright and gripped at his pockets for his knife. He panicked for a moment before he remembered that he didn't have his knife, or pockets even, because he was in the hospital. "Fucked," he breathed. "Where's my knife?" "In my pocket." Harry looked over and saw that Snape wasn't alone beside his bed anymore. Susan, Hermione, Theo, Luna, Ron, Draco, Blaise, Neville, and Fred were all there now as well. "Jesus Christ," Harry yelped, scrambling to pull the blanket up on himself. "What are you guys all doing here?" "We wanted to see you, Susan said, flopping down on Harry's bed by his feet. "Dumbledore said we had an hour, but Auntie says Dumbledore's a moron and I can stay as long as I want." "And I'm sticking with your terrifying friend," Fred said with a wide smile. "How are you, Harry?" Hermione asked quietly. "Fine," Harry said as he worked on relaxing his now tightly coiled muscles. "Bit thirsty." "I'll get you some water," Draco offered quickly. "Hold on." Harry watched Draco run from the room and gave Snape a bemused look. "Suppose he didn't know there's a water pitcher right there then." He gestured towards the pitcher before summoning it. "He's been a nightmare," Blaise said, sitting on the edge of the chair Lupin had been in before. "He's only spent half as long on his hair because he's been so worried." "Why?" Harry quickly drank a glass of water and glanced around at his friends' incredulous faces. "You've been unconscious for weeks," Luna said softly. "We've all been worried." Harry frowned at Luna's trembling voice and patted the bed beside him. Luna quickly climbed up beside him and rested her head on his shoulder. "I'm fine," Harry assured her. "You didn't have to worry about me." "Your mental mate," Ron snorted. "The healers called it a coma." "I told them you just needed a kiss from a Prince Charming to wake you up," Fred winked. "Though where we would find one was a real mystery," Theo drawled with a roll of his eyes. "Harry, the Slytherins are going to kick you out if you don't get back soon." "What the fuck?" Harry looked at Snape, who frowned at Theo. "Why?" "Because he," Theo gestured to Fred, "has been sitting at our table and driving everyone mad since you've been gone." Fred shrugged and sat at the foot of Harry's bed, beside Susan. "They should lighten up," he grinned. "Susie here does the same thing and nobody bats an eye." "I've got water." Harry flinched again as Draco sprinted in the room. He was levitating a tray with half a dozen paper cups filled with water apparently. "Where'd you get that from?" Draco cried indignantly once he saw the pitcher of water Harry put on the little table beside his bed. "You prat," Ron laughed. "He already had it, but you didn't wait for him to tell you, did you?" "I was being a good friend, unlike some people." Draco turned his nose up. "Leave him alone," Neville elbowed Ron. "Draco jinxed Flint for talking about replacing you for the match next month," he told Harry. "Why would he replace me?" Harry said indignantly. "I'm the best one on the team." Snape snorted and muttered something about hubris, which got a grin out of Hermione. "Well, you wouldn't be much good on a broomstick in a coma," Ron laughed. "Course that's the only way Gryffindor would win." "Oi, I'll have you know that I intend to win with or without Harry trying to distract me," Fred said. "What are you gonna do, break my arm again?" Harry asked with one brow raised. "If that's what it takes," Fred said solemnly. "Boys," Hermione muttered. "They're the worst," Susan agreed. "We are not," Ron said with a huff. "Girls just don't get the importance of Quidditch." Harry's friends broke out into a quiet, but fierce, argument over Quidditch, which Harry listened to with a small grin. "Back us up here, Potter," Draco said. No," Harry said hastily at the look on Hermione's face. He would need her to get caught up on homework sometime before his birthday. "Figure it out yourself." "Or feel free to shut up," Snape sneered. "This is a hospital." "Which means they could use some cheerful voices to brighten their day," Susan said sweetly. Or not, Snape got to his feet and transfigured his chair into a larger sofa. I am going to find food. When I return I am kicking you all out so Potter can sleep. Yes, sir, Fred saluted him. Think pizza if you would. Snape curled his lip up in a disdainful sneer at Fred's antics, but his eyes softened when he saw Harry laughing at Fred. So what have I missed? Harry asked as soon as the door closed behind Snape. Here Ron tossed a few boxes of candy to Harry before settling on the sofa. You missed Dumbledore teaching potions. Trying to anyway, Draco sneered as he settled himself in the chair beside Blaze. You missed Sirius Black kidnapping Professor Lupin. Luna giggled softly from her spot beside Harry. When Professor Snape sent Sirius a message, he came and pulled Professor Lupin right out of the middle of my class to come here. He was screaming, Snape said Harys in a coma, so loud that our transfiguration class heard it, Susan scoffed. Then McGonagall thought I was gonna stay in class after that. Harry laughed and laid back as his friends all recounted the little things he'd missed in the last couple of weeks. Fred had them all laughing at a story about a prank he'd pulled with Susan on Dumbledore when Snape came back. I have pizza, he huffed, which is disgusting. I like pizza, Harry said. Dunno why Hogwarts never serves it. Because Hogwarts thinks classic Britain foods are the epitome of a nutritious meal, Hermione huffed. It's barbaric, Theo agreed, grinning as he accepted a couple slices from Snape. Just terrible. My parents are dentists, Theo, Hermione said. I grew up on salads. That sounds barbaric, Ron said around his own piece of pizza. Harry agreed with Ron privately. Salads were terrible and bland. Of course, he'd only had pizza twice before, but he wondered if he could convince Mavis to slip them on the menu back at school. They all ate, even Snape, who said pizza was disgusting, and talked a bit more before Snape kicked his friends out. If you would like Mr. Potter to return tomorrow, he needs to rest. Susan was a little huffy when she told him goodbye, but Harry was partially relieved when they all left. Good call, dunno how I'm so tired if I've slept for 2 weeks. Being unconscious and sleeping are two different things, Snape said. You will likely be worn out by regular activities again for a few days while your body readjusts to moving around again. Here Snape pulled the little bottle of pills out of his pocket and tossed it to Harry. Take one, please. Harry hesitated. Are you sure? 'Cause I don't really fancy being poisoned again. I have been directly spelling them into your stomach while you have been unconscious, Snape said calmly. As long as you abstain from mixing the medication with potions, then we can possibly avoid hospitalization again. Harry tilted his head and studied Snape's face carefully. He seemed to be calm and confident about it, and he probably wouldn't give Harry anything that would poison him again on purpose. "'Kay, but if I die then, I'm telling Susan to poison you," Harry warned him, taking one of the pills. Miss Bones would have to get in the end of an outrageously long line of people wishing to harm me if I killed you, Snape said dryly. Who'd be in front? Harry grinned. Mr. Zabini's mother. Harry laughed and drank another glass of water before laying back on his bed. We can go back tomorrow, he asked one more time. God, I hope so, Snape grumbled. The mutt was not incorrect when he said these chairs are no fit replacement for a bed. Harry was already drifting off to sleep when he realized that Snape and Black both slept in uncomfortable chairs for 2 weeks just to stay with him while he was in the hospital. Which was mad. But also brilliant. Welcome back, Mr. Potter. Professor McGonagall smiled warmly at him at Harry's first breakfast back at Hogwarts the day after he got released from St. Mungo's. How are you? Fine, Harry grit out. He'd only been back for a day and a half and already had been asked the same question over 24 times. Pains of fame, Ron chortled when Harry complained about it once McGonagall was out of earshot. But seriously, how are you, Harry? Fred asked with a grin. Because we all want to hear you growl out fine about 20 more times today at least. Shut up, Harry laughed and threw a piece of toast at Fred. There are too many Gryffindors here, Draco moaned. Harry, make more Ravenclaw friends. There are only 2 Gryffindors here, Neville pointed out, and we already have 2 Ravenclaws. Which is 1 Gryffindor too many, Theo said with a pointed look at Fred. You snakes are cold-blooded, Fred said with a fake shiver. Harry begged me to sit here, you know. I'm sure I didn't, Harry drawled, but he can stay, he hastily added. My hero, Fred sighed dramatically. You two are disgusting, Ron mumbled, which was a bit rich of him to say since he was talking around a mouthful of food. Going back to classes was a nightmare. Flitwick made a big deal of telling Harry to take it easy in his class. Lupin kept giving him overly cheerful looks while they revised for their final in May. Hagrid, who still seemed to think Harry liked him, let him sit off to the side of the class while everyone worked on Bowtruckles, which actually wasn't that bad since the Bowtruckles kept trying to bite him. Lavender Brown pointed out in Divination how Trelawney had predicted that one of the students was going to be gone before Easter, and Trelawney whispered that the auras never lied. "She'd be so happy if you had died instead," Blaise whispered to Harry. McGonagall and Snape acted the same as always, except they both gave him a huge parchment with the assignments he'd missed. Harry smirked at Snape when he got his list. They both knew Hermione had already copied her essays carefully in Harry's handwriting. She also changed them so that they matched Harry's writing style, which he figured meant they weren't as good as hers. Harry was nearing the end of March when he realized his hand started shaking at the worst times. Currently, it was while he was trying to write a reply to a letter from Black. "Blaise, does my hand look weird?" he asked curiously. Blaise looked up from across the library table and squinted carefully at Harry's hand for a minute. "It's shaking," he said. "It's probably a cramp from writing too much," Hermione said. "It happens to me sometimes." Harry hummed, unconvinced. He ignored the weird shaking in his hand until he got to potions the next week. Potter remained behind. Harry nodded and waited at his table until the rest of his classmates had left the room. "You have been taking your medication twice a day." Snape walked up to Harry's desk and gave him a "don't you dare lie to me" look. "Yes," Harry rolled his eyes. He felt weird since he woke up in the hospital. Not bad really, just sort of bored, and not like himself, which Snape already told him would go away with time as he adjusted to his new normal. "And how long have you had a tremor in your left hand?" Snape reached out for Harry's hand slowly, lifting his eyebrows, silently asking permission. "The shaking, a week maybe." Harry held his hand up for Snape to look at. "It's better now. I couldn't hardly write with it before, could I?" "Foolish child," Snape murmured as he carefully moved Harry's hand around while he examined it. "Tremors are not unexpected side effects of the medication, though you should inform me when they occur." "Didn't know it was a side effect, did I?" Harry rolled his eyes. "Suppose it goes along with all the other ones." Snape gave him a sympathetic look. "If there were other options I would find them," he said, "though it has been nearly 2 months and your moods have remained stable, so I believe this is a wisely chosen treatment plan." "Course you'd say that," Harry scoffed. "You chose it." "Unfortunately, I did not have many options." Snape released Harry's hand. "Please inform me if the tremor gets worse or disappears." "Kay," Harry gathered his stuff up when he had a horrible thought. "Do you think it'll mess up the match next weekend? It's the finals." "Have you not been practicing with your team up until now?" Snape asked. "Nope," Draco told Flint. "I needed to save my energy, so Flint just told me to be ready to catch the snitch quick." "That is surprising," Snape said slowly. "I was not aware Flint was so lax about his Quidditch practices." "He's not," Harry grinned sharply, "except he's a bit scared of me, ain't he?" Snape snorted. "You are a menace." "A Quidditch Cup-winning menace, hopefully," Harry said cheekily. "Made a bet with Fred about who'd win, did I? Can't lose the match and lose a bet." "The horror," Snape sounded sarcastic, but the edges of his lips curled up slightly. "You'll be there, right?" Harry asked. "Will I miss an opportunity to accept the Quidditch Cup and watch Minerva grind her teeth to dust?" "Of course not," Snape drawled. "Do your best to avoid another injury if you would. I believe we have seen enough of hospitals for a lifetime." Harry gave Snape a grin and a half-heated salute before leaving the classroom. He couldn't guarantee he wouldn't get hurt. George kept threatening to pull an Ingleby when he saw Harry in the halls. Harry was pretty sure he was joking. That's what Fred said anyway, but if not, then he'd take the hit, catch the snitch, and then test out a few new curses the Contessa wrote him about on George. It would still be a good day. And it was. The day of the match started off with perfect weather. "It's the sunniest day we've had all month," Ron crowed happily. "You couldn't ask for better conditions." "What are the odds?" Hermione asked, leaning across the table to peer at Ron's usual betting parchment better. 3-1 odds that Slytherin wins, 2-1 odds that Harry ends up in the hospital, and 15-1 odds that Harry catches the snitch but Gryffindor wins, Blaise told her. Hermione and Theo put their heads together and whispered for a moment, before Hermione pulled out a coin purse and pushed it towards Ron. "It's 21 galleons, 15 sickles, and 7 nuts on Slytherin winning." Theo slid a handful of coins towards Ron as well. -5 galleons that Harry catches the snitch but Slytherin loses. "Why would you bet on that?" Neville asked. "Because if it happens then we win 75 galleons plus our original 5 back," Theo explained. "You never pass up odds like that." "I put all my birthday money on Harry winning," Susan said with a bright smile. "He's caught the snitch every time when it was a fair game of course." She scowled at the reminder of the one time Harry lost. "Maybe I should take your glasses," Fred teased Harry. "Be hard for you to see the snitch if you're blind." "Harry's going to win," Luna said airily. "You could take his glasses and he'd still win." "Cheers, Lou," Harry grinned at her. It was hard not to get caught up in the excitement in the air in the hall. Everyone was chatting away loudly and cheering for the Quidditch players as they arrived for breakfast. It was infectious. The tremor in his left hand didn't seem so bad today either. It was still there, but Harry flexed it carefully a few times after he quietly took his pill and thought it was nearly better. "Good luck today, gentlemen," Snape said when he came up to their table. "Thanks, sir, it's gonna be a close match, but I think we can pull through," Fred said seriously. "He wasn't talking to you, Pratt," Draco snarked. "He hopes you lose." "I do," Snape said simply. "In fact, when I recall our match against your team last year, I find myself hoping that Warrington loans Harry his bat." "That sounds like favoritism," Susan smirked. "I don't think professors can actually hope a student on the opposing team gets hurt." "Did I say that?" Snape raised his brows. "I believe I said that I hope Harry somehow acquired a beater's bat today." "If you do, aim for George," Fred winked at Harry. "Don't fuck with my glasses and I won't borrow a bat, deal?" "Deal." Harry, Draco, and the rest of the Slytherin Quidditch team walked determinedly on the field, brooms clutched tightly in their hands. "Do not let me down," Flint growled before the team took to the air, and he begrudgingly shook hands with Oliver Wood. "Welcome to the final match of the year," Lee Jordan yelled from the announcer's stand. "Folks, we have another action-packed game for you today. First up, the current cup holders Slytherin." Harry glowered towards the stands as he heard a lot of boos, but looked curiously at the teacher's box when he heard someone cheering loudly. Black was waving a huge green flag, which never failed to make Harry smirk. Snape had said Black hated Slytherins when he was a student, and now he was all decked out in Slytherin gear. "And we have our favorite underdogs, the GRYFFINDORS." "Gits," Harry yelled at Fred and George, as the student stands cheered much louder for their team than they had Harry's. "Should have been on our team," George laughed. "Why would I want to be on a losing team?" Harry blinked innocently at them before smirking and flying to his preferred spot, to be ready once the game started. "And they're off," Jordan yelled. "The quaffle is immediately snagged by Alicia Spinnet. Merlin, what a gal, right?" Harry rolled his eyes at Jordan's biased announcing and started making lazy laps around the pitch, keeping a close eye out for the snitch. He did a few celebratory barrel rolls when Jordan begrudgingly announced that Draco and Pusey both scored a goal apiece 12 minutes in the game. Johnson SHOOTS and SHESCOIS. 2020, it's anyone's game. "Heard you were in the hospital, Potter," the Gryffindor seeker, a fourth-year boy Harry thinks is named McLagan, yelled as he flew up behind him. "They didn't keep you on the mental ward, that's where they keep cases like you." Harry spun around sharply on his broom and glared at the other boy. "Say that again when we get on the ground," Harry growled. He wouldn't ruin their chances of winning the cup by cursing the boy midair, but he had no problem doing it once they hit the ground either. Snape already had him in detention 4 hours every Sunday for the Valentine's Day party. What was a few more hours in the name of hurting this prat? "What's wrong, Potter? Did I hit a nerve?" The boy smirked at Harry. Harry occluded quickly to push down the thoughts of using one of the vain vaporizing curses the Contessa sent him on McLagan and smirked instead. "Nope, and you didn't catch the snitch either," Harry jeered as he shot off past McLagan, so close he nearly knocked him from his broom. McLagan swerved around to follow Harry, who was flying quickly towards the Gryffindor section of the stands. "It looks like the race is on for the golden snitch." Harry hid his smirk behind a fake look of concentration as he flew as quickly as he could toward the stands, before abruptly turning at the very last second and flying to the right. Potter SWERVES and MCLAGGN CISHES. Jordan yelled amidst shouts from the Gryffindors who had just been crashed into by their own seeker. When will they learn that Potter is a faker? Harry flew by the Slytherin section and did a backwards flip on his broom when he saw his friends all cheering. This was the kind of rush he liked. Flying, competing, and showing everyone that he's strong, fast, and capable. The score is 40-20 in Gryffindor's favor, Jordan announced. A foul shot is awarded to Gryffindor for Potter's feint. Harry made a big show of shrugging towards Flint, who made a shooing motion to get him back to the search for the snitch. Harry listened to Jordan's completely biased commentary as he flew around. Jordan had just announced Gryffindor's lead of 70-30 when Harry finally spotted a glimmer of gold near the Slytherin goalpost. Harry made a zigzagging route towards the snitch, hoping that McLaggen was too dim to realize he was moving towards the snitch instead of just making a lap. MCLAGGNGO, Wood screamed as he flew past Harry and spotted what he was moving towards. Now. But it was too late. Harry urged his broom for a burst of speed now that his plan was caught out, and before McLaggen was anywhere near him. SLYTHERIN wins the cup, 180-70. The stands erupted into shouts as everyone jumped to their feet. G.O. Harry was heard clearly from the Slytherin section, and Harry beamed towards his best friend, who had her wand to her own throat to magically enhance her voice. Harry soared above the crowd, waving his right hand triumphantly. The tiny golden ball was held tight in his fist, beating its wings hopelessly against his fingers. Then Fred was speeding toward him, his blue eyes were sparkling brightly. "You're the worst," Fred said happily. "Can I kiss you?" "All right then," Harry laughed at the light feeling of joy he felt right before Fred pulled Harry towards him by the front of his robes and snogged him in front of the whole school. Harry landed on the ground with Fred's arm around his shoulder and beamed as Draco came sprinting up to him. "We won, Harry, we won." "You did it," Flint roared, his eyes suspiciously red-rimmed. "We've won." Wave upon wave of green-clad supporters were pouring over the barriers onto the field. Hands were raining down on their backs. Harry had a panicked impression of noise and bodies pressing in on him, and he couldn't breathe and they were going to suffocate him. Fred jerked him backwards out of the mass of people with a small grin. "Bit crowded in there, innit?" he said lightly. Harry gave him an appreciative nod as he took a few steadying breaths. "Cover me," Harry murmured suddenly, spotting McLaggen where he landed. "Sneaky, I like it." Fred laughed as McLaggen let out a sharp howl of pain that meant Harry's curse landed on its target. "You won," Susan yelled as she broke from the crowd and launched herself in Harry's arms. "I knew you would." "Then why are you so happy?" Harry laughed. "Potter, come on." Flint gestured for Harry to follow him to the stands where their team was presented with the huge Quidditch cup in front of a beaming Black, and when Harry shook Snape's hand he saw a proud glint in his dark eyes. As a now sobbing Flint passed Harry the cup, as he lifted it into the air, Harry felt he could have produced the world's best Patronus with the memory of this day alone. Chapter 28, Dada Exam. On the day that Remus was set to administer the final exams for his 3rd and 6th year students, he stood on the Hogwarts lawn in the bright June sunshine and felt incredibly proud of himself. He had built 2 different obstacle courses, one for his 3rd years to complete this morning, and one for his 6th years to take after lunch. The 3rd year obstacle course had taken him weeks to figure out. They had studied an impressive array of creatures this year, but only 5 of the creatures were required to be tested on. The standards for 3rd year defense against dark arts students were that they were able to prove their competency in defending themselves against hinkerpunks, kappas, grindylows, redcaps, and boggarts in order to receive a passing grade in the course for the year. Remus had drugged Minerva up to Albus' office when he realized that there was no way to test a student's capabilities against a boggart, aside from forcing them to face it. "Albus, you don't understand," Remus pleaded. "Some of the students have horrifying boggarts. I told you before that Theodore Knott's boggart is his own father. We can't make the students face their possibly abusive parents as a school test." "I believe it may be a reach to accuse Mr. Knott's father of abuse based on a young boy's fear," Albus said gently, repeating the same sentiment he shared the first time Remus immediately informed him of Theodore's boggart. "It's still cruel," Remus insisted. "We can't expect young children to face their deepest fears and then grade them on it." "Are boggarts a part of the final curriculum for the 3rd years?" Minerva asked, while Albus just stroked his beard thoughtfully. "It is, but it shouldn't be," Remus said. I think it should be pushed back until at least 5th year, if not 6th. I'm afraid if it's in the standards, then there is nothing we can do about it, Albus said quietly. I can petition the board for it to be changed at our meeting this summer, but unfortunately there is nothing we can do about it this year. I'm sorry, my boy. So Remus had thought about it for weeks. He'd thought of how group approaches to the boggart clearly hadn't been a good idea. He thought of how many students had been frozen by emotionally gut-wrenching fears. And he thought of how some of the students had seemed humiliated to have anyone at all witness their fear. And he had finally, thanks to an off-handed remark from Sirius, come up with a solution. Did I tell you about the ghoul that used to live in my mother's trunk? Sirius had laughed over dinner at his flat one evening. She'd been so frightened over the damn thing you'd think it was her boggart. Wait, what? Remus blinked quickly at Sirius as the puzzle pieces suddenly clicked into place. Pads, that's it. You've cracked the code. He laughed. What code? What are you on about? Sirius asked curiously. The boggart problem, a trunk. That's how I can test everyone. Then it'll fit in the obstacle course I told you about for the 3rd years. Oh yeah, Sirius. Eyes brightened like they always did at even the vaguest mention of Harry. So you're going to put the boggart in a trunk and what? Have the kids get in with it? Exactly. Remus summoned a parchment out of Sirius' kitchen and quickly scribbled his idea so he didn't forget it. Then it's private, but it's still part of the obstacle course. An obstacle course would have been so wicked to have as a student, Sirius grumbled. How will you fix it in case any of the students need help? Damn, Remus swore under his breath. I could. He hesitated while he tried to think of a private way he could be alerted if a student needed help without having to be there with them. An alarm, he said with a broad smile. I can put a switch in the trunk, and if they flip it then I can go in and help them. Or they can just accept the grade drop for leaving the trunk without assistance. You're brilliant, Sirius smiled at him, with the same charming smile Remus has loved for 20 years now. Those students are lucky to have you. Tell them that, Remus scoffed with a pleased grin, but maybe this will take me off Susan Bones' hit list. Sirius laughed deeply at that. He seemed just as fond of Susan as he was Harry. Amy's niece is a fireball, he chuckled. Almost makes me wish Harry saw her as more than just a sister. Don't let Fred Weasley hear that. Remus shook the quill in his hand at Sirius. He's been trying to carry Harry's bag around for him, and looking like a lovesick puppy ever since he got back from St. Mungo. Trying to carry his bag? Sirius asked. Does Harry not let him or something? I heard Harry lecturing him that Fred carrying Harry's bag somehow makes him look weak, Remus said with a small grin. He's worse than James ever was with always trying to seem like the toughest guy in any room. Well, Sirius frowned, Harry's got his reasons. Remus had felt a pang of remorse for his own thoughtless remark later when he returned to the castle that night. James had been a bit pig-headed as a student, and was constantly trying to impress someone, usually Lily, all for an ego boost. Harry's show of strength probably came from the insecurity he felt after having been a victim during his earlier life. Remus also felt guilty as he hadn't told Sirius about what Severus told him, which he desperately wished he could forget ever hearing, about Harry living on the streets and being assaulted. But he suspected Sirius knew quite a bit already. He said that he'd spent a lot of time with Harry before he was exonerated, and had even attended a therapy session with Harry and Severus, and told Remus he couldn't share what he had heard during either time. I can't break his trust, you get it right, Moony, he'd pleaded, and Remus did get it. Harry was the most important person in Sirius' life, and he'd never want him to do anything to hurt his relationship with his godson. Of course, Remus still would have given quite a bit to see Severus, Harry, and Sirius talking about their feelings with a therapist. The fact none of them drew blood seemed to be the beginning of a peaceful period for the 3 of them. Sirius had never seemed so happy as he was when he recounted his brief Hogsmeade visits with Harry, or when he got an unexpected letter from him. And Harry had seemed to be happy as well. He had practically bounced around the castle until the night Remus unfortunately had to bust him from a party, partially undressed, drunk, reeking of pot, and with a 5th year draped over his lap. It wasn't his best night. Harry, unsurprisingly, got even with Remus the very next morning, while he was sitting at breakfast, and felt the map he temporarily confiscated from Harry fly out of his robe pocket and speed towards his classroom. Goodness, Pomona gasped, what was that? That is James' karma, Remus grumbled, mopping up his spilt tea as he realized what must have happened. It's just a shame he isn't here to receive it. Pomona gave him a curious look, but didn't say any more about it. Sirius had unsympathetically thought the whole thing was hilarious when he vented about it to him that night at Rosmeter's pub. Fred was on his knees in front of him. Pads, Remus wailed into his lager, and I had to turn Harry into Severus. Do you know what a hypocrite I felt like? Probably a pretty big one. Sirius laughed loudly as he downed his third glass of bourbon. Harry'll forgive you this summer, it's going to be brilliant, Rem. Even in his partially inebriated state, Remus knew there was something wrong with Harry's abrupt decision to move in with Sirius. Harry was closer to Severus than any other student in the castle. He defended him at any perceived slight, and ran to him for any problems he had. Harry hardly knew Sirius, and Harry didn't seem like the type of kid that was comfortable with sudden big changes. Harry might feel different later, Remus said gently. I'm sure Severus punished him for what happened last night, and he probably just ran to you to try and avoid being in trouble. You should talk to him and Severus both about it later. Sirius waved off his concerns and started rambling on about his plans for the summer. Remus listened with his usual loving exhaustion he had when it came to what he called serious, energetic moods. The man would talk his ear off, trash his flat as he bounced around, be easily prompted into a shouting match over the smallest disagreements, and he made rash decisions without thinking. But he also was ravenous and insatiable in bed during these energetic moods as well, so Remus tolerated them with privately mixed emotions. Plus, they were much better than when Sirius used to go into his dark moods. He hadn't had one since he'd had his name cleared, and Remus hoped that maybe he wouldn't have them anymore. He knew it was unrealistic, but a man could hope. Sirius' energetic mood had crashed hard the very next day when he burst into Remus' second-year defense class and started shouting about Harry being in a coma at St. Mungo. Remus quickly got Phileas to agree to supervise his class so he could follow Sirius to the Wixon Hospital in London, where they discovered that Harry was indeed in a coma. Pup, wake up, please, please, I love you. Remus wrapped his arms around Sirius as he sobbed next to Harry's bed. Severus and the healers assured them that Harry would wake up when the poison in his brain disappeared and reduced the swelling, but Harry looked so tiny and vulnerable in the large hospital bed. His face was pale white beneath his scars, and he looked years younger as his perpetual scowl had disappeared in favor of a slack-jawed look of peace. Sirius refused to leave the hospital, which left him sharing a room with an equally stubborn Severus, until Harry woke up. You go back, Sirius told Remus. I want to be here when he wakes up. So Remus went back and forth between the castle and the hospital for 2 weeks. He brought Sirius and Severus food and tried to urge them both to rest, not that either of them listened. He also escorted various students to the hospital at Minerva's request. If you're going anyway, would you mind allowing the students who have permission to visit to go with you? She had asked softly. There's quite the line of worried students. Remus was bemused by some of the students who insisted on visiting Harry, including Roger Davies and Jonathan Abbott. Harry's an old friend, Jonathan grinned lazily. I'd hate for anything to happen to the bloke. Remus carefully warned Severus to make sure any gift Jonathan left was checked, since he was the one Remus had confiscated 3 baggies of pot off of at the party he'd busted up. In the middle of the 3 men fretting over the health of Harry, they were hit with another blow. He escaped, Sirius bellowed in Harry's private hospital room. Apparently Severus would settle for nothing less, when Remus immediately brought the 2 other men the newspaper he himself had spit his tea out over. Fucking Merlin, damned stupid bastards, Severus growled. They knew Pettigrew was an animagus. He's a sneaking, nasty little rat, Sirius snarled. And then Remus Lupin witnessed his first ever miracle, at 33 years old. Severus Snape agreed with something Sirius Black said. Finally, after 16 days, Harry had woken up. And immediately crushed Sirius' highly held hopes by saying he wouldn't come live with him. You tried to warn me, Sirius moped on their way back to Hogwarts the day Harry woke up. I want him to be happy, but I wish it was with me. I know, Remus tried to comfort him, but he's still your godson, love, and if he lives with Severus then you get to be the fun godfather you always wanted to be. All the good times without any of the discipline involved in raising a teenager. Sirius had perked up at that reminder, and his good mood had carried him all the way through to finals week. He had wished Remus good luck the night before after helping him set up the obstacle courses, and now Remus proudly surveyed their work as his 3rd years trooped across the lawn towards him. Morning, he called to them all brightly. I thought we'd try something out a little different for your final exam today. The students looked curious at the course laid out behind him, and Remus hoped it was a good sign. Hear how today will work. 1 at a time you will go through the course and will be faced with 5 creatures we've talked about in class. Each obstacle will require you to defeat them in order to move on. Grades will be based on how many creatures you defeat. If you defeat all 5 creatures, you'll get an outstanding. 4 creatures will get you an exceeds expectations. Defeating 3 creatures will earn an acceptable. Only defeating 1 or 2 creatures will get you a poor. And if you don't defeat any, you'll get dreadful. Any questions? What creatures are they? Ronald Weasley asked after raising his hand. I can't give the whole game away, Remus chuckled, but I can tell you that all 5 are ones I warned you guys would be on the final exam. Also, Remus waited until everyone's attention returned to him. I will actually warn you that the last obstacle is a boggart, and anyone who requires assistance should flip the switch to the right of the entrance once you climb in the trunk. I did not want to include it, but rules are rules apparently. Please do your best, and if you need assistance, or can't face yours again, understand that there is no shame at all in not laughing in the face of what is meant to be your deepest fear. Okay. Most of the students nodded thoughtfully, but Remus saw a handful of Slytherins balk at the idea of facing their boggart. Most notably were Harry and Theodore, both of whom had incredibly disturbing boggarts. All right, once I call you up you'll take the course, then you guys are free to hang around for your friends or leave. First up, Hannah. Remus and the students watched as Hannah determinedly fought her way through the obstacle course. Only missed 2, he told Hannah quietly once she climbed out of the trunk, the green light on the trunk lock indicating she had successfully defeated the boggart. Susan, he called loudly towards the waiting students. Susan strutted towards him, her chin stuck out, exuding pure confidence. Good luck, he laughed before she took off. Susan was a force to be reckoned with. Even as much as she tormented Remus this year, he thought perhaps Harry had it right when he said Remus himself used to find those same pranks funny when he was a student. Apparently Susan was determined to teach him a lesson on how hindsight is a bitch. Exceeds expectations, he told her when she climbed out of the trunk, pale-faced, with the absent green light indicating to him which creature she missed. No shame in that one, Miss Bones. Susan nodded at him, which he thought was quite an accomplishment, since she'd appeared ready to curse him after the first time she'd faced her boggart. Remus was hesitant when he reached Theodore's name on his parchment. Theodore, he called. Theodore looked quickly towards Harry and raised his brows, as if asking a silent question, that Harry answered with a curt nod. Remus seemed to hold his breath when Theodore entered the trunk, but after only a few minutes the Slytherin boy exited the trunk with a blinking green light. Only missed the second creature, Remus informed him proudly. Harry and Theodore shared another subtle look, once Theodore rejoined the group of lingering and waiting students. Harry, Remus eventually called. Harry swaggered up with a confident strut that made Lupin smile. Harry had seemed much more confident and comfortable ever since he arrived back from the hospital. Remus wasn't sure what the shift was that the hospital stay triggered, but he was pleased to see the return of a more settled Harry. Remus would probably never forget the night he found Harry after hearing the boy punch a stone wall until his bones cracked and his knuckles bled. Good luck, he murmured quietly. He watched as Harry, unsurprisingly, made the best time in the course so far. He'd barely even flicked, waved, and jerked his hand to incapacitate the first 4 creatures before climbing into the trunk. Remus and most of the crowd of third years watched quietly as Harry spent 4, 5, 6 minutes in the trunk. Just as Remus had decided to pull Harry out of it, red light be damned, the trunk exploded. Remus threw a hasty shield over the students who were closest to getting struck with the debris and hurried forward, yanking Harry backwards, as soon as the dust cleared and Remus saw that Harry was still cowering in front of a sneering Severus Snape. Ridiculous, Remus said quickly, causing his newly formed moon to deflate to the ground before he moved it back to the box that also survived the explosion of the magically expanded trunk. Are you all right? Remus asked Harry, who jumped to his feet as Susan and Theodore both rushed to his side. Brill, Harry grit out with a nervous glance towards the waiting students. I don't think they saw, Theodore whispered directly in Harry's ear. I think there was too much dust. Theodore's assurance was almost immediately proven false as Seamus Finnegan, the Gryffindor boy whose boggart was Harry, started laughing loudly. He's afraid of Snape. What's wrong, Potter? Does Daddy Save lock you up in the summers or something? Remus grimaced both at Finnegan's juvenile taunt and at the implication that Severus had somehow replaced James as Harry's father. Which, when Remus considered it that night in private, wasn't far off the mark, as sad as it was that Harry didn't get the opportunity to know James. Severus had stepped up in a way Remus never would have considered the man would have, and he clearly cared for Harry just as much, if not more, than Harry's own godfather did. But the moment the jeer left Seamus' mouth, Harry turned a fierce look of accusation at Remus. The two held eye contact for a long moment as the other students started whispering about Harry's boggart. "Lupin's a fucking werewolf," Harry eventually said coldly and loudly, still staring at Remus with narrowed eyes lit by a furious fire. Remus was so shocked as he stared at Harry that he hardly noticed the quiet yelps from the watching students. Even through his haze of shock, Remus could recognize the tightly coiled muscles, trembling hands, and red-rimmed gaze that all pointed towards Harry reacting and not thinking in the moment. Remus was honestly lost for words. "Can I go?" Harry asked. "Exceeds expectations," Remus all but whispered, still shocked to his core that his carefully guarded secret had just been announced to the entire third-year class. His career at Hogwarts was over. Harry snorted and pointed a finger at the box the boggart was in, and caught it on fire. "Is it outstanding now?" he drawled as the boggart screeched from the box. Remus nodded absently and watched as Harry and his friends, aside from Blaise and Ronald, quickly left towards the castle. Susan looked over her shoulder once and smiled sweetly when Seamus' skin immediately broke out in painful boils that had Remus sending him to the hospital wing. "I don't get it, Pads," Remus moaned as he tried to drown his remorse in whiskey that night at Sirius Flat. Seamus taunted him, but Harry still blamed me. "It's not my fault he blew up the trunk and everyone saw the boggart." Harry thinks about things different than you do," Sirius said softly. "It's like," Sirius trailed off while he tried to sort out what he wanted to say in his godson's defense. "It's like adults can be blamed for most of the problems he's ever had, you know. So when things go wrong I think he just automatically blames the closest adult. And it wasn't fair, but I doubt if he even thought it through before he said it." "Are we talking about Harry or 13-year-old you?" Remus asked wryly. Sirius had rarely ever looked so solemn when he replied. "Sometimes it's one and the same Rem." And when Remus thought more about it, he could see Sirius' point. Harry and Sirius were a lot different, but any person with a working set of eyes could see the similarities in behavior between the two, which wasn't really comforting considering Sirius' childhood had been a horrifying nightmare that Sirius still scarcely speaks about. Remus wondered once again what all had happened to Harry before he came under Severus' care. "It doesn't matter now," he sighed. "The damage is done. I gave Albus my resignation right before I came over." "It'll work out," Sirius said, returning to the bright-eyed optimism that Remus' own cynicism needs. "We'll have the best summer ever together, and then maybe when Harry goes back to school next September you and I can go on a trip like we always talked about." Remus unwittingly smiled fondly as he remembered plans whispered under covers while the war raged on all around them, and they worried that every night together might be their last. "Harry is never going to spend any time with you if I'm around," Remus said with a mournful sigh as he returned his thoughts to the present. "He hates me." "You both just doesn't understand each other," Sirius said. "The two of you can spend some time together this summer, and he'll get to know you and hopefully love you just as much as I do." "Or he'll actually kill me," Remus said. Sirius laughed and wrapped Remus up in a hug, apparently believing that his very real fear was a joke. Chapter 29, End of Year 3. "You've resigned." "I have," Lupin said calmly as he emptied his desk. "The students are all now aware of my problem. I assume Albus will be hounded with owls over the next few days from concerned parents who do not want their children to be taught by a werewolf." "Do you hold Harry responsible?" Severus asked bluntly, needing to know where Lupin stood on his opinion of Potter in order to know if he could proceed with the course he decided on the moment he was told Lupin was resigning. "I don't. I think this was Harry's way of getting back at me for the boggart," Lupin said thoughtfully, echoing Severus' exact thoughts he had the moment he heard what had happened. "He's certainly something, isn't he?" "He is," Severus agreed carefully. "I doubt if he was aware that sharing your secret would lead to your resignation, though." Lupin smiled an amused smile, apparently well aware that Severus was lying through his teeth. Draco had informed Severus what happened. Potter blew apart the trunk. Lupin had cleverly used to test the students against the boggart, which then revealed his fear to the entirety of the third-year students. Severus privately believed Lupin was lucky that Potter chose to take the spotlight off himself by outing Lupin, instead of immediately inspiring a new level of fear amongst the students by ending his life. Perhaps Potter was maturing. His classmates saw something he wanted to keep a secret, and he blamed me, so he told them something about me that I wanted to keep a secret. And not a single student mentioned Harry's boggart after he left and instead whispered about lycanthropy. It was rather well done. He's quite the Slytherin, Lupin said, still sounding inappropriately cheerful considering the conversation. And the damage is done, plus Harry's. Well, Harry has bigger problems to deal with than me being unemployed, doesn't he? He does, Severus agreed, which is what I hope to speak with you about. Oh, Lupin snapped his briefcase shut and gave Severus an interested look. Let's hear it then. How would you like to pursue a new career? Severus asked carefully. I am unsure what all you know of the Muggle field of psychology. Severus, I was physically attacked and turned into a monster when I was 7. My mother was a Muggle-born nurse in a hospital treating soldiers from the Muggle War, and I'm partners with a Black, Lupin said with a grim smile. I know quite a bit. Excellent, Severus said. Then my question for you is how would you like to pursue a career as the first Wixen mind healer? When Severus left Lupin's office nearly an hour later, he felt a small sense of satisfaction. The moment he was informed that Lupin had resigned, thanks entirely to Potter's retaliatory actions, he had what he hoped would prove to be an ingenious idea. Lupin was an ideal candidate for a mind healer. He had a strong sense of emotional empathy for others. He had more patience than Severus would ever hope to have himself, and thanks to his Muggle-born mother, he had intimate knowledge of how to proceed in the Muggle world in order to acquire the necessary education. The fact that Lupin also was raised by a pure-blooded father, and would be able to keenly utilize his magical inheritance to acquire this education, and training much faster than Muggles did, was an undeniable asset as well. Severus' savings took a small blow, but Lupin had seemed much more interested and eager for this than Severus had initially hoped, which wasn't truly surprising. Despite the fact that Lupin was a werewolf, the man always had the aptitude of a healer. Or perhaps that was thanks to Lupin's disease that he felt a strong pull towards the suffering of others. Regardless, all Severus had to do now was convince Potter to willingly spend time with Lupin alone after Lupin finished his crash course in psychology over the summer. Lupin had pointed out that he believed that would be a challenge, especially considering that Potter had just forced his resignation, but Severus did not see it as one. He had a plan. He would encourage Potter to spend time with his godfather and Lupin over the summer, and with a small amount of luck, Potter would hopefully come to be drawn in by Lupin's irksome ability to be liked by most people. Personally, Severus did not believe that Albus would be flooded with owls demanding Lupin's resignation. Lupin apparently held himself in very low esteem. Although Severus disliked the man, for good reason, he was in the minority when it came to the opinion of their previous classmates and current fellow staff. Albus would certainly receive owls from some parents, particularly the ones who had never met Lupin, demanding he be fired for his disease. But Severus was sure that there would be just as many, if not more, letters defending Lupin's place amongst the Hogwarts staff. He failed to share this sentiment with Lupin, seeing as his resignation helped Severus immensely. Severus stopped by his office before making his way to the final feast of the year, and was only mildly surprised to see Potter waiting outside his door. The 7th years have officially graduated, yeah? Potter asked immediately. They have, Severus confirmed as he strode past Potter to store the research he shared with Lupin back in his desk. May I ask why you are asking? Here Potter thrust a parchment towards Severus with a nervous look of anticipation. Will you think about it? Severus quirked a brow at his ward but dutifully unrolled the parchment, praying to Merlin it was not the ownership of another legendary beast that Potter killed without Severus' knowledge. Harry J. Potter's application for Slytherin Quidditch team captain. What in blazes is this? Severus chuckled as he read through the Muggle-like application that listed Potter's apparently numerous reasons why he believes he should be made team captain. It's an application. Potter's voice was hesitant, but he had a determined set to his jaw. Myoni said that's how you apply for jobs, and I want to reply. I want to be team captain now that Flint's gone. Severus looked Potter over carefully before rolling the parchment up and sticking it in his pocket. As you should be. The position is yours. Potter staggered backwards and looked up at Severus with wide eyes. Really? He breathed. Course, Severus agreed easily. You have proven your dedication to the team, you are a talented flyer, and if your application is to be believed, you have went out of your way to learn additional positions in case you are needed to fill them during matches while keeping your grades at a top level. I also believe you paid for the team's Nimbus 2001s without seeking any recognition for the charitable act, which is further proof of your determination to win. The captaincy is yours. Potter did earn the position for all the reasons Severus listed, but also Severus had never in his entire career been handed an application and a direct request for an appointment to the captaincy. He typically had just chosen the oldest student with the highest grades in the past. Brill, Potter smiled the new smile that Severus was beginning to adjust to. It was not as bright as his previous genuine smiles had been, nor as energetic as his mania-driven ones were, but still showed the joy he was currently feeling. "Thank you, sir," Potter said happily. "You won't regret it." "I am quite sure I will at some point," Severus smirked. "You have a knack for making me rethink every decision I have ever made." "You're welcome then," Potter said in the drawling tone he adopted from either Draco or Severus himself. Severus chuckled lightly at Potter's pure arrogance. "Hey, who told you I paid for those brooms?" Potter suddenly asked, his eyes narrowing in newfound irritation. "Nobody," Severus said truthfully. "I simply saw the brooms, narrowed it down to the only players who could afford such an outrageous purchase, and assumed if Draco had done it that every Slytherin in the castle would be well aware of the act. I presume that Flint refused to let the boy who lived try out without the bribe." Potter was well respected, and incredibly feared, by his housemates now, but it was respect and fear that was won mostly through his consistent determination to duel every available student, and through gratuitous usage of his image of the heir of Slytherin, which he had not had during his second-year tryouts. "Nope," Potter said with a sharp grin. "Well, kinda. Draco told him if he didn't put me on the team after he saw me fly that he'd buy him a new broom, didn't he? But then I earned my spot fair and square. So when the chasers were trying out, I told Flint that if he put Draco on the team then I'd buy brooms for the whole lot." Potter puffed his chest out proudly, and Severus was struck with a newfound sense of respect for his ward. "That was quite kind of you," Severus said genuinely, though I'm sure Draco was horrified to learn that his position was purchased instead of earned. "He doesn't know, does he? I told Flint I'd kill him in his sleep if he said a word to anyone." Potter laughed, which was rather chilling considering Severus fully believed he would have killed Flint without hesitation had he informed Draco of Potter's purchase, before raising his brows at Severus. "And you better not tell him either. He's practiced non-stop to be the best chaser on the team, hasn't he? Your generosity and loyalty to your friends is a secret safe with me." Severus rolled his eyes but looked at Potter fondly. "Will you be fluing home with me after the train leaves or from the platform tomorrow?" "You don't want to fight over me riding the train?" Potter asked. "Thought you might cause of Pettigrew." Severus snorted, amused that Potter anticipated another argument over his preferred method of travel. "Black is a madman who trained to be a hit wizard before his incarceration," Severus said. "Pettigrew is an incompetent moron who chose to hide for 12 years as a rat as opposed to killing you himself in service to the Dark Lord, despite his many opportunities to do so. The only concern I have if the man is foolish enough to confront you is making sure Lucius is prepared to adequately defend you at your trial." "That's what I thought too. Not about getting arrested, cause I wouldn't, but about Pettigrew," Potter said with a pleased look in his eyes. "I was thinking that if he had killed me in my sleep, or something, he could have recruited all Timmy's followers to his side and been the new Dark Lord, but he's too stupid for that, ain't he? It worries me that you have put that much thought into how a person may replace the Dark Lord," Severus said frankly. Potter laughed and gave Severus a crooked grin. "Don't be daft," he said. "I'm gonna be the Minister of Magic. I don't think I'll have time to be a Dark Lord on the side." Severus was not reassured by that line of thought, and prayed to Merlin, God, and the spirit of Lily Evans, that Albus never overhears Potter state that the only thing preventing him from replacing Voldemort himself is the conflict it would hold with his plans of running the Ministry of Magic. "Go eat with your misfits," Severus said, choosing not to comment on Potter's plans to take over Wixen Britain. "I will see you at home tomorrow evening." "Kay," Potter said easily, "I've got a brill surprise for you when I get back tomorrow." Severus groaned the moment the door closed behind Potter and summoned an entire case of pain-relieving potions. Any surprise that Potter believed would be brill would doubtlessly give Severus a migraine, and it would be best to be prepared. It was not until Severus watched Potter and his friends celebrate during the leaving feast that he was struck with both a pleasant and horrifying realization. For the first time since Potter started Hogwarts, he had managed to go an entire year without killing a single person, which Severus was obviously incredibly pleased about. A 13-year-old's body count should only be so high, despite the justifiable circumstances Potter found himself in each time. But it was rather horrifying to even acknowledge that this was a turn of events that he should be pleased with. Severus drank a generous glass of wine as he watched Potter and his friends, and idly wondered if this was another thing he should be praising his ward for. Harry, I am very proud of you for earning one of the top spots in your class on your final exams, and for your rightful appointment to the Quidditch captain vacancy. Also, good job not killing anyone this year. End of Year 3.